My volume is good. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Mic check. All right. Yeah, I think I think we are a go. All systems are a go. All right. What's going on, family? All right. Peace, power, and profit to the family today. TGIF. You know, uh, I need to come up with a new one. Like, thank goodness we got that bag today or something. Maybe TGIGW, whatever. Y'all get it. Now, peace, power, profit to everybody. Hope everybody's having a great evening. Thank you guys for tuning in. I know you guys are, again, ending your week strong and ending your week, with more ambition to get after this market come next week, or anything that you're doing that procures you a bag. Shout out to you guys again. You guys are as I always like to say, the aliens, right? We're the ones that make things happen, as opposed to sit around waiting for things to happen, right? So there's a lot of people around the country right now tonight who are waiting for something to happen, right? For the most part, they're waiting on some kind of elected official, excuse me, to be crowned king in their mind, to rule their world, right? Or rule their roost, to rule their world, or whatever. For us, we're waiting on our stock market to open back up, right? Because that's what's pretty much deriving our energy, day over day. So we get excited, nonetheless, when these things, present opportunity in the markets. I mean, we see them as no more than what they are. They're just catalysts, right? I mean, things that move the market. And so you need, uncertainty, right? As odd as that may sound, as weird as that may sound, you need uncertainty. Uncertainty moves the markets. And so we all know that by now, that volatility is the number one factor to drive revenue into the pockets of retail traders, right? Without ample amount of liquidity or in this case, we say revenue, but volume, so to speak, right? Shares being bought, whatever the case, it makes it harder for us to be able to work our craft, right? Work our magic. So with that being said, of course, tonight's going to be all about, of course, a many different things, right? A myriad of different topics, but more so, again, tonight we're going to focus, strictly on being able to, make good decisions, things that will always give us a position to make sure that we're always in a winning, a winning environment, I should say, right, in this market, because this week was very testing for a lot of people. Now, it was very giving in the same breath, but for a lot of people, it began to be somewhat of a enigma, so to speak, I should say. Yeah, because a lot of people couldn't necessarily read the market. Right? They thought that, Trump had made it very apparent that if he lost the election, of course, it's still ongoing, right? It's not official yet. But he pretty much said if he lost the election, that the market was going to sell off, right? Or any hint that he was losing or going to lose, the market would turn around and sell off. But what the market did this week was like, look, we don't necessarily play by that rule anymore, right? And so we're going to get paid, right? We're going to get paid one way or the other, right? With or without you, we're going to get paid. And that's basically what we saw this entire week. The market was just, on a tear, right? It could do no wrong, so to speak, right? Right? And so, sorry, right, I got thing on open over here a little bit. All right, let me cut this down over here a little bit. So, with that being said, again, we was able to, formulate a strategy for for the most part, ride the trend, of course, not trying to do anything outside of the norm and being able to get paid, right? And that's basically what happened. We stayed focused. We stayed on cue, right? We saw, the liquidity coming in. Of course, the volume was, increasing. Seems like every night in the future market, the market was just, finding money from every, nook, cranny, crevice, hole in the wall. I mean, a coffee can in the backyard. I mean, they had money stashed behind the toilet, right? Couldn't make this stuff up, and they just brought a whole new energy to the market as if everything was peaches and cream, right? And because of that, we witnessed literally almost a 10% move, a 10% move in the S&P 500, and also that in the NASDAQ. I think the Dow ended up around about 7.9%, something like that on the week, whatever the case like that. Y'all can check my math, right? It might be off a little bit, but we know it was a monstrous move, right? We know it was just a very, methodical move in a lot of ways too, because you can tell that, Wall Street had it planned, and they was not going to relinquish, right? Any aspect of that plan until they were able to accomplish their goals. And so we saw the market literally go from 322, 63, of course, somewhere around there, give or take, all the way, right? All the way to 352 and change. Of course, we hit that 352 yesterday, right? That was yesterday's news, right? Today was just like, okay, we're just going to meander around, right? We're going to chop wood a little bit. Because I said that. I said, that day was going to be pretty much like a theta burn day, right? They're going to burn up some premium, right? For all those who undecided, for everybody who's trying to contrarian trade the market, trying to buy puts, thinking the market is going to crash, right? Everybody really had, the type of mindset that, today was going to be that day, right? Today was going to be the day they was going to pull the rug, right? Pull the plug, right? The whole nine, and watch the market come crashing down. But to their dismay, right? The market did not do that. It did not do that, right? It actually did the opposite. It built the foundation that was pretty much set, in my opinion, setting up for what? Another major move, particularly next week. I mean, look at this chart here, guys. I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up here, guys. We called this bottom bounce here, right? We called this, last week. So it was no secret here that we was already on top of this, right? We said, look at the inverse cup, inverse head and shoulders, clear as day there, right? So we know it's going to get a run up, obviously, get this market back inside this linear regression band. Of course, if you look at the daily chart, we're on the hourly chart. The daily chart said nothing but what? It's time to what? Back the truck up a little bit. Right, it's time to back the truck up a little bit, and that's basically what Wall Street did. They seized an opportunity to take advantage again off these, this tremendous meltdown, right? This bidding the market down. I spoke about that the other day, how they bidded the market down. The market makers in tandem to the banks, hedge funds, everybody had a piece, their part to play in this movie, right? Called Wall Street, and they did it methodically and beautifully. They bidded the market down. They kept bringing it lower, making people drop their limit prices lower. They couldn't just market in on it on any kind of uptrend, and because of that, the market just dump, and then dumped. Got below the linear regression band, got close enough to the 200-day moving average enough to kind of make the algos really perk up, right? Because that's all they need to see. Oh, you coming? You trying to test the 200-day moving average, huh? Right, right. You think you're that man, huh? Right. And the market said, you know what? It's time to buy. Right. We had a string of selling in the market, as you can see here, just back to back to back. Just a lot of red down there. Of course, indicating that there was a outflow, liquidity crunch at that point, trying to kind of repurpose the money that is going to need to go into this election week. And sure enough, not only did the money come in, it came in a very right, a broad way, right, in a very demonstrative manner. And the rest is history, as you can see here, clear as day. We had, day over day of nothing but strong buy-in. Now, despite the wicks obviously showing a lot of kind of indecisiveness in that same breath, of course, you're going to have that because you're still going to have people fighting the market, right? And I'm saying that because if you looked at the option flow chart, right, or the option flow chain for the S&P 500 for this week expiring contracts, you saw a lot of people that were contrarian trading the market. It was a lot of puts out there. A lot of puts. People like, man, this market going to crash. Trump already done told y'all, right, if he lose, right, or any semblance to him losing, the market's going to crash. So some people were trying to spite the market because their guy was losing. Couldn't make this stuff up, guys. I saw people even posting about it. I'm going to buy a gang of puts. I'm going to buy $10,000 worth of puts, right? This market got to crash, right? They're going to cheat, right? They got, pulling ballots out of the lake. They pulling ballots behind people's cars and out the trunk. Man, these people cheating. Right? I'm going to buy puts, right? The market got to crash, right? And boy, did they get ran over. Man, they got demolished. And of course, the market looked at them like, okay, next time, you're going to learn your lesson, right? Or better yet, you're going to get this work today. And that's basically what the market did. It did not look back. And if you look at the market where we're at now, where we finished at, that's what's most important about tonight. Of course, the cash market is obviously open. The after-hour session is actually open at this point. Closed down about 13 minutes ago. And the market kind of closed somewhat in a bullish stance. To be honest, we didn't lose, any ground, right? We didn't lose any ground. Matter of fact, we ticked up a couple of points, right? Where we closed, literally the market at around about $351 on the S&P. Think about that. We opened at 350.24, closed at 351. We had some scares in the market today. Of course, we had some pulling back a little bit, right? The biggest drop of today that kind of spooked a lot of investors that got people caught up was the one. Matter of fact, let's go over there and look at that, right? It was that moment when Nancy Pelosi, she went live today, right, around about 10:30, 10:45, a.m. in the morning, of course. And pretty much she was just pandering to the idea that, of course, it was just obvious that they don't control the House again. Obviously, they still lost a couple of seats in that. That's up, we can discuss that too, right? But more so, the idea that she was putting Trump on notice that your day is numbered, buddy, right? She could not wait to rub salt, ammonia, skunk juice, or whatever she can find in the nose of Trump and all his cronies, right? Everybody who's been sitting there, caping for Trump all this time, right? Even challenging, the democratic process of the election. Of course, y'all know how that stuff go. Whether you're a Trump fan or Biden fan, y'all know I'm neither. So I'm gonna go in on both, right? I'm gonna go in on both tonight. So get excited for that, right? Get excited for neutrality, right? Not net neutrality, but neutrality in terms of being able to be, equal when it comes to distributing this pain, right? Because both of them, obviously, in my case, was a weak value of a presidency candidacy, a candidate value for us to choose from this particular election, right? And so people did end up voting for the lesser two evils. Now, that could be up for debate as well. People could say, well, I still like the policy of this guy over this guy, right? And I understand, right? A clock is right twice a day, right? It's at least, right twice a day, right? But for the most part, again, there was still a lot of emptiness because we really didn't get any definitive news about who was going to do what, how they was going to do it, this, that, and the third. Coronavirus, jobs, the whole nine, right? We just got like a shell of information. Right. But again, that's still in the eye of the beholder, right? I get it. For me, that's how I look at it. A person who likes to study information, who's constantly learning, building up, my mindset to understand how this thing really works, especially on the financial side too, because that's what really matters at the end of the day. When we look at Wall Street and we look at Main Street, we see two different streets, clear as day, right? That's a whole new different track, right? When you cross over one side into the other, right? And for the most part, again, that's why the conversations that I try to bring forth are somewhat trying to paint that picture, right? Because they polarize people to believe that, the economy and the stock market is just, kind of somewhat one and the same, or it's just a badge that kind of precedes our American economy in a lot of ways in reference to other people, right? But the thing is, the people who are living underneath it, they're not benefiting from it. If you don't own any equitable assets, you're not benefiting from it, right? It's no such thing as second best, right? I don't want to be close to the money, right? I want to own the money, right? Right? It's not that. It's kind of like the movie How High, right? Like, we got dough. If not, my best friend got dough. If it's not, he got dough. The friend that hang out with him got dough. No, it's not gonna be that kind of party. We gonna have dough, right? We study, we strategize, we plan, right? We sacrifice to put ourselves in positions where we can have dough, right? Money, right? And so these markers are just kind of, giving you a whole lot of what different, signs and signals to let you know that, hey, they're trying to make some things happen, right? They don't care who's sitting in Pennsylvania Avenue down there, right? Look at this chart here, right? This is the chart. Well, this ain't complete. I'm just using this for short one because it's a shorter span. But I just wanted to see the magnitude of that line. Look at the magnitude of this line here, right? Literally, if we put a trend line bar underneath there, that thing look like it's something out of out of a textbook. Clear as day, they had an agenda. This is a Friday. Keep in mind, this was last Friday, right? We saw the market off a spike up. We spoke about that before, because I don't have to rehash it. Go back and look at the videos, right? That's why we do these videos. But it was clear as day, right? What they had in mind going into this week. And they did not disappoint. Boy, did they not disappoint. And so I think, if you look at it from a place where if you just threw a dart, literally, at a board that had stocks on it, I mean, you could have just did it, took that kind of approach and still make some money, right? Outside of the energy sector, right? Energy sector, lag, of course. We know why, right? There's a lot of things that surround a lot of political stuff with the energy sector right now behind these candidates, right? Because Trump is pro oil, right? Biden is pro what? Renewable energy, right? Green energy, right? And so, of course, the one thing that really made those stocks, go through their moment of trying to figure out, what was going to be the end result was the fact that they still had no clarity to a degree of who was going to control the Senate, right? Because you still need what? In their mind, they want this blue wave, right? To control the House, the Senate, and the presidency seat, right? If you could not get the Senate, still have the House and the presidency, that still makes it somewhat of a fair game, because they know Mitch McConnell is good for what? Blocking, right? He's like the best goalie of all time, right? Whoever the best goalie of all time that played soccer or football, right? That's who Mitch McConnell is, right? He did it all through Obama. He gonna do it all again with him and John Boehner, right? But him and John Boehner was tight when it came to that. They blocked Obama like left and right, but they didn't get that joke no chance, right? It's like that's why you see my picture night, right? Like a SpongeBob meme, right? It's like, all right, time to head on out, right? It's one of them scenarios where Obama couldn't have no peace, right? He over there trying to hang out. Mitch McConnell and John Boehner sitting in the house like, man, look, bro, ain't nothing gonna shake tonight. It's time for you to head on out, bro. Right? We ain't cutting no checks tonight. And that's basically what we saw happen, right? And it's no different now because Wall Street says, okay, that at least that gives us some kind of room to play ball, right? We don't have to worry about being overly taxed at this point, right? And so that's why the market is excited. A lot of people missed that, right? They really were trying to analyze this market and like, well, man, why is this thing still going up? Right? Why is the greater market still going up? Of course, we know tech was a flight to safety. We know that people always run to the tech sector when there's more uncertainty than a little bit because they look at those balance sheets, right? They see that these people got money, they still innovating, they still have a use case, right? Everybody on social media and using these platforms, these technology, apparatuses here and there. So of course, they became the go-to guys again. We saw that happen back in April, May, June, right? Everybody ran to the tech sector. SoftBank, invested like $4 billion, made a ton of money, right? Riding the tech sector, right? XLK, the QQQs, NASDAQ, pick your poison, right? Either way, all of them was bang out trades. And so it's no different now. So if you think about those stocks that are trying to bounce now, right? Especially in the tech sector, this just might be a new day, even though we know that some of those tech sector stocks obviously fall prey to a Democratic legislation because they're always trying to dismantle them, right? Too much power, right? That's the Democratic value, how they look at it, right? So which is odd. So in the same way they was trying to, get behind Joe Biden, maybe they're disdaining and their love-hate relationship with Trump became so apparent. It's like, you know what? We just rather have anybody besides Trump at this point. We'll deal with the Democrats, on the legislation or jurisdiction aspect or whatever regulation aspect. But right now, we just want to get this guy out of here. I mean, and for what it's worth, Trump fought them religiously, right? He constantly stayed fighting Facebook. He kept fighting. Of course, Twitter, right? Him and Jack Dorsey. I mean, it was just like a knockout drag almost like every week. Right? Trump gets something censored or get it taken off Twitter or whatever. It's like, man, whatever. But he made Twitter pop. To be honest, a lot of Twitter revenue came in at the level that it did for that entire, in my opinion, of course, my opinion, right? For the entire 7 months was based upon the fact that he was really good at drawing people into that platform. That's where everybody wanted to come and hang out with him and see his tweets, right? It's like his tweets became, kind of like a petting zoo, right? It's like, let's go see what Trump tweeting about today, right? I know it's going to be hilarious, right? I know it's going to be something funny, right? And that's how people start trading, in or around that perspective, right? But nonetheless, Twitter benefited from it, right? You got in new MAUs, right? Monthly active users, right? This DAUs, this daily active users, that count went up, right? So that's cha-ching in the pockets of Twitter, right? Any kind of ad revenue, things of that nature that it can feed off of as well with all these new people coming onto the platform. That was a revenue gain for Twitter, right? So again, go back and check their MAUs, right? For the entire 7 months, you're gonna see a big increase. People that, grandmothers and stuff like that start using Twitter to keep up with their homeboy Trump. True story. I mean, it was just that serious. It was just that serious. So, of course, look at this. March lows, Twitter was sitting at around about $20 and some change, right? After that, Trump went on a tyrant, on Twitter and everything else. Right? That was his form of communication. Of course, he was using it before then, of course. I mean, let's be honest, right? He was using it a lot before that too, but it really became a voice for him under the pandemic, right? And so, of course, you see even, back then in 2018, it was just, Twitter just was really banging, right? Twitter was really banging from, April of 2017 all the way to around about June of 2018. You see a massive uprise in that chart. They're $13 all the way up as high as like 47. I mean, massive move there, almost like on 52-week chart. Somewhere if you look at it from that perspective, that was a major move. right? That was a major, major move. Again, you're talking about close to around what, 400% almost, right? Close to about 400% in about a year. And if you rode Twitter from, again, from that $13 level all the way up to like 47. So these are the gains that we be talking about. When people look at us crazy, when we say, man, we been in these stocks, and these stocks be banging out, and they be looking at you crazy like, man, I don't know what you're talking about, man. What this investing stuff all about? Well, this is what it's all about. It's about being able to benefit off things that you use the most, that you're sitting on, obviously, feeding the algorithms that are, taking advantage of your talent and your creativity that you post on these different websites, this, that, and the third. Well, I say, why not turn around and get a bag off of it too? Right? Why not? Right? In my opinion, I think it's a good trade-off. Right? Of course, that's just how I look at things. Right? But it's important that we always realize the power that we actually do have that we necessarily don't give ourselves credit for. Right? We got that skittish disposition. We don't understand the power of money, the power of currency. That's why it's called currency. Right? That's why it's a resource. Right? And you have to make your money also become resourceful by putting it to work. Right? It's a seed. Right? We always talk about that sowing seed. Was drop it in the what? In places that's fertile. Right? Is your money fertile sitting in a bank account? I ask that question a lot of people a lot of times. All right. I said, hey, I know you might have a little, some little apprehension about trading the stock market, but is your money fertile sitting inside of a bank account? And people are like, yes, yeah, but I'm saving it. But I'm like, okay, you saving it for what? You know? Excuse me. Right? I'm like, you saving it. You saving it for what? So your money's not growing. It's just sitting there, you know, in somebody else's account, or a bank that in the event that you needed it right away, if they ever had a power outage and you couldn't necessarily use the ATM and nothing like that, and you can't go to the bank to get your money out of it, then what good is that? You come out better just saving it in the coffee can, digging a hole in the backyard and dumping it back there. Right. But again, I understand people have to be kind of somewhat re-educated about how this monetary system works in this country, how the banking and finance sector of this society really works, and where people really benefit the most when they think about it in a place of again, allowing their money to work for them. Your money does not work for you, going straight to go to Saks Fifth Avenue and Nordstrom's and all them. It don't work for you. Of course, those things are what they call simple pleasure. You get the chance to pamper yourself here and there. Of course, I get it. But then again, I don't get it because I say, well, if you're spending more than you have coming in, if you're spending more than you have coming in, then something wrong with that picture, right? That means you kind of backwards hustling, right? We used to call it, back in the day, we call it backwards hustling. That's basically what it still is today. You backwards hustling. Meaning you have to change your outlook in terms of how you value $5, $2, $1, 50 cents, right? You have to turn around and look at those values as what? A great opportunity, right? A great opportunity to get paid, right? When that happens, your whole mentality will change from that point forward. I guarantee it, right? And we can show you better than we can tell you, right? Because we do this stuff every day for the most part for some of us, right? Right? We understand that there's always somebody out there making money, right? There's always something out there popping. I mean, clear as day. Look at the screen here. We're talking about 20 cents on the dollar, 30 cents on the dollar. Again, SNDL, right? This little play right here been popping, right? It's up 20% after hours. 20%. 20% after hours. So let's say stock is at 30 cents, right? Right? We know it came down from a place of, roughly around, as you see it on the lows, it was down here close around about what, 23%, somewhere around there. Right? So if you got, let's say, $10, right? You put $10 on a 30-cent stock. You can do the math and see how many shares that'll give you. And so what we look at is, okay, well, what was the end result of the percentage gain in that investment? Say you bought that right about, give or take 438, right? After this afternoon. It went all the way up here to around about 31 cents and change, roughly around about 739. So we're talking about roughly about 3 hours. 3 hours of trading, you would have made 20% on your $10. What's 20% of $10? That's $2. That's $2. That took care of your taxes if you even go buy your chicken box. Get excited. Now you can get $12 worth of gas as opposed to 10. Get excited. You see what I'm saying? Now you can get some of the good soap, that's above $10 and not have to worry about the tax now, because now you got the tax to pay for that good soap. Get excited. It's how you look at money. That's the difference. It's how you value it and where to put it, or even how to use it as an instrument that it truly is. And so when we're putting this, value of information out there, it's not to try to, convince you of something that we do not own. Because we don't own this, right? So we're not selling you nothing. Number one, that's the greatest thing I love about investing in the markets. We don't own the stock market, so you can't cry foul, see somebody just trying to, get you money. No, we don't even own it, bro. We trade just like anybody else do. We wake up and look at the charts just like Warren Buffett do, or whoever the greatest trader that you may know of. We see the same things when they fire their computer up and we fire ours up. We see the same little charts. Right, so that in itself should again empower you to say, well, let me look at this a little bit more. Right, I see my peers getting after this stuff. Right, maybe it's time for me to kind of realize how can I increase my opportunities. Right, increase my net worth, so to speak. So again, you can see right here on my post market scanner here, you got stocks traded at $2.50, $2.98, $1.44, 92 cents, $6. Right. Again, you see the prices, $5.74, $2.54. Again, all these stocks right here were up after hours here, right? From 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Again, you see the numbers that they're up 6%, 7%, 8%, 9%, 10%, 10, 11, 12, 15, 20, 30. And this one here was just a banger, right? We traded this one the other day. This thing called rocket boots after hours. APVO, man, this thing take off after hours, guys. I'm pretty sure y'all saw it too for my go-getters out there, right? For my hitters out there, right? I know y'all was all over it, right? Jumps up and runs 122% after hours. Started out around about $23 and change, as you see here, clear as day, right? Flat top breakout, clear as you see it right there, flat top. A lot of consolidation, just chop, 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 breakout. Went all the way up as high as around about $74. From 23, it picked up $50 and change per share. $50 per share. And about, let's say, okay, well, 650, or excuse me, 452 up here at the top, around about what? 15. Okay, so we're talking about every bit about what? 20 minutes. About 20 minutes of trading, you picked up $50 per share. Meaning if you bought one share down here at 24, right, 23, right, especially when it started taking off around about 24, you're like, okay, let's see what's up. Every bit about 20 minutes, you picked up a what? $50 bill. Who on the $50 bill? Is it Grant? You picked up your Grant, right? You picked up your Grant in about 20 minutes of trading. This is why we get excited about this stuff. This is why we hang around this stuff all day, and we only speak kind of, foreign language to a lot of people. And that's all. This, look, $50 a share in about 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes to be exact, but we'll just round it up for the sake of the conversation, right? I mean, that kind of opportunity, right? Couldn't make this stuff up, right? Clear as day. Here's the receipts, right? We don't use hyperbole and all that stuff over here. We just show you the receipts, right? We bring them invoices out, right? We bring the invoices out and let you make your own decision after that point, right? Like Trump right now crying about them ballots, right? Now we know all those mail-in ballots come with what? Receipts, don't they not? Do they not? They come with a postmark, dated stamp on those what? Those ballots. So if they end before the what? November the 3rd, that makes them ballots what? Legit. You can't cry foul on that. And to take it even to the next level, the inspector general or the postmaster inspector general is a big Trump donor. Is a big Trump donor. He was trying to sabotage it earlier. I remember they had all that fuss about the United States Post Service, right? Pulling all them shorter machines and all that. They were trying to throw the election back then. Now he's crying foul because they actually allowed the postmarks or the post office to do their job and get these ballots in for people that did mail in. Now all of a sudden it's rigged. Like he had this thing so cornered, he just couldn't make this stuff up, guys. Couldn't make this stuff up. But we get it, guys. We get it. We understand what's going on, right? We get it, right? But for us, we're like, okay, whoever y'all pick, we gonna be solid regardless, right? Whoever you guys choose, we're gonna be solid regardless, right? So again, tonight is a night where we may just get. Hey, look, it might be one of them scenarios where they might just end up calling this day tonight, and I'm saying call it, like I said before, unofficially, right? Official, unofficial kind of what tabulation. We know at this point, Georgia has now been overtaken by what? Joe Biden. That's the latest news that's out, right? He's overtaken Trump in Georgia. A lot of that, Atlanta vote, we talked about that last couple of days. That Atlanta vote showed out. Again, they were kind of praising Stacey Abrams as being one of the orchestrators getting a lot of people out to vote, right? They say that she got like 400,000 people registered to vote before the election day, right? So they praising her like, she's like the black superwoman right now. Of course, it suits the Democrats. That's why they would say something like that. So they're using her, right? They're using her. Of course they are, right? Anything to get their boy elected. Like I said, y'all know I'm neutral. I don't care for neither one of these guys, but we'll let them play those reindeer games, right? I'm still get paid because the market did what today? It's still what? We're showing that it was going to print some money, right? It's going to print some money regardless, right? But nonetheless, this whole energy surrounding, get Trump out of office, this, that, and the third course, this is just more of the same medicine he was dishing out the entire 4 years he's been in office. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. That's that same energy he was kicking around, bullying people, firing people. A lot of his people that was in his cabinet were got caught up on charges. I mean, seriously, you couldn't make this stuff up. Almost everybody around him was getting indicted, right? I mean, look at his right-hand man, Steve Bannon, right? Breitbart, Mr. Breitbart in the flesh. This joker was raising money to build a wall, took the money, went and bought a boat. True story. Went out there and bought a boat. Like, how silly could you be? Like, as if they can't know that they don't, FBI wouldn't be watching you being that close to Trump. And you out there doing some silliness like that. This is the mindset of people like that that's too smart for their own good. Right? When they think they just untouchable. Right? Who does that? Right? Well, of course we know who does that, right? People who are not initiated. When I say they're not initiated, that means they don't understand, how this stuff really works, right? They're coming from a place of trying to figure out, politics, as a whole, as a institution, value that we are, privy to share in. But those who really, I guess, encompass that environment on a daily basis, of course, they know all the trick bags, right? They know how to kind of plug and play, make things happen, shake things around. And so they live their world trying to, look good, right? They spend their entire existence trying to look good for other people, right? It's kind of like that high school scenario, right? When you're voting for, student president and all this stuff like that, people want that notoriety, right? Congeniality contest. Okay, that's fine, right? If you into that, right? If you're a vain person that just like being seen, right? Well, I would rather like to be seen through my endeavors of being able to kind of get money, right? On a quiet tip, right? I want them to say, that brother over there always stay working. He stay working. You don't see him a lot, but he stay working, right? Same for all you guys in the back chat, right? Everybody is taking a chance on themselves, all right? Who's figuring out after all these years that you've been missing out on a lot of opportunity, right? Again, the reason why the market is such a it's scary to a lot of people because they just got in their mind that, man, I'm gonna lose a lot of money. I'm gonna lose some money. I'm gonna lose money. They not think about, okay, what's the essence if you obviously make proper decision and invest your money properly and thoroughly? Well, of course, your bank could never compete with this, right? Your bank can never compete with this on a per annum basis. If you just learn how to trade thoroughly, meaning invest properly, then I guarantee you, a year later, you wouldn't be having that same thought process. You'd be like, man, I'm so happy I got into this, right? When you see the things that I was just in there showing you, like, again, this is just, after hours alone, right? In the last 4 hours, the markets, still out there, printing money, literally printing money after hours. Clear as day, y'all saw that post-market scanner is printing money. 122% move after hours. At the peak, it was up around about 150 something plus percent, about 150%. APVO after hours, 4 hours worth of trading. 4 hours worth of trading. I'm talking about 150% after hours. Y'all see it, right? No dispute there. No dispute here. And so this is why, a lot of us are kind of reclusive now, and you barely see us, somewhat in the same circle we used to be in. It's not that we don't, like our family, our friends, or whomever the case is, that we're trying to do something We're trying to do something great, right? We're trying to make our pockets great, right? Greater. For a lot of you guys, right? Right, trying to make America great again, we're trying to make our pockets greater again, right? They were great many times throughout your life, but right now it's a chance for you to take them things to the next level, right? Because we just sat there and witnessed over what, 400, $500 billion what heist in terms of how the people got richer, right? How the wealth gap obviously expanded under the coronavirus. The wealth gap expanded. It didn't contract with all that money that the Feds were printing, okayed by the Treasury Department, overseen by Trump and the crew. The wealth gap expanded. And for the most part, people will try to convince you that no, that's just the price of doing business in America. These people ain't got no power. They can't, they're the president for everybody, all that kind of stuff like that. That's when I hear people say stuff like that, I say, man, this is why. See, this is why this country is the way it is right now. And politicians are happy because they got a base of people that they always can promise the world to and give them nothing. And as long as they feel like their guys in office are winning, they feel like they're winning too. Again, they like that. They got that recipe of disaster, right? My best friend got dough, and if he ain't got dough, his friend got dough. They kind of live by that mentality, right? Ain't no such thing as second. I don't want to be close to power, right? I want to have my own power. Hence, power and profit. Knowledge brings power. Power brings profit. Simple as that. So, of course, that's why we radical, right? That's why we Anarchy 99, of course, like that in this environment, because we see all this right here is this opportunity, even the red, right? We make money short in stocks the same way we make money going long in stock. When we say short stock, meaning we're just taking a contrarian position on the stock that it might be overvalued, and we trade the stock down. Well, you can do that as well. It's called short selling, right? It's called short selling. Stocks get overvalued all the time because Wall Street has no chill. They have no chill button on them. They're just greed. That's all Wall Street cares about is greed. Of course, look at the S&P 500. This entire week, we did not have one red day. Not one red day the entire week. And everything going into this week was prophesized that the market was going to pull back, especially when it became, again, apparent that Joe Biden was potentially could win this election. Trump been prophesizing that again, like I said, for almost over an entire year. If I lose, the market's going to crash. Your 401k is going to go to dirt, right? The country's going to come in hands. The economy is going to flounder. His words, not mine. And people that take everything that he says literally, well, guess what they started doing? They started contrarian trading the market in that same energy, especially when it became apparent that the guy was going to lose. Right now, so right now, the MAGA fans, y'all know how this stuff go, right? Got to bring out the guns, right? Got to bring them guns out, right? Y'all already know what it is, right? Right now, they ain't looking too good right now for the fam, right? Right now, it ain't looking too good for the home team, right? They got the MAGA hats cocked to the side like T.I. be wearing them hats, like on the corner of his head. It ain't looking too good for my MAGA buddies out there right now, right? They're screaming, trying to figure out what went wrong. Of course, it ain't over, but the show looked pretty much like it's about to be over, right? Atlanta right now counting the rest of these little ballots. It ain't looking too good for the home team. All the MAGA folks out there mad. They got, they went and got the little guns and they went and bought some extra ammo. Like seriously, they made it that serious, guys. These people took this thing that serious. So be safe out there, of course. Y'all know the FBI been getting tips, all across the entire country, right? They already stopped, a couple guys, right? That was a part of that QAnon group, right? In a van, right? A 63-year-old guy and a younger guy. Van full of ammunition and pistols and guns and stuff. Acting like they finna shoot up a polling place in Philadelphia. True story. These MAGA people, these people are mentally messed up for the most part. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them. Meaning they took this thing to heart, literally. Like this some kind of civil war again. That shows you the energy and the mindset of a lot of people in this country still. They refuse to let go of that old antiquated way of thinking. And because of that, they dragged a lot of this, I would say for the most part, right? The neutrality aspect of this country, that's, if it's even a such thing like that, but they really made it really bad or made it worse. And so you already know there will be no peaceful transition to power. Not so much just from Trump, but what? From people who took that L that was betting on Trump. They're going to be the ones still out there, what? Mad, upset, waiting to kind of what? Let off and pop off like a pressure cooker. So yes, you better be careful while you're out there. You better, think about, arming yourself, right? You better think about doing what's necessary to protect your family, right? And those that you love. Because it's just that serious. They are making it that serious. Of course, you're not, right? You just say, hey, man, I don't care about none of that food. I'm just trying to get some money, right? I'm not finna be nobody collateral damage, though. I guarantee you that. I'm not finna be nobody's collateral damage if I have anything to do with it, right? The only way you take me out, you're going to sneak me, right? But it might come down to that kind of reality, right? Because people are getting ramped up. They're getting ramped up behind this little dusty little election, right? A lot of us like, man, we just trying to get paid, right? We don't care about none of that. We just trying to get paid, bro. Getting paid, young blood, get paid, right? So that's it. So y'all guys get it. But, we're going to talk about that tonight. Again, I'm going to share the link in a minute, get some family in so we can have a round robin evening this evening. Happy to everybody, have you guys tuning in. Thank y'all for coming through this night. I see the family Sawa in the house tonight. Family Legendary 8's in the building. Over Chris Woods in the house. Go subscribe to his YouTube channel. Y'all know how we do this, right? The family Snotball in the building this evening, right? Brother Matt is in the house today. Peace, power, profit, over, right? The Ilba Camille in the house, right? Affectionately known as Sister Drumette. Go subscribe to her channel. Show the sister some love. World-renowned drama, right? Chilling right now, still getting paid in the Forex market. I love it. Peace, power, profit to you, Ilba. What's going on over Brandon Jemison, right? Our residence hospital's in the house tonight. Happy to see him here as well, right? Everybody that may be also tuning in the back chat that may not have a chance to type or anything, just listen in. Thank you guys. I'm humbly, appreciative of that you've taken a little time to hang out with your brother if it's just for a couple seconds or so. Of course, I look to always try to bring information forward that's edifying, that's even useful for people, kids as well. Of course, I'm a very PG friendly value when that comes on and start, disseminating information. This is about how to procure money, right? That's my goal, right? What's going on over Sunline in the house this evening, right? Our bouncer's at the door tonight, so it won't be no bum rushing the door. You already know when Sunline in the house, he's holding it down. Peace, power, profit to you as well, over. Again, like I say, anybody else that might be listening in. So we thank you for tuning in. Right. And we thank you for, contributing wherever you may have, because we understand that this information has to go forward, and it will go forward. If not on my channel, somebody else's channel going to bring it. Right. Because we just sat there and witnessed one of the biggest monetary heists in history, in American history. Right. Between $4 and $6 trillion were printed in about 7 months. And I'm going to ask the average person that's listening in right now, who may not be invested in the markets, who may not have equitable assets, who may have a 401k or a TSP or thrift saving plan or a Roth, whatever, right? But you let somebody else manage that, right? You're not managing yourself. Of course, I would say learn how to manage it yourself. But I want to ask you guys a serious question tonight, especially people who are not even invested at all. How much of that are you getting? Or how much of that did you get? How much of that $4 to $6 trillion that was printed in 7 months did you get? Right? Did you even attempt to get any of it? Did you even have an idea to how to present yourself in a position where you can get some of it? Did you even stop to think, like, what are all the other people out here doing? I keep going by, all these people timelines on Facebook and Twitter and Snapchat and Instagram. And I see people posting these little squiggly lines and charts, and people talking about they get money, they trading this and trading that. Like, you was watching that for like 7-8 months, and all you just kept saying is them becoming more serious about posting that information. Then it became like, man, that's all people talk about is trading the stock market. Man, them people crazy over there. That's all they got time to do is trade the market. It must be more than life than just trading the stock market. Well, okay, well, what else was popping? Clubs were closed down, right? Stores, a lot of them was kind of messed up because of COVID. What else could you do? So this stuff, again, it wasn't rocket science. You just had to stop and think and realize, okay, you keep hearing on everybody on TV say what? Well, the stock market is doing this. The stock market is doing that, right? But the American people are hurting. The American people need this. The American people need that. And everybody else trading the stock market like, man, look, we getting money over here, right? And if not, we finna learn how to get it. So we use this as a semester, literally. This was a semester of learning. Let that marinate for a moment. This was a semester of learning to earn. And all we did the entire time thus far, even to this point going forward, is what? Share information, share data, teach, share, teach, share. The entire time. I mean, you guys saw it just like everybody else did. So that's why I'm saying. So now we realize, we actually now realize that, okay, with all that we've been kind of sacrificing for, of course, some people say, well, it's a sacrifice. I don't even really look at it as a sacrifice. I just say, man, it's like doing what? Just like getting up riding a bicycle every day. It's fun. It's exciting, right? It's exhilarating, right? Right? To us, that's how we look at it, right? Like, again, business as usual, right? So, and seeing a lot of people now transform their life who've taken this opportunity very serious, right? It should obviously now inspire you. And not only that, it should inspire your children. There's no age limit on learning how to invest your money, how to make good financial decisions. Of course, I'm not saying I'm the best in the world at any of that. I'm still learning like everybody else, but I'm on the right path. And everybody else out there that take this serious, they're on the right path, because I guarantee they've already cheated you this far of this many years and not showing you how to do this. They don't teach you this in school like that, not grade school, right? Unless you went to some private school or charter school that just they have a mandate to kind of shape the curriculum to make their what? Student body to be more what? Affluent in their endeavors, right? They're trying to push out what? Business owners and producers, distributors and sellers, right? And investors, right? Everybody's trying to produce out what? Consumers, buyers, right? They kind of produce in that kind of scenario. Like, you on the wrong side of the tracks, right? Maybe it's time for you to cross the tracks. Maybe it's time for you to start realizing that at some point when you leave here, you need to be able to leave something behind besides what? Job skills, right? Meaning, I went to work for 20 years. I'm gonna show you how to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That was hard work. Square equity, man. Look, you don't get around me with that slave talk, man. Nobody talk like that now in 2020. People out here making money, becoming millionaires at the age of 19, 17, 18, 12, 13. They're becoming millionaires, 100,000aires, all that already. And then you still got people out there with that old school antiquated mindset. Man, I don't feel right unless I go work for mine. I gotta go work for it. Okay. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Right. Good luck with that and putting your body through all that. When the greatest tool you have is the one that's encased inside your skull. That's the greatest tool you got. It's encased inside your skull. And until you learn how to really use it, of course, we all go through different phases and stages to get to that point of understanding how powerful it is. Once it happens, then guess what? You need to activate it. You need to activate it. You got time. Don't tell me you ain't got time. Sports events last about 2 to 3 hours per every event. If you watch a doubleheader, that's about 6 hours right there already going in your entire day. If there's a triple header, you're going to lose about 8 to 9 hours, right? And then if the next day they got other stuff going on, you're going to turn around and do it all over again. And then you're going to convince me that you ain't got time to want to learn. But all that time, you just burnt all that good commodity that we call time. Time is a commodity, guys. Time is a commodity, guys. Let me repeat that. Time, your valuable time, invaluable time, is a commodity. If you blow it, you don't get it back. The more you convince yourself that you're all good, you're good to go, there's other people out there that's like, man, I can't wait to get up the next day to go get this opportunity popping. Because if you really want to have that kind of level of energy, or that type of mindset to never feel like you have to depend on anybody else or the system that everybody's sitting around waiting right now to get, out of this election, right? Then guess what? It's going to require that you're going to have to do a little something strange to make a little piece of change, right? It's going to require that. Simple as that. You're gonna have to, again, do something a little different, right? It's gonna be come a time where you're gonna, you know what? It's time for me to switch it up, right? It's time for me to switch this thing up a little bit, right? It's time to go southpaw, right? As they say, right? Right? It's time to go southpaw, right? Right? From my boxers in the house, right? Where my fisticuff guys at in the building, right? Over some line, used to be a boxer, right? Right? So, but again, look at here. Let me show you this real quick. See, what's happening right now around the country is no more than people feeling like, again, these, again, people have their value. Of course, I'm not saying they don't. They have a value for why they out there doing what they're doing. This is happening live around the whole entire country right now. Right? Tonight, the entire United States is lit up with people out there trying to make, figure out if they're gonna get them what? An answer tonight to this what? To this election. Right? Are they going to overthrow in their mind, overthrow the king? Right? In this case, they looked at Trump like, he the harbinger of death, right? So they got this much energy tonight because they're just so, in their mind, fed up with him. It's the reason why they out there, right? Philadelphia on lit up tonight. Los Angeles lit up tonight. Atlanta lit up tonight. DC, right here in my backyard, is lit up tonight. People out there, and I mean, hundreds of people out there, thousands of people are starting to kind of flood in some of these places too. They finna be out there all night if they can. Just for the idea of just in case they mess around and get what? The go ahead for them to go ahead and again call this election in a what? Unofficial, official, calling for what? For Biden. So they can say, well, what, this is our moment to kind of what? Spike, and I guess in their mind, spike Trump, of course. A lot of Trump people ain't gonna like that, but that's that's the name of the business. Right? That's why elections are the way that they are. Every man get a chance to vote, right? So you can't cry foul if your side what? Didn't come through. But the reality is that y'all see the numbers up here. It's a dog fight going into the close, but of course, at this point, it seems to be pretty obvious at this point that dude then pulled it out in terms of Biden. Right? He laced up his little gloves and went out there and found them with all kinds of people. This is the biggest voter turnout ever in American history, guys. Not my words. That's the data says. This is the biggest turnout ever. Joe Biden got more votes than any president ever in this country. In its inception, anywhere around the globe, to be exact. Be honest, in a lot of ways, on a real, true democratic process, that is, right? We're not talking about the governing place because you ain't got no choice, right? For the most part, either vote for the guy that's in power or get your head cut off, right? North Korea, right? In a place like that, right? Don't even play the radio over there. But seriously, on the democratic process, this is the biggest election scenario ever. So with that kind of energy that's surging around the country and people feeding off those kind of numbers and data points, they feeling good about themselves right now. They actually do feel like they vote counted. And in other ways, it did for a lot of people. For this election to be this kind of what? Like a nail biter, right? You see what's going on with the Senate race right now. Again, 48, right? 48. Of course, we know eventually the way things going. We saw an upset today, of course, if you want to call it that. Arizona seat got this, unseated. They unseated a Republican Senate there, right? Some guy that used to be a Navy pilot, right? He overtook the Republican there and, brought another Senate seat back to the Democrats. That's typically held by Republicans, but, still, this whole idea of a blue wave, of course, for that to happen, you still need, the Senate to fall to the Democrats. At this hour, do I think it's going to happen? I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen at this point. I think the Senate still going to be owned by Republicans. Democrats might get all the way to like 49, maybe 50, right? Maybe. Or they might get stuck here at 48. We'll see, right? There's still a couple seats out there that are up for grabs, meaning the votes are still coming in, are being tabulated. But ultimately, again, like I said, for me, I just want to look at it like, well, how can I position myself, my portfolio, how I'm going to trade this energy going forward? How's Wall Street going to respond to this? That's why Wall Street is responding very positive lately, is because they figured out like what? Republicans still have a better chance at holding the Senate. Therefore, we're still good to go in terms of what? Robbing the American people, right? I hate to break it down to you that way, but sometimes you got to call it like it is, straight down the middle. They're waiting to rob the American people again. When I say rob the American people, meaning if they're going to print any more new money, right? Y'all know everybody waiting on another stimulus deal. If they're going to do that, The first people in line to get some of that money is going to be who? You? Or is it going to be Wall Street? I ask y'all, in a very, very serious manner, is it going to be you or Wall Street? Who's going to get the first check? Wall Street or you? And if you say not you, right? Or if you say you, then I'm like, well, hey, you might need to you might need to think about that, right? You've been sold a bill of goods that ain't gonna return, that's gonna return back spoiled, right? That dog ain't no hunt, right? They say that dog ain't no hunt. Wall Street gonna get the first deal. They get that first deal on all money printed out of the Treasury Department by way of the Feds. Wall Street gets the first deals at it. Corporations, and then it trickles down to you. Now, ain't that something? So you foot the bill, right? You foot the bill, but you get to eat last. You foot the bill. The taxpayers pays this through the what? Forward taxation that's going to hit the end of your what? Right? Your checks and all that stuff like that, just that and the third. You foot the bill, but you get to eat last. And it's not even a big piece of chicken, right? They give you the little, when you eat like a chicken wing, for them, some people out there still eating chicken, all that stuff, right? You don't even get the actual meat part of the chicken wing. You get the little wing itself, right? That little gristle. They give you the gristle. And they eat all the meat, right? That's how this stuff works in this country. Now convince me how you're comfortable in that setting and in that environment. Because if you claim that you're all pro-America, you pro this, you pro the system, you pro status quo, you pro system analysis and all this stuff, if you pro all that, then convince me how you feel like you're really winning in an environment like that. When you're paying other people's way into success, or feeding greedy people so they can get greedier and fatter, and then you sit back and like, you know what, I done my civic duty, I done my my duty for the country, I did it for what, God and country, all that stuff. Like what no, we don't think like that over here, right? We do not think like that over here. Again, speaking for myself, of course, but I know a lot of my compadres out there too. We understand it now, right? We're not a part of the reindeer games, that whole mindset. We're not a part of that because it makes no sense. I mean, you hemorrhaging money trying to compete with people who don't care to even have you at the table, right? Again, the whole saying about you trying to impress people that don't even want to be impressed by you, right? Or don't even want to be like they want to be impressed by you trying to impress them, right? But you're convinced that you're impressing them, so you go out your way to try to find a way to continuously what and try to impress them to be noticed, and it's costing you money, time, your dignity, integrity, right? It's costing you all those things, right? But your return on investment is what? Is what? The facade, the facade that you're doing it. No, we don't. Again, we don't think like that over here, and that's the difference, right? That's that difference. That's why we're trying to, do our little small part. Yeah, we might be a small little group, right? But I tell you what, we're potent in value. True story. We might be a small little group, but we potent in value, and we come straight down the middle, right? We don't do the bells and whistles. We don't do none of that. We say, hey, man, there's some data. Here's how this stuff works. Let's go grind. Let's go grind, right? We pull out that data. We pull out them charts. We pull out them news reels. We pull out things that are tangible values that we can extract, income producing, revenue from, and then we go out there and try to make it happen. Simple as that. So that's the energy, of course, I'm always going to put forth on this channel, long as I have it, right? Long as they keep me up and running, right? Right? They try to ban me on Facebook and everybody else. I don't care about that. Of course, I say, you know what? If I can find a way to reach the family, we're going to keep building together anyway, right? I'm Ubuntu, right? Ubuntu. I am because we are, right? We peers at this. We're going to find a way, right? And so that's why I love this stuff for that reason, because I know, for the most part, you guys are, again, especially if you learn it too, you see it at this point. You see enough to know, that, man, look, it's been my time, right? It's been time for me to, somewhat get off the porch, right? It's been time for me to do that, right? So guess what? We're gonna be right there to hold your hand, walk you off the porch like the right way. with dignity, honor, looking at you like a man, the woman that you are. Ain't none of this trying to downplay you. Ain't none of this trying to look down on you. Ain't none of that. We don't do that over here. We don't do pride and ego over here, right? We do getting bags. We do trying to find a way to get paid, right? Getting paid, right? You know, so with that being said, again, I know I kind of said a mouthful to kick this day off a little bit. Thank y'all again for tuning in. Thank y'all for, liking the video. Thank y'all for sharing. Thank y'all for subscribing. If anybody might have came in and subscribed, that's new. Of course, this is how we do it. Again, we like to share this with people, right? Especially when it comes to, even with the young folk. If you got young folk out there that needs to find other ways to, submit their time and their value and their value and figuring out ways to get money, send them over here and hang out with us. Especially during the weekdays, of course, we're going to be always in grind mode, work mode, showing them how to look at the market, how to break down charts and look at, for stocks that may be opportunistic and all that. That's what it's all about. That's what it's truly all about, right? I feel like we've already been cheated enough, right? So we're already behind the curve at this point, the bell curve. It's time for us to tighten that down, right? So we can start building out what? Financially sharp and intelligent people, especially our young folk. Matter of fact, the great thing about that is what? If you teach them how to get money, they'll stay out your pockets, right? You teach them how to get money legally by using these financial assets, then they'll stay out of your pocketbook, right? True story, right? True story, right? So tonight, of course, we know, the market, again, is always going to be in a position to do what it's going to do, but, we're going to kick this thing off right tonight. Of course, I like to always open up the live and, we got this thing where we have our new national anthem, right? We got this national anthem that we all get excited for, right? Excuse me, because when we hear it, we understand what's going on here, right? It's kind of foreign, but that's just how we look at this stuff, right? Because they're doing the window dressing, right? We're just trying to figure out how we can get paid, right? We'll let them go through all that stuff and hang out tonight, as you see right here on the screen. They out there getting all turned up behind this election, right? And we over like, man, look, what that market gonna hit for like come Monday morning. Right, what that market gonna hit like come Sunday futures market, right? So we'll let them, we'll turn up, we'll play all the different things that make them say, stay out there, stay distracted. We're gonna be formulating a way to get this money. So with that being said, tonight we're gonna go left field, right? That's it, 100% family Sawa. Money cracks in the building. Right, the money cracks in the house tonight. That's our political party, right? We call ourselves the money cracks, right? We call ourselves the money cracks. Again, hashtag money cracks. That's a t-shirt moment, right? Corny at the end of the night, we're gonna run with it, right? I gotta throw that on the t-shirt. We the money cracks, right? Because that's what matters to us, right? Ultimately, of course, we know family, all that stuff coming in there, but we trying to figure out a way to make sure we pad our existence so we don't have to worry about elections. All right, we're trying to figure out a way to make sure that elections don't become the only thing that we have to live for, right? Some political party, right? No, we about figuring out trying to get our own bag, make our own way, right? So I'm opening this thing up tonight a little different, right? I'm gonna bring out the remix tonight. The remix is totally different than the national anthem, right? Because we know one thing for sure, right? The energy around America right now is what? It's almost in the fisticuffs, right? These people getting excited. Right, they're ready to get out and scrap a little bit because they got, probably about to win or about to lose, right? So, in the spirit and the honor of our homie, right, Donald J. Trump, he called me up. He said, "Brother Emporium, right? I need you to play this new track for me tonight, right? Because I need everybody to know that I'm back, right? This thing ain't over yet, right? I just submitted my lawsuits. I'm trying to challenge everything. So I need you to play this remix tonight to get everybody fired up. So with that being said, I'm going to let this thing rip tonight, the remix to the national anthem, right? Right? And we're going to have some fun, right? So let me do this right here real quick. 1 second. Let me pull this down right there so we can get this national anthem popping tonight. So with that being said, let's get it. Donald Trump in the building tonight. We got to bring that there. He said, bring that thing back one more time because people don't understand, right? Where them ballots at, right? Where them ballots at, right? All right. Trump said, y'all gonna learn today. Y'all gonna get this work today, right? Y'all, if there's still this election away from me, but I worked too hard. I did a whole lot of what? Prepping this moment to make sure that, guess what? I was gonna control this election the best way I knew how. And here it is, y'all trying to steal this election from me, right? I looked on YouTube today and I saw people who were Trump, you know, again, big Trump supporters or big Trump fans. They were, man, they were live streaming and they were going in, right? They were going in, right? They were crying, they were whining, they were like, man, look. I'm sitting there looking at them like, man, look, y'all got that much energy to put behind a grown behind, rusty, dusty person. And don't, you know, and got all the free time on your hand. You could be coming over here, you know, figuring out a way to what? Make sure that no matter who gets in office, you're going to get paid. No matter who gets elected, you're going to get paid. And so they were just live streaming for hours and hours and hours about they caught somebody cheating. Somebody tweeted and said they were putting cardboard in front of the window where you can't see them counting the ballots. Now I was like, oh my goodness, right? Are y'all serious, right? Y'all grown people, and you finna, you know, go all out there and get people all fired up behind, you know, something that's obviously minuscule in the grand scheme of things. When I say that, because again, not that your value in this country don't matter when it comes to you feel like you're doing your civic duty. I'm not saying that. If you really feel that strong about it, then realize that the only way you're really going to change the situation in this country is change the situation that's around you first. Your immediate circle has to change first, right? If you don't change that, no matter who they put in office, it ain't gonna really happen. Because basically what a president is, a president, to me, to be honest, right, is no more than a figurehead. He's a figurehead. He don't really have a whole lot of power. He has some power, but the real power is in the what? The states, the cities, right? The local jurisdiction, and and the states. That's who control most of all the power. That's why this country was founded the way that it was. These people who came here and colonized this place and did all that, when they wrote that Constitution, right? And they wrote those amendments. They did that to make sure that what? No one man can have what? All the power. That's why they fled what? Fled Europe. They fled Europe because they got tired of all that monarchy mess. They got tired of all that king and queen mess. True story. And so if you falling right back into that same perpetual what? Ideology of thought, then you looking at life in the wrong way. Right? Everybody are their own individual king or queen. Or in our case, we say Oba and Eoba, right? We understand our historical aspect. Let's go Benin, right? Let's go to Great Wall of Benin, right? So I'm just saying, if people gonna put that much energy into this election to that regard, and they just sitting around waiting for somebody to make them feel good. Of course, that old when you watching the game or something, you're like, yeah, the team win. Okay, you get all excited. I get it. But ultimately, when that game go off, guess what? Life still sitting there waiting on you. Them bills still sitting there waiting on you. Right? And the kids still sitting there looking at you like, hey man, yeah, about that. Yeah, about that going to the park stuff. You say you're gonna take them to the park, right? Right? Life still sitting there. So of course, for the most part, I'm just saying change the mentality a little bit up, switch it up a little bit, try something a little different, right? Try being in control of your situation in a way where, again, you don't have to feel so subjected to everybody else telling you what to do, how to do it, when to do it, all that stuff, right? When you get paid, when you find a way to get paid, but that's the kind of money and the energy that comes from that, right? So, of course, this is an investment channel, right? So I can only talk about what I know, right? Or what I'm growing and learning and, on a day-to-day basis. I can only talk about what I know. Of course, I know a lot of the other things too, right? I had a corporate life before this, right? I had, other endeavors before this, right? I've been in, colleges before this and all this stuff. I know all that framework as well. But ultimately, those things serve their purpose, and now it's on to something bigger and better, right? It's on to something bigger and better, right? It's on to something bigger and better, right? While people out there, you voting and you out there hollering and fighting with people and screaming over people on picket lines to try to make sure that you, like the other person, know how serious your vote is over theirs and all that. I'm like, man, look, all y'all out there trying to play Captain Save, save a Republican or save a Democrat. Look, just save this system, right? You out there trying to save this old sham of a democratic system, and you out there trying to play. Look, I'm out there trying to figure out how to get this money, right? I'm out there trying to figure out how to utilize these opportunities in these markets to get paid, because I do realize now, no matter who they put in office, right? No matter who they put in office, Wall Street is going to perform. They're going to perform. They're going to go to work, right? They're going to go to work. And people that got money understand that, right? People that got money understand that, right? They're just sitting around like, okay, yeah, so yeah, we're gonna get them all fired up, right? Get them all in one little basket, and we're just gonna pick them all, right? You take those 3 over there, Bob. I'll take them 5 over there, Steve. You take that 10 over there, Donnell. That's how they're doing, right? That's what they're doing, right? And speaking especially even for my, my base in terms of black people in this country, we already know what's going on here, right? So of course the democratic process has always returned back a what? A void check when it came to a lot of the things that we need most, right? And it's obviously it's apparent. Of course, you got the Federal Reserve even talking about it now, so it ain't even a secret anymore. The cat's out the bag. They're pretty much coming out telling you the income inequality as at all-time highs, and yet they still have no plan or procedure to get you up out of it. They know what they need to do to get you up out of it, but they still fail to do it. Know why? Because they know that you're always going to vote for symbolism over what? Substance. They know you're going to go for the trick bag every single time. And when rich people ring their alarm and tell you, hey, brother, that ain't the way to look at it, guess what people do? They get mad. They get mad at them. It's like, well, who are you to tell me that this and that? You already got your, you ain't doing nothing for me. Like, I'm trying to give you some game, Brent. I'm trying to give you the game, right? Case in point, right? Bob Johnson came out the other day and said, what? Voting Democrat gives black Americans what? Minimum return. Now, do anybody that's in their right sound mind want to give me a thesis on why that's not true? I'm open-minded. Of course, y'all know me. I'm neither Democrat or Republican. But I want, somebody out there that's a Democrat to, again, affectionately and obviously with courtesy and all that, give me a thesis on how this is not true from a historical context perspective, right? From a historical context, right? Not that you have to turn around and just go Republican, because see, that's what people feel like. They feel like just because you may have an issue with one particular party over the other, you automatically what? Side with the other side. See, that's the most elementary, immature way of thinking. I see people think like that. I'm like, man, are you that linear? Are you that linear? Are you serious? Do you not have no shades of gray in your whole modus operandi? There are other choices. You know that, right? Or you've been living under what? Social media rock for so long, you fail to realize that there's other things besides, black or white, right? Off and on, right? There's other things in life besides that. But I mean, I'm just curious to know, if you are the type of person who's out there who is that, again, someone explain to me, what has that been like for you, these 40 plus years, right? Now going on near almost 50 plus years almost, right? The Voting Rights Act came out in what, the 60s, mid 60s, something like that, for African Americans and obviously to vote. So since you've been voting in that process from that point on, okay, so of course there are some small little victories here and there, but on a grand scale, what has it really done for the greater good of black people in this America voting Democrat? I'm just curious, right? And so I'm making the case for both sides because I feel the same way about Republicans too, right? Don't get it twisted, right? And it's not to cause a level of saying that you need to kind of, again, you know, partake in the process of your civic duty. I'm saying that we spend too much time begging to these different so-called parties, and how they do business. They've shown us time and time again how they do business. Maybe it's time for us to kind of form a different party or take a different stance and figure out a way to get your own resources and the things that you feel like you want from the government that's slow to give it to you. Because typically that's basically what happens. They get voted in, and then everything go quiet. Right? Everything goes quiet from that point forward. So I'm like, maybe it's time for us to again to start moving on a different parallel. Change the grid, get out of the HOV lane, and maybe build our own lane somewhere. Because we just been going very fast and going nowhere. Right? So again, people who are invested in the markets, they realize about that those things are minuscule in the grand scheme of things for them. Right? It's minuscule. It really is. So we have to change the game. you know so I just I'm asking that question. I'm asking that question on a very serious note. you know Again, not being facetious, not trying to really take people to a place where they're like, man, you question my party. Of course, again, I don't do parties, so y'all know how that go. Right? But I'm just asking a serious question, because if you're devoting that much time to it and it hasn't returned back a good ROI, right? Return on investment, or it hasn't been a good ROE, return on equity. The equity, of course, in that we feel like we've been able to submit ourselves to the process to get, to let this thing aggregate and accrue interest and wealth and a worth value in the eyes of how we look at the finance sector. If you want to look at us as a race in terms of our race on a separate scales perspective, how affluent are we? 0.5%? Well, that's what the data says, right? The data says we own 0.5%. Well, we've been at that same stat going over dang near 100 years. True story. Come make this stuff up. We've been at that same stat going about near 100 years. 0.5%. We got spending power, but no what? Investment power. Investment power gives you what? Concentrated longevity wealth. It's a maturity game. Chess, not checkers. Of course, when you drop a seed in the ground, how long does it take for it to come? Come out that seed, spread roots, then come up in out the soil, right? And then spread from there and grow leaf petals. From leaf petals, it grows a tree trunk. From tree trunk, y'all get that's that's wealth. That tree becomes a what? Equitable asset that has fruit-bearing value to itself at this point. The lumber, the bark, the leaves, the fruit, whatever. Y'all get it. Of course, if you look at money from that perspective, or wealth value from that perspective, I'll say, well, what's the singular thing that we have in this country to say that what we have a source of wealth building creation that we've been able to we can circle our wagon around if things ever get hard. What is that one thing that we have? What is that one thing that we have? Because I mean, I've yet to see it, because I live in this country like everybody else, right? So I'm speaking candidly in this perspective. I'm just trying to figure out where is that, right? So he got ton of money. He's a billionaire. He's coming out saying, "Hey, what you got? What do you have by being a devotee to just being Democratic and Democratic only? What have you gotten from it? Or are you still in the all-inclusive mindset, right? You still in this all-inclusive mindset. Now, right now during the pandemic, 12 million people, right? 12 million black people are still what? Unemployed. 12 million, right? And well, not all of them, of course, but a good portion of that 12 million is black. When 12 million people are unemployed, and the greater aspect of that number is most of them are obviously more black, then what does that say? Right? You got a Democratic Party that's supposed to be lobbying for you, obviously, to get you jobs. You got a Republican Party, what? Blocking you from being able to, for them to be able to kind of present anything to get them, it's like, seriously, who wants to keep playing that game every day? Right? I know it seems like, man, okay, well, yeah, but you got to look at it from this perspective, brother African Port. We got to start from somewhere. We've been starting from somewhere since like forever. Yet nobody's coming on TV. None of these financial economists and people who are good with money, their own businesses, that nobody's coming on TV saying, hey, look, we're going to do a workshop and show you how to become more financially what? Independent. Through a bevy of different opportunities that we're going to present to you, right? Number one, investing, right? Y'all should be investing anyway. If you don't know how, we're going to show you. We're going to take you step by step and show you how to buy and manage your own stocks. For some of you others out there, we're going to give you an introduction program on showing you how to what? Build out a business model to start your own business. Right? Low overhead, much as possible, least path of resistance. We're gonna show you these things, right? You need to be equipped with skills, because without that, of course, you feel what? Again, you're always in this moment of despair. You feel desperate. How many people are really doing that? So I'm like, okay, well, they dragging their feet. Guess what? We not dragging ours. We're not going to drag ours. We're not going to drag ours. Right? We're not going to drag ours. These data points obviously make you just it's like, seriously? Racial wealth inequality has long crippled America's productive potential, right? Economists say at the Brookings Institute study, right, found that in 2016, the average net worth of a white household was nearly 10 times greater than that of an average black household. 10 times greater. They got 100, you got $10. Matter of fact, you ain't even got $10, you got $9.99, right? Y'all know how that goes. You got $9.99 plus tax. I owe you one. They got 100, you got $10. Right? That kind of seriously? In 2016? And you're still, meandering around voting for these same nothing burger scenarios and people to sit there to send them to watch so they can sit around and get paid by your tax dollars, because that's how they get paid, and then turn around and do what for you? Put you into a lot of whole all-inclusive baskets. Still don't try to really educate you probably the way they're supposed to. Don't get you the proper stuff that you need to be healthy. Again, people, man, look, seriously, what is the definition of insanity? right? People have been asking this question, right? So how do you make Black Americans whole from an economic justice standpoint or what equity standpoint, right? Johnson continue. If you don't get the economy driving the jobs and opportunities that have to filter down to Black Americans, since they're already as I said at the bottom, right? If you don't get those things popping, what else do you have? Their sole purpose is to look at you as a worker bee. Basically, that's what's saying in a lot of ways. They need you to go to work. And if you can't even get to work or even get work, that makes you even more vulnerable. They don't want to hire you, right? They don't want to hire you, but they still want to say, well, we're going to do these studies to make sure that, figure out, why you're not succeeding. Think about that. We're going to do all these intricate studies to show you why you're not winning. And by doing so, then turn around and give the publication back to you. You read it, you get upset, you get in your feelings, and then you turn around and do what afterwards? I'm going to show them, right? I'm going to get me a job. I'm going to show them I can get a job. You take that stance. I'm going to show them I'm going to get me a job. I'm going to get me a job. And I'm looking at it like, okay. Right? I'm like, you sure? Okay. About that. I hate people beating that drum like that when they just so definitive that's the best thing for them. I'd be like this right here. I'll be ready to get away. Right? I'm like, yeah, about that. It's time for me to leave Earth at this point, right? It's time for me to get on up out of here, right? Because I done seen it all, heard it all. It's time for me to escape because I can't take this any longer, right? I just can't take it. It's time for me to escape, right? We've been at this for a long time. Look, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Right? It's time for us to see that. Excuse me. It's time for us to kind of place that our position, at the head of our wants and needs. We can't continue down the same path trying to convince ourselves that this thing actually works, and it's constantly showing you that it does not work. If you buy a gift, a toy, a piece of technology, or something, right? If you buy something like that from a store or whatever the case like that, you open it up out of the box, you put it together. If you have to put it together, whatever the case, and it does not work, what do? Do you keep it and work with it, or do you have the ability to take it back to try to get another one, or to this case, just get your money back and be done with it? Well, why is it that when it comes to your greater, basically your livelihood, we don't see it from that same perspective? If we continue to play these reindeer games, right? Look here. The Biden campaign did not immediately respond to CNBC request for the comment, right? Bob Johnson took that comment to Biden in his camp. Hey, what are y'all gonna do? Biden campaign did what? Didn't respond. But the campaign website, the website, here we go with these websites again. Here we go with this window dressing. Here we go with this window dressing. The website outlines a detailed Biden plan for Black America. Now, here's my question to the family. What's a part of that? What part of that plan have y'all already read that makes sense to y'all? Or have you even read the plan? What part of the plan have y'all read, and how tangible is that plan for you? I'm just asking. I'm asking for a friend, right? As they say, I'm asking for a friend. What's Biden plan for Black America? What's Kamala Harris plan for Black America? Tupac, some Tims, and some hot sauce, and some Chuck Taylors? I'm just asking. Excuse me, I'm just asking. We're so convinced that this is, for a lot of our people, that this is the way. We've gotten so comfortable in thinking small, right? Small-minded, right? Minuscule-minded, that we get excited for what? Table scraps and crumbs. Nobody want to be in a position to say, you know what, man, I see somebody getting all excited for crumbs, right? Somebody need to come and slap that plate out your hand. Like, no, you better than that. Yeah, they're going to get mad. They probably want to go to fisticuffs behind it. But guess what? You look them square in the face, tell them what? You bigger than this. You better than this. You deserve better than this. Your worth is not relegated back to some crumbs. You're worth your weight in gold. Stop acting like you what? A peon or a peasant. You need a skill set that puts you in a position of power. Power is the only thing that's shaking and moving around this place. People know that. People got money, of course, that's how they move. They don't care about all this election stuff. They don't. Let's be honest. Let's be honest, guys. Come on, seriously. Can we be honest for a change? Right? Can we tell the unequivocal truth for a change? People that got money, they ain't caring about a lot of the small-minded stuff that most people do. I mean, I'm not making that up, am I? Of course, they understand. Again, Washington knows. Excuse me. Washington knows how to get your attention. Washington knows how to get your attention. They know it. They know exactly. Right. They know exactly what buttons to push. Right. They know how to get your loyalty. Right. They know how to, woo you and get you all hyped up and in your feelings and stuff like that. Right. They know how to woo you. Right. They know how to dangle that carrot. They know how to dangle that carrot. Right? They ride in on your back, right? There's that black bull. They ride on that black bull, right? That black bull and built everything around this country. And they know exactly what to do to keep you what? Building and not necessarily really what? Reaping all the benefits. True story. True story. Picture worth 1,000 words. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Right? But I get it. I get it. I get it, but I don't get it. Of course, y'all know me. I'm looking out the window and out my door, right? I'm standing on the porch of, my social media pages all day, every day, and I'm looking out among everybody out there. See everybody out there busy doing a whole lot of different things all over the place and whatever. That's their right course. But I'm sitting out there, I'm sitting on my porch looking out at everybody like what? They got all this time to be out there doing this and doing that, and here it is. We dropping all this information over here, and then guess what? They ain't paying this no attention. I'm sitting there, I'm looking out the door like this right here, like, are y'all serious? Many of you guys, same way. Y'all sitting out there looking at everybody like, man, they got all this time to be on here popping and carrying on, and ain't nobody serious about getting this money? Ain't nobody serious? Everybody distracted? I mean, are we that far gone at this point? I don't really think we are, but it seems that, I guess most people think, that's how it's supposed to be. Right? Let me show you this right here, right? Because see, sometimes it takes a little bit more, right? I got to go a little deep, right? I got to go a little deeper, right? Go a little deeper, brother African. Go a little deeper, right? Because sometimes the people just ain't necessarily quite there quite yet, right? They ain't quite there quite yet, right? I know you're going in, you're like, man, people like, man, you stepping on some toes, man. You can't, no, but sometimes we need to hear hard truth, right? I was faced with that same hard truth in my own right. If we supposed to be the most resilient people on the planet, the strongest people on the planet, but we can't take credible information and facts and data points, right? At face value to the point where it don't rub us the wrong way and know that it presents us in a position where we need to make a change, right? Are we that so stuck on ourselves or stuck on this selfishness with that we have that's keeping us from being able to accept opportunity when it presents itself to us? Here it is. Nobody ain't offering you nothing. Ain't nobody trying to sell you nothing, right? Ain't nobody trying to get nothing out of you. We're just trying to help bring the greatness that you have in you out of you. We're trying to bring the greatness that's already in you out of you. Extraction time. This is extraction time. People out there on the battlefield getting shot up, getting shot down, all that, and they just still sitting there, with their head all over the place, figuring out like why do people shooting at me? And we running out there with Kevlar vest on and bulletproof vest trying to extract you from out that foolishness that you keep trying to go out there and figure out, if that's a safe place to hang out at. We're trying to bring you out of that. Stand you up and say, hey, look, I'm no better than you, but I was able to acquire a certain skill set that puts me in a whole new different position where I don't have to depend on or go to other people to figure out a way to take care of my situation. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Financial literacy matters. Financial literacy matters. Financial literacy matters. You've done enough consuming. You've done enough consuming. You've done enough consuming. Now it's time to what? Invest in yourself, in your future, in your kids, in your life. And yeah, you can still turn up and do all that stuff too. Yeah. You don't have to live like a hermit crab, but you figure out ultimately that, right? When they say your money is on my mind and my mind's on my money, right? Well, let's put that energy to flight for a change. Right? Let's go out there and test that thesis. Let's go test that thesis. Right? Let me show you this right here. Let me stop talking and start showing, Brother African Emporium. Stop talking and start showing, Brother African Emporium. Right? Clear as day. Clear as day. What is the headline? What does that headline say? How billionaires saw their net worth increase by $500 billion. $500 billion. I got to scream there for a moment, so forgive me if you guys got headphones on listening in. Sorry about that. But $500 billion during the pandemic. That's $500 billion in what? 6 to 7 months. Now, I got to ask this question, because you know I'm finna ask it. How much of that did you get? How much of that did you get? Don't tell me about no little crusty, little dusty, little $1,200 what? Trump check. Don't tell me about that little government cheese check that ain't paid for one of your bills. How much of that $500 billion within the past 6, 7 months did you get? When you pull that data out, jokers get quiet, bro. Jokers be like, well, see, bro, but you don't understand. But see, you don't understand, bro. Whoa, what you mean I don't understand? All I know is that we've been circling this wagon for years. It ain't nothing new. We just been over here working. We've been sharing and we've been, hey, bro, this is what we doing over here. Hey, come on, hang out with us. Every Wednesday on the Urban Economic Empowerment Show, we've been over there what? Hey, man, this is what we about. We about trying to figure out, teach you how to better budget your money so you can find that extra change so you can learn how to invest with it, right? We're trying to help you get your credit cleaned up, all these little things like that, get you on the right path. Of course, we know it's a marathon, not a sprint. It takes time for some people. I get it. Not that you have to get it all overnight, but at least if you submit yourself first, that's the best thing you got is your interest, right? Your interest to want to learn, your interest to want to get this. Once that takes a hold of you, guess what? You figure out that the time that you have been wasteful now becomes a commodity to you, and you don't waste it as frivolously anymore. You say, you know what? I'm gonna go hang out with those people over there. Because all they do is over there study, they training, they always in training mode. They popping up and posting little charts. They be popping up, posting little gains in the stock market. Somebody must be doing something over there. Because the more and more they keep posting more and more of this same stuff. Somebody must be turning up over there. Again, people say bring the receipts out, right? Because everybody, some people like to see it, right? You got to show them, right? You bring the invoices out, they still sitting trying to figure out to make excuses. You bring the receipts out, they still trying to make excuses. Like what else, bro? I mean, we show you how to break down the charts and the fundamentals, and they still trying to make excuses. Like, okay, well, go watch about 3 hours of the basketball game, come back to it. Maybe that'll help you feel a little good about yourself, right? Go spend about 2-3 hours watching that football game. Come back after it's over. If you feel good about yourself, then you might want to listen to me, okay? If that's what you need, hey, knock yourself out. Doesn't change the scenario of what we're doing because we stay Stay grinding. We stay studying, and we stay improving on our situation. But you're going to convince me that this doesn't bother you? This doesn't bother you. How billionaires saw their net worth increase by $500 billion during the pandemic. There were so many new millionaires created since February. There were so many new millionaires created since February. True story. And clear as day, look down here. Do you understand why African American parents are fearful for their children? You got to worry about dodging the police. You got to worry about dodging what? RS and dodging all these different scenarios. Man, look, they keep you on your what? Toes all day, every day. Running from the snares and the tricks, but they keep you on your heels when it comes to what? Becoming more equipped to fight them financially. Ain't that something? They keep you on your toes running to escape all these snares that they have set for you to trip you up, the red line, the benign neglect, the laws, all this, that, and the police brutality. They keep you on your heels with that. But they keep you on your toes. But they keep you on your heels when it comes to learning how to fight them financially. Fight the status quo financially. You have no clue how to do that. Void of what? A Democrat or Republican or another grown person telling you how to eat, sleep, go to the bathroom, tie your shoes, and all that stuff. I'm just saying. We have to increase we have to increase our financial vernacular. We have to learn how to increase our mouthpiece to learn how to negotiate. We need to learn how to increase and sharpen our mouthpiece and learn how to talk to people in a way to, again, be able to reach people in a more effective way. We have to get our customer service game down tight. Stop trying to bully people and accepting what you're trying to offer. Because that's what the Democrats have done to your entire life. That's what Republicans have done to you your entire life. That's what the government has done to your entire life. They look down on you and talk to you like a child. And then they still know that you're going to be sitting right there with your hands out in a cup fashion, with your head bowed down, waiting for what? The next so-called what? You see how that works? Y'all see how that works? You get your own money, guess what you're doing? Man, bump that election. I know it has merit, but guess what? Man, bump that election. I ain't finna get all sweaty behind that foolishness. I'm finna wait on this market. I'm finna go wait on this market so I can get this bag. Market's still surging. Market's still surging right now. Market's still what? Tearing it up to the upside. Market don't care about who in office. Republican, Democrat, Independent, Socialist, midget, humpback, Smurf, race car driver, radiator mechanic. The market don't care about none of that. A church pastor, none of that. Look here. 40 million Americans filed for unemployment during the pandemic. 40 million Americans filed for unemployment during the pandemic. But billionaires saw their net worth increase by $500 billion. Man, what? Are you kidding me? This isn't the first time billionaires have seen gains while others dealt with loss. It tends to tie back to two things. First, the government disproportionately gives more aid to larger companies. See, somebody don't want to deal with that right there. Let me put that in the back chat. Right? Somebody don't want to deal with that. Right? Somebody don't want to deal with that right now, right? Right? Just like when you're in church, look at your neighbor and say, somebody don't want to deal with that right now. Look at your neighbor, right? Look at your neighbor and say, neighbor, somebody don't want to deal with that right now. Somebody don't want to deal with that truth right now. They're running from it, right? Somebody running from that truth right now. Look at your neighbor, tap him on the shoulder, say, somebody don't want to deal with that truth right now. You know why? Because once you acquire some information that puts you in a position where you can't run from it, you got to do two things: act on it or go back to sleep. You either gonna act on it or go back to sleep. It's simple as that, right? And it's a reason why most people convince themselves that guess what? It's all right. It's all right. It'll get better soon, right? It'll get better soon. Pain only lasts until the morning, right? Y'all remember that? Pain only lasts until the morning? That's a lie. It can last in the afternoon, late to in the evening. It can keep on hitting you in the night, right? What? Pain only lasts until the morning. Man, what? What? Right? Where they do that at? Now, I know. Look, I'm the last. I'm looking. Look, you can't get me this many times. God, dog, you can't just get me this many times. Again, fool me once, shame on what? On you. Because you just a low down dirty crook. A low down good for nothing person. Fool me twice, man, look, shame on me. I got to be just a glutton for pain. I got to be a glutton for pain. So when we're thinking about this seriously, right? When we think about the stock market, when we think about the election, right? When we think about this pandemic that's kicking out behind right now, whether you believe in it or you don't, those three things right there alone are pretty much the only things dominating this planet right now. How well, how well poised and positioned are you to be able to deal with it, right, on an executive level, not necessarily a common level, but an executive level, where you can look at yourself in the mirror and say, you know what, I know what's going on in and around me, right? I know what's going on in this world. I know what's going, but guess what? I'm not going to be a victim to it. I'm not going to be a victim to it because I'm gonna find a way to make my own way. I'm gonna take that power back and put it in my hands, put it in my wallet, put it in my brain. Then I'm gonna turn around and take 2 or 3 more people and teach them the same way. I'm gonna teach my kids this. I'm gonna teach my family members this. I'm gonna teach my peers this because it doesn't require a college education. It doesn't care about if you got an 800 credit score or not. It doesn't care if you in debt. It doesn't care if you got felonies. It doesn't care how many kids you got. Don't care about what color you are, your sex, gender orientation. If you like, gummy bears or gummy worms. Money don't care about you. It has no feelings at all. It does not have no feelings. All it's saying is what? Use me. That's all money says, like, use me. True story. Then when the stock market bounces back, the unequal bailouts mean that the wealthy still have money on hand to invest and thus profit, while the middle and the lower classes do not. They do not. You, when I say you, mean the people out there will look at you like, man, look. Right? They look at you like, man, look. This is all part of the game. Be patient. That's what they tell you. Be patient. Pain on last until the what? Until the morning. Man, don't know why to look. We don't do that over here. We done that. It does not work. Why are you still trying to force a square peg in a circle hole? Why? Look at wealth-friendly tax laws and loopholes. Wealth-friendly tax laws and loopholes. Who are they talking to? Who are they talking to? Think about that. Who are they talking to? Wealth-friendly tax laws and loopholes. Prefix. The word is wealth. Start out wealth. They're talking to wealth. They're saying we got tax laws and loopholes for you. While the poor and the middle class gets depleted and gets poor, we got stuff to make sure that you stay what? Wealthy. We got all these tax laws and loopholes for you. Come through, Trump. Come through, Trump. Trump came through and paid $750, right, in taxes on that one, and Jeff around here mad at him. Trump around here like, man, let me swig some of this Clorox, man. I don't care what y'all talk about, but I'm going to get this money, right? I'm going to get this bag. Well, let me hit some of this Clorox here, right, and get the coronavirus up out of me, right, and I'm going to get this money. Y'all can sit there and fight all that craziness you want, come after my tax return, all that. Yeah, I'm using the system. Yeah, I'm going to use the system. Because if you don't know how to use it, guess what? That's on you, buddy. That's on you, buddy. Pass me another bottle of that Clorox right there. Give me a good. Give me a fifth of that Clorox, a fifth of liquor, a fifth of that Clorox. True story. Wealth-friendly tax laws and loopholes then keep those billionaires at the top. That one little line right there. Right? That one little line right there. Some people ain't ready to deal with that. Somebody ain't, a lot of people ain't ready to deal with that. Right? Wealth-friendly tax laws and loopholes keep those billionaires at the top. Jeff Bezos skipped how much on his tax return this year? How much did Amazon skip out on? $20 billion. Do you think he's having a problem sleeping at night knowing that? Do you think he have any problem sleeping at night knowing that he skipped on a $20 billion tax? That the American people is deserving of by supporting his business and doing all that, and they pay their little fair share and get hit across the head by the IRS for peanuts, but yet he skipped on a $20 billion tax. Do you think he having a problem sleeping at night? Right? So again, people know this. This has been existing for like forever. As you see, it says, but knowing all of this, some are advocating for policies to help level the playing field and create change. How long they been talking about that? How long have they been singing that same song? All around the world, the same song, right? Where my old school people at? Y'all might know that song. All around the world, the same song, right? Where my digital underground people at? Y'all might not. That might be before some of y'all time. Y'all ain't ready for that. Y'all don't know about digital underground, right? All around the world, the same song, right? That's what it is. And this, they keep you what? They keep that carrot dangling. They keep that carrot dangling. They know you're gonna fall for it. They got you so distracted and inebriated and sloshed up and man, look, your defenses are down. You just, man, the government got me. They got me. I got all these little shows that I like to distract myself with. I got all this free time to blow on trivial things. Man, guess what? Government got me though. If it ever get really, really bad, the government got me. Really? 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 Seriously? Again, I'm looking at you like I'm looking at you kind of funny right now. If you say that they got you, yeah, they got you all right. They got you all right. They sure do. They got you right where they want you, so they can pick your pockets 5 ways from Sunday. They in your front pockets, your back pockets. They're in your little hidden pocket on the side of your little, in your front pocket. They're a little small little change pocket. They're in every pocket you got, digging in it. They stay digging in your pockets, shaking you down. And I'm just looking like, what? Y'all ain't figured out yet what's going on yet? What? So I'm just saying, this is why we got to get, circle our wagons. This is why we got to circle our own wagons, right? This is why you have to circle your own wagons, because they're not going to let you let up, right? They're not going to let up, right? Look here. Look here. Jeff Bezos, right? We talked about him, right? His net worth increased by $48 billion. $48 billion. During the pandemic. From March to June, from March to June, he netted $48 billion, or he grossed $48 billion. I'm pretty sure he netted a good portion of that too. And he skipped taxes, so of course, well, his company did. So no matter what, and probably depend on, I can only imagine what he wrote off, right? Right? Breaking news, right? Over Chris said that Joe Biden is now officially became the president. Somebody must have dropped some news, right? We're going to run over and see if anybody's saying something, right? Let's see what's going on with that, right? Let's see. You got a source for that over Chris too? And maybe I could throw it up. Or you might have heard on the news. I know they're dropping news all over the place, but if you got a source, let me know, right? Got a source out there, let me know. We'll drop it, right? But I mean, like I said, we already kind of know at this point too that y'all already know they finna, man, look, right? They finna make sure they put that dude in office. They're gonna make sure of it, right? Because all I know right now, the Republicans are like, man, we got our behind handed to it, but we still, at least we control the Senate still. But they ain't, I mean, they really had no dog in the fight. They really dug themselves in the hole this election, right? They dug themselves, into this whole scenario, right? And y'all know Biden came out swinging out the gate. Biden wasn't even playing the radio. Biden came out swinging. Matter of fact, pause for the call. Come through, Biden. Come through, Biden. Come through, Biden.
World full of busy bees working. I ain't never met a free person. I don't get along with these earthlings. I'm trying to seek purpose, fight for something I believe's worth it. Feel the curse, I'ma reverse it. I don't dream cause I sleep nervous. No, yet I keep flirting. Face death like a Steve Irwin. Whole heat, I'ma drink thermos. Tell the bartender keep serving. I'm trying to be perfect, using dirty shit to clean dirt with. Only happy when the weed burning. Traded oxygen to breathe herping. Till I see curtains, lungs fail and they cease working. Error something that I need urgent. Suffocating, trying to squeeze words in.
I don't want these hands. Biden done told y'all don't want these hands. Biden came out swinging out the gate. He knew that he had some loyal people that was going to vote for him, knowing they wasn't going to get nothing in return. But just for the fact that they feel like they were spiting Trump and getting back at him, they pretty much just gave that man the election. So come through, Biden.
World full of busy bees working. I ain't never met a free person. I don't get along with these earthlings. I'm trying to seek purpose, fight for something I believe's worth it. Feel the curse, I'ma reverse it. I don't dream cause I sleep nervous. No, yet I keep flirting. Face death like a Steve Irwin. Whole heat, I'ma drink thermos. Tell the bartender keep serving. I'm trying to be perfect, using dirty shit to clean dirt with. Only happy when the weed burning. Traded oxygen to breathe herping. Till I see curtains, lungs fail and they cease working. Error something that I need urgent. Suffocating, trying to squeeze words in.
Jokers don't want to deal with that. They don't want to deal with that. Okay, and then what, right? And that's how it becomes. Like, okay, and then what? Right? Yeah, we got him in office, but then what? Right? It becomes a scenario where you're trying to figure out, okay, what did I really get from this? Right? What did I really get from this? Right? I mean, what's the trade-off? Right? Again, he's joking right what by 7 days. Look at it, they came out with them hand. One more time. Running back selector.
World full of busy bees working. I ain't never met a free person. I don't get along with these earthlings. I'm trying to seek purpose, fight for something I believe's worth it. Feel the curse, I'ma reverse it. I don't dream cause I sleep nervous. No, yet I keep flirting. Face death like a Steve Irwin. Whole heat, I'ma drink thermos. Tell the bartender keep serving. I'm trying to be perfect, using dirty shit to clean dirt with. Only happy when the weed burning. Traded oxygen to breathe herping. Till I see curtains, lungs fail and they cease working. Error something that I need urgent. Suffocating, trying to squeeze words in.
Everything about them first bars. Bars. Shout out to our family Kambata. Shout out to our brother Rich. Right? Them bars right there were revolutionary. If you heard the lyrics, those lyrics were revolutionary. you look, breathe. Right? The name of that track is called Breathe. Because these people that took your breath away. They got you so confused, right? They got you so distracted. They done took your breath away. They done hit you with the coronavirus, right? You know, man, look. They hit you with poverty. They hit you with no job. They hit you with all this stuff. Took all your breath away, and you still, you know, saving what little last bit of oxygen you got left to still go out there to say, "What? I still, you know, I'm still riding with, you know, I'm still riding with the status quo." Yep, that they didn't even think about it. You know, the southern states need a black city plan. Look at it, they just aggregating votes just to, again. It's all about what? It's window dressing. It's blind loyalty, right? We have it's a gift and a curse. This blind loyalty has to stop. It has to stop. We sitting there looking at all these different data points and these numbers, and you're trying to convince people, like, look, bro, this is where you losing. This is how these people keep getting richer. But yeah, but see, you don't understand though, right? They never have an intelligent conversation to come back with. They always hit you with what you don't understand though. What do I not understand? I see your situation. I see mine. I see what's going on. What I don't understand is if I'm what, on a different planet than you are. Of course, I know I look at myself like an alien because now I'm like, how can you not see all this and convince yourself that this is some more craziness? So yeah, I might just be an alien. I might just be an alien. Again, like the lyric said, in Cambodia and breathe. I'm, you know, hey, seriously. You know, people are convinced that they're good to go. Right? And I feel like I'm behind. I still feel like I'm behind. I mean, I just don't know what else, you know, we can, you know, but hey, we'll stay diligent. We're gonna stay diligent, regardless. We're gonna stay diligent. Look at the founder of Zoom. The founder of Zoom. Zoom made a, I mean, look, everybody ran to Zoom. Everybody ran to Zoom. That man came out $2.5 billion. $2.5 billion. Network increased to 15.7 billion dollars. These kind of examples might lead you to think that when billionaires profit during a crisis, it's just a matter of right place, right time. Wrong. We know that because we're investors. We understand what's going on. Wrong. These kind of examples might lead you to think that when billionaires profit during a crisis, it's just a matter of what? Being in the right place at the right time. Y'all know that's false. Right? Look at that. Casino magnate Sheldon Adelson saw his wealth increase by what? 5 billion. Elon Musk made it what? Elon Musk got that bag. We were sitting there trading this stock. That stock went from what? $300 all the way to $2,300. Less than 6 months. It went from $300 all the way to $2,300. What? Elon Musk picked up a bag, 17.2 billion. Extra. Keep in mind, that says increase, not net or growth. That's increase. He picked up an additional $17.2 billion. When you add up all the numbers, billionaires in the United States have increased their total net worth of $637 billion during the pandemic so far, the COVID-19 pandemic so far. That little stat right there, right? That little stat right there. That one right there. Right? You be like, woo, boy. Yeah, throw the hand up on that one. Yep. That one right there. Right? They picked up $637 billion during the pandemic. How much of that did you get? How much of that did you get? Right? We got to stay plugging, guys. We don't know it all. We don't have it all. We don't have all the answers. But you know what? We got a skill set. Well, a particular skill set. Y'all remember that? What was that movie back in the day with Liam Neeson? What's his name? Liam Neeson. When he always kept saying, he used to call people on the phone, like, you might not know who I am and all this stuff, but I got a specific set of skill sets. Right? I got a specific set of skills, right? You don't want to see me, right? What was the name of that movie? Y'all know what I'm talking about. With the guy Leah Nielsen. God, what was the name of the movies, right? I forgot the name of it, but yeah, we that guy, right? We're that guy. We're that guy. We have a specific set of skills that makes us. That's it. Thank you, over Snotballs taken. A specific set of skills, right? Those skills sets us, man, look. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Right? We're using it right now. We found the way to use it. We found the way to use it finally. Right? We found the way to use it finally. Where nobody can disrupt it, take us out of our game, take us off our opportunities. We found a way to use it. Right? So again, when we're looking at this data here, 40 million people filed for unemployment. 40 million. People with PhDs, with Chuck E. Cheese, Mickey D's, Hardee's, everybody standing in the same unemployment line. True story. Master's degrees, bachelor's degrees, certificates, and look, everybody standing in the same unemployment line. Right? It caused the Black Swan event, the market plummeted by 37%. They done made all that money back and then some in less than 6 months. The market plummeted 37% in March. They made all that back and extra in less than 6 or 7 months. Takes markets sometimes 2 to 3 years to have a percentage gain like that. Still over beats your bank hands down in percentage gains. Any other form of investment literally out there in that aspect. But yet they brought the market back and exceeded that. They brought the market back and exceeded that in 7 months. And people like, man, look, about that investment stuff. About all that trading stuff y'all be talking about, all that investment stuff. I'm like, oh, yeah, what about it? We're building on it, right? We're building. Right? We're building. Stock market plummeted 37%. Right? And they brought all that money back. They got all that money back. And then some. And then some. Again, stocks, election, coronavirus. As the title says, or within that, right? Stocks, election, the coronavirus. People are focused on the things that they need to focus on, how to leverage it. They're trying to focus on how to leverage those things, how to leverage the stock market, how to leverage this election, and how to leverage this coronavirus. Because those are the only 3 things that they're worried about. They're sitting there, and it was funny too, because the election, they're sitting there watching everybody else, how everybody's reacting. They're gonna make money off everybody reacting a certain way about this election. They sit back, we're figuring out how I'm going to monetize this election. How can I monetize this election? True story. True story. You know, again, at some point, again, they rode this bull market like, man, look at it. They rode that bull market like, look, bruh. They rode that bull market long as they can ride it. Got paid too. Getting paid, young blood, getting paid. You talking about a bull market. That was 7 months, 37% plus. It went up over what? Close to around about what? They ain't near what? 43, 45, 46, 47, 8? What about, yeah, somewhere around there, about 48%. From what? Peak to trough. From peak to trough. I mean, if you just bought the ETF, the SPDR ETF, right? S&P 500, right? 500, what? The world's blue chips and, well, America, excuse me. Some of their greatest companies and all this, that, and the third. You would have got a minimum at this point, up to this point right here, a minimum about 48% return on your money. You dropped 10,000, you would have got what? $4,800. You dropped 100,000, you would have gained what? 48,000. That kind of scenario. You dropped 1,000, you would have picked up what? 480. You see how that stuff work? That's the investment game. That's the bull market that you hear people talk about in passing, right? When you at the, on the job or whatever, you're like, what are they talking about, the bull market stuff? Man, what do these people talk about? They going to the rodeo this evening? Is that what they're doing? They going to the rodeo? No, they're going to that stock market. They going to that stock market. Right? That's what they're doing. They finna go get paid. And you think they had any shame? Do you think they have any shame? That's the part you got to think about. Do you think they have any shame in what they do and how they do it? They rode this bull market, man. Again, Biscuit Wheels, Gravy Valley. They rode this bull market through what we call Gravy Valley with biscuit wheels. No shame in the game. A lot of people checked out during the coronavirus, gave up, threw their hands up. I ain't got nothing. I don't have anything. I got laid off. This happening. Man, look, I can't deal with it. Right? They took look, now is not the time to be heading on out. Now is not the time to be heading really for ourselves than we give ourselves credit for. We convinced ourselves that we don't, but we actually do carry more power. Right? Now is not the time to head on out. Right? Again, it's that important. It really is. It's that important. At some point we have to start realizing that. Right? At some point. Right? It comes a time, guys. I'm just saying. Of course, y'all don't need me to tell you that. I know I'm preaching to the choir for a lot of y'all, but somebody's going to hear this, right? Somebody's new to the channel. Somebody's, might have shared the channel, right? Shared the video, whatever. Of course, and when we talk about things that we can obviously be able to produce in some kind of form of fashion or data, whatever, right? We go off data points, right? That's how we get paid. We get paid by what? Learning how to what? Extract and research data, right? How to, turn over the leads, so to speak, right? We're playing the game the same way they play the game. They get fat on the golf course. They get fat on the dinner dates and luncheons and, coffee breaks. They getting fat like that. Everybody else is like, man, let me go clock in. Right? Let me go clock in. Everybody else getting paid, man, look, chilling, basically. They sit around chilling, getting paid. Chilling. Bruh, man, feel flow style. Right? That's how they getting paid like that. Right? So we have to wake up at some point and realize this. We have to wake up and see this. We have to wake up and see this. So again, I just invite you guys to, of course, again, like I said before, you don't need me to tell you this. I know that for a lot of ways, but it's good for us to, again, come on and circle our own wagons. For those who are hungry, humbled and hungry, this is the moment where we circle our own wagons and figure out a way to get what? Bigger, better, sharper, more potent. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Stock market was open during the pandemic. Stock market was open during the typhoon. Stock market was open during a hurricane. Stock market was open during depression, recession. Stock market was open when Congress was shut down. Stock market is open during, you name it. insert, you name it. These people, stock market is still open while you laid off. Stock market's open while you watching track and field and basketball and football and all that. Them tapes still running. They still running that tape. Them tickers still come across that tape. You know, so again, I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying. I mean, y'all see the data here. Y'all see all the data. I mean, y'all can read. I'll post the link in the back chat. Go through this here. Go through this. Look here. Look here. Right here. Right. I gotta show you this here. Right. Look here. It says what? As the lead. Let me see. And this lead to reason. Okay. So it said, just go back here. All this TARP stuff and the 700 billion created during the purchase to value assets. The banks did all that. Feds did all that, right? And other stuff too. The banks did. I said when the stock market bounced back, right, on equal bailouts, right, meant that the wealthy still had money on hand to invest and thus profit, right? 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 So while the middle and lower class did not, right? In 2008, the Federal Reserve lowered short-term interest rates to what? Near zero. Where are we sitting at right now on interest rates, guys? Where are we sitting at right now? Anybody? Where are we sitting at right now on the interest rates in America? Right? All you got to do is go to treasury.gov, right? All that stuff is right there. Right? All the information right there, or go to the Federal Reserve site itself. Where are we sitting at right now on interest rates, right? On the national level. Anybody? What's that number? All right? This is history repeating itself. That's why I got to break this point out. Bring them out, right? We're sitting at basically at zero, right? The official number is 0.24. Basically at zero, though. Basically at zero. 0.24 is the official number, but basically that means you basically at zero. Right? That means houses, cars, loans, all that stuff like that. Man, look. That kind of scenario. And they're not thinking about raising them no time soon. They're not thinking about raising them no time soon. So cheap money is all around us. Cheap money is all around us. How much of that are you leveraging? How much of that cheap money are you leveraging? Think about that for a moment. How much of that are you leveraging? I'm just. Everybody was like, man, the stock market crashed. The stock market gonna crash. It's gonna crash. Trump said it's gonna crash. I think it's gonna crash. It's gonna crash anyway because it's a pandemic. It's gonna crash. The market pulled back. The market pulled back and went and made a new high. It pulled back and went and made a new high. All the doomsayers, right? The doomsday sayers, right? All the people who, again, scared of money, it's gonna crash, man. I wouldn't put my money in the stock market. I wouldn't do none of that. I'm gonna go put mine in a lottery ticket. I'm gonna go put mine in Macy's. I'm gonna go put my money in a pickle jar. Better yet, I'm gonna go put my money in the stripper garter belt or something. I'm gonna put mine in the strip club. I'm gonna go put my money in the strip club. It's safe over there. I'm gonna go to Club Cheetahs and let it rain. That's what you did, right? You listen to Trump. Market gonna crash, right? He just said. Matter of fact, Trump, if he don't get elected, the market gonna crash. Did he say that too? Well, it's airing apparent that he finna lose. Apparently, it looked like it at this point. Again, y'all know, man, I'm dogging the fight, but it looking like he finna take this L. I look at the stock market. Stock market still what? Still surging. Not don't mean it can't pull back, but if it pull back, that means it's what? That's just a buying opportunity. These people ain't gonna let that thing stay low forever, and they not gonna let it stay low longer enough that they can what? Get some new cash and get it right back into that stock market and run it right back up. Stock markets typically do better under a Democratic president than a Republican. I repeat, stock markets typically do better under a Democratic president than a Republican. I repeat, stock markets typically do better under a Democratic president than a Republican. Go look up the data. We put it up the other day. Killed all the naysayers. Killed all the naysayers. Killed all the naysayers. That doesn't necessarily mean you need to be a Democrat. I'm just saying you need to be an opportunist and realize money gonna be made one way or the other. Getting paid, young blood, getting paid. No matter who they put in office, the market gonna get paid. And we're gonna be right there to what? To get our portion too. Let these people pump your head up, man. The market gonna crash. Don't invest in the markets. You're gonna be just like Trump, looking crazy. You're gonna crash if they don't really let me roll that beautiful boom. Roll some of that footage. Roll that footage. Because they don't understand. You got paid. And they were sitting there like doubting you and naysaying you, like, man, you don't know, you're going to lose your money. You're going to do this, you're going to do that. You came through smiling on them like, yep. They were convinced that you was doing it wrong, that you've been doing it wrong. Of course, they don't understand your plight to get better is only going to make you better. Even if you took some L's, your comeback going to be strong. Your comeback going to be strong. You get better with time. Your money is going to mature better, knowing that you know how to what? Maneuver it better. Here it is, you're on the job losing money. What I mean by that? If you're not invested, you're going under every year because inflation. Inflation chipping away at your what? Your salary. Milk going up. Inflationary values going up. It's chipping away at your paycheck. You ain't getting no raise. That means you're going in the red. You ain't getting no raises. You're going in the red. You got no other means of procuring income. You're going in the red. A pandemic hit. You get fired, laid off, furloughed. You're going in the red. You have no other means to procure income. You're going in the red. And you sitting there trying to pre-sell the stock market gonna crash though, but what you got? You unemployed, ain't got no means to make your money. You just like don't want to deal with that though. Jokers don't want to deal with that. Because we don't gloat, we don't brag, we don't do none of that. That's not our energy. That's not our energy. Our energy is, hey, can we grow together? Can we share together? Can we build together? Can we utilize the village mentality literally to build our situation out? Can we go through these small time sacrifices? Can we understand to be just a little patient? Guess what? That door opening wider and wider. That spigot is starting to open up wider and wider. Go through that little sacrifice. It's coming. I guarantee, man, look. It's coming. It's building already. We got time. Right? Money curation, money procurement, right? Money maturation, right? Let it simmer. Let it turn over. Let it grow. Understand how the game works. When money makes more money, you let it go do its thing. You let it go recruit. Don't fight the tape. Don't fight the tape. Don't look where them ballots at. right? They barely want to throw you a little $1,200 check, right? Where them dollars at? Where them dollars at? Right? Trump said where them dollars at. I'm saying where them dollars at. Right? Again, they use your money to finance their what? Financial leisure. They use your money to finance their financial leisure. They use your tax dollars to finance their financial freedom. Your tax dollars. They use your money to finance their what? Their golf course excursions, their luncheons. What did you get from it? A $1,200 check that you had to pull some teeth to get. You had to pull the teeth of Congress to get that little petty little $1,200 check. Of course, we put it to work where we could. Those who got it was able to get it. Right? It was yours anyway. It was yours anyway. Again, man, do I need to bring that Vic? Do I need to bring Vic out? Because I don't think a lot of people really understand. Do I need to bring Vic out? Because if I bring Vic out, y'all already know what it's going to be. Right? If I bring Vic out, y'all already know what it's going to be. Because sometimes people don't like to hear that hard truth. Right? It comes with a little bit, with some potency. But sometimes it comes straight down the middle where you can't dodge it and you can't run from it. Right? Because that's exactly how they got you. We just sat here and read all this data, how they what? Clean the American people's clock, literally. Right? For those who didn't know how to what? Leverage this opportunity. Leverage the opportunity, they cleaned your clock. They purposely orchestrated this thing in a way where they made sure they put you more in the debt. Because guess what? Come December the 31st, when that moratorium ends, right? When that moratorium runs out, when rent comes due, right? When bills come through, student loans come due, right? When mortgage comes due, credit card bills come due, it's going to be one lump sum. It's going to be one lump sum. Right? Excuse me. It's going to be one lump sum. Yet and still again, airlines, everybody else got paid. Everybody else got paid. Everybody else is getting paid. Right? Again, parental advisory. Parental advisory. Sometimes I got to keep parental advisory. I'm going to go and say it right now. Parental advisory. Hard truth. Hard truth. Look away. Close your ears. Look away. Close your ears. I repeat. Parental advisory. Close your ears. Look away.
How the fuck does that help, you greedy cocksuckers? Hey, what do you hear? What do you say? My Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Google+, your sister's ass, the Pony Express. A very ticked off Vic here. You know what ticks me off? Having to tell the government what to do because they have their heads in their asses. Now, follow me. There's something that's been bothering me, so I'm just going to say it now. Dear government, we understand that the virus is not your fault. It happened. It is what it is. I'm not going to get into that idea that maybe you could have acted sooner. We can deal with that when this is all over. But here's the deal. We need a real fucking plan. It was the right move to make everyone stay home because that's the only way to deal with a virus like this. But here's where I have a problem. So, you told us to shut down non-essential businesses. You told us to go home and quarantine. You told us we have to keep social distance and stay inside. But you told us you would help. So where is the fucking help? These checks are what they are. I mean, let's be serious. I'm not going to turn away $1,200 because number one, if you're going to give it to me, I'm taking it. And number two, it's our fucking money, not yours. It's ours. We paid that in taxes for everything we do every fucking day. So, okay,
Look at the typical family: mortgage payment, healthcare payment, car payments, electric, water, garbage, phone, blah, 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 blah. So maybe the $1,200 covers the mortgage. But what about all the other costs that we have each month? This $1,200 thing isn't doing shit for the normal working family. You want to help? Here's one idea. Tell the fucking banks and mortgage companies to stop all mortgage payments at this time. Just stop them. And don't give me that 3-month furlough bullshit. How does that even make sense? So someone who lost their job because you said to stay at home doesn't pay mortgage for 3 months, but in the 4th month they have to not only pay that month that's due, but also the 3 months they owed in full because it was furloughed? How the fuck does that help, you greedy cocksuckers? Someone was just unemployed and not earning money for 3 months. They weren't earning money. Hello? Now they just start back to work and all that money magically appears so they can pay the 3 months in a lump sum. How are they fucking paying that? Are you fucking idiots? Look, it almost makes sense that they can start paying the current mortgage due for the month when they go back to work. But they can't pay the prior 3 months. They had no income. So here's the idea. Just add the 3 fucking months of the furlough to the back end of the loan. So if they had, let's say, 19 years and 6 months left in their mortgage, just add the 3 months. So now they have 19 years and 9 months. How fucking hard is that? You'll get your money, you shitbags. It's just delayed. The working stiff wins if you do that. It really helps. It actually helps. And what is up with these banks and lending assholes? I mean, come on. You literally make billions of dollars in profit quarterly. That's every 3 months. The last crash was 10 years ago. So you have 10 years of massive profits and you need a bailout after 2 weeks of a shutdown? How come we, the people, have to save for a rainy day, but you save nothing? Every fucking quarter that you made $3 billion in profit, not income, profit, and all that means you paid all your salaries and bills and everything you needed to pay to run a company for 3 fucking months. So every time you made $3 billion in a quarter, if you had just put $1 billion in the bank, you'd have $40 billion in the bank after 10 years. That's not even including interest. But no, you greedy cocksuckers have to get bailed out again from our taxpayer money, and then you should have us by not giving us a real break on our mortgages, credit card bills, or car payments, or anything, and the government allows this. We get fucked. We bail you out, we get fucked. Rinse, lather, repeat. You dirtneck fucking pieces of shit should have had more than enough money to keep paying your workers and give everyone a break in mortgage payments the way I said for the time being. And again, I'm not saying to wipe the slate clean. I'm saying to just add the missing mortgage payment to the back end of everyone's loans. Do it for everything. The car lease is now 3 months longer. The credit card payment is now 3 months longer. The mortgage payment is now 3 months longer. You want to help the American worker, you can eliminate all payments due until this is over. That way, unemployment and stimulus checks would only be needed for food. That is what the American family needs now. That would help us. You greedy cocksuckers and you government lackeys who suck the balls of the big corporations and shit on the people are just as bad. Shame on you all. There could be a real plan in place, a real plan to get people through these next few months, a real plan to be testing, a real plan to allow workers who are considered non-essential to not worry about catching a virus and losing their house. Do you do the right fucking thing, you peckerheads? Having to tell the government what to do because they have their heads in their asses, that's what fucking ticks me off.
And that pretty much grand opening, grand closing. That's pretty much your grand opening, grand closing. Right? No need to even kind of follow it up, but that's basically what you have to deal with come another month and some change from now. All this stuff is finna come due, and these people still couldn't even come together with a stimulus check before the election, which we knew that was going to be the plan anyway. We talked about that, right? We talked about them dangling the carrot, right? We talked about them, finagling people and kind of, stringing you along, right? Kind of like a bad relationship, right? They're stringing you along, right? We talked about that. They pulled it off, right? And now, again, all that extra that you needed is getting what? Compounded in debt. They did it, masterfully. They did it masterfully. People got bailed out that had corporate value and corporate interest. They got loans that were turned into grants. They got interest rates at basically like a percent, 0.75%, 1.3% on big loans. We talking about millions of dollars. They got that. And again, the American people got what? What did y'all get? A toaster? A thank you letter in the mail from the government for being patient? I'm just asking. What did you get? Right? What did you get? Right? So we're back to square one. For a lot of people, they're back to square one trying to figure out, right, how do you come out of this? I was watching with the ABC special today on YouTube, of course, right? Because y'all know I ain't got no cable, right? I ain't been had no cable in a long time. I never get that mess again. Internet mess, right? I only subscribe to none of them little movie channel. I just watch everything free on. But look, seriously, I was watching one today on Good. I think it was what was the guy? TJ on Good Morning America 3. It comes on the evening time, whatever. They had this a guy came on as a pastor. Guy asked him straight up, like, man, what can we got? What do we have? What can we use right now to get through this situation, this pandemic? No, give me something. He said outright, give me something tangible though. Give me something tangible. What can we use right now to get through all this? Right? The election, the pandemic, the economy bad. Give me something, Pastor. Give me something. Did y'all know what the pastor told him? Do y'all know what the pastor told him? Some of you guys already know. But he said, give me something tangible that I can work with right now. What are you telling your parishioners? Give me something tangible. He said, the greatest thing we got is God first and each other. I went silent. I went on silent mode. I went on, let me scratch my head mode. I had this look like this right here. Like if I'm trying to breathe through my mask. I had that look right there. That's the look I had when I heard that answer. And everything he said after that was just, again, radio silence. Meaning it didn't have no substance to it. It was nothing tangible. It was all the typical things we heard growing up from a child to an adult. When he got done talking, I was looking just like this dude right here. And this is the prominent pastor. He write books. He got all these books. Again, of course, they don't let people like myself and other people to come on there to get that, we would never get on them scenarios, right? They want the people to posture. But the guy asked him very point blank, straight up, straight down, give me something tangible, some kind of tool that I can work with. Dude said, we got God and we got each other. And you just gotta, make sure you follow the system and follow. Come on. People's refrigerators empty. People's refrigerators are empty. This is the year of reckoning. This is the year of reckoning. Literally, 2020 got wrecked, but we also got some reckoning from it. We figured out exactly who and what and all the things that we've been already inquisitive about for a long time anyway. We figured out exactly who they are and who and what they are. They are who they say they are. They are who they say they are. We figured out exactly who they are. The government, again, all of that. Corporate interests, all of that. Those who are influence of other people and these clergies and all that, all of them. And this is no swipe, but I'm just coming straight down the middle because know why? See, when you learn how to rule life on your terms, people can't back you into a box. They can't shame you into a trap. They can't force you into blind loyalty because it's a consensus that everybody else following that same path. See, that's what the greatness of being an individual is all about. That's the power of being, a logical, reasonable thinker. Right? That's power in itself. To go against the fabric, go against the grain, to stand on a basic universal truth. That's what's crazy about it. It's a basic universal truth to understand self-preservation. People go out their way to make sure they don't honor that basic premise of life. Preserve thyself. Preserve thyself. Preserve thyself. Preserve thyself. Preserve thyself. you first. Get yourself right first. Get thyself right first. Protect thyself at all times. Financially, educationally, financially, socially, any of that. People have bought into, nope, let me not. Let me just, pretty much, drive myself into the loony bin, to the crazy house, trying to make sure I what? Do it for everything and for everybody else. Don't understand that the strength is in the collective, that everybody feels like if they understood how this thing really works, you'll be incentivized to really what? Bring your fellow man into the same fold of opportunity you are in. If it's working, then that's how this stuff supposed to work. Right? But nobody's doing that. Nobody's educating people on a very prominent level to take them direct to market, to take them from zero to direct to market. Right? It's not happening. Right? They're taking you through all these loopholes. Right? Go get into that. Go get into that. So you can try to find a way to get out of that. Don't only end up back in more debt. Again, just feel like the only way that you can get it through, having to go get programmed. Of course, it has its purpose in place, but there's other ways you can get it too. There's other ways you can get it as well. Right? So again, we done said a whole lot tonight. Right? Right? Let me open up. Let me get the link, guys. Y'all want to come on the panel? Right? I done messed around and did like I typically do, and then got busy and skipped dinner. Right? Sometimes it gets good, right? The information is more important to me. Well, y'all know my mentality anyway. Sometimes it's more important to me. And so those little moments like that, I'm like, I'm fine, right? I don't mind. I know it's not healthy because I try to, come from a healthy disposition, health and wealth, but sometimes you got to come forward with the information. But then there's a link, guys. If you choose to want to come on, you can. There's a link. Come join us. Come hang out with us, right? Come speak, right? Your truth, right? Come give us the word of the day, so to speak, right? It's important, right, to share in the wealth and be amongst your peers and figure out a way to kind of come up with some good opportunities and good ideas to strategize to so we can monopolize on some of these opportunities that are out there, right? So there's a link, guys. Come hang out with us if you want to. I know it's late. Some of you guys probably hanging out with family, friends, or whatever, chilling. I get it. So again, we always welcome to have you if you do want to come on. But again, this is why these conversations are important, and this is why I will try to always go out my way to bring forth what I've been able to kind of somewhat surmise and my endeavors of being in and around this environment and this world and whatever the case. Not that I'm the kind of the benchmark for that, but I'm just using some very basic everyday data points and things that you guys see just like I see. So it's not like I'm coming from left field. I'm coming straight from some of the same sources that you guys pull from, and I'm just sharing the information the way that I know it can edify you. So you can take it, build from it, expand on it, work it. They say work it, right? Work it. Well, this is how we work it. It fortifies us in a way where we'll never want to submit ourselves to be sitting there taking less than when we know we're greater than. Right? Y'all remember that school, less than, greater than? Right? When that arrow points a certain way, right? When it's pointing to the right, that means what? Greater than. When it's pointing to the left, that means what? Less than. Which way is your arrow pointing? Which way is your arrow pointing? Greater than or less than? So you mean tell me you feel like you less than a Trump or Biden or a Democrat or a Republican or a celebrity or whatever like that? You feel like you less than? Your arrow point to the left? Is your arrow point to the left? Or is your arrow pointing to the right? Open-ended towards you. Open-ended towards you. Greater than. Your opportunities, greater than. You got to think about that for a moment. You need to start realizing that for a moment. Right? It's sometimes it becomes that basic in a lot of ways. We again, they groomed us for this, for a purpose and a reason. Let's make sure, right? You say by speaking right now. Oh, let me see real quick. I'm sorry. Right? Breaking news. We on the breaking news out. Real quick. Run over here real quick, guys. 1 second. 1 second. Sorry about that. Breaking news. We trying to stay ahead of the game. Getting paid, young blood, getting paid. Right? All right, let's run over here real quick.
One of the things I'm especially proud of is how well we've done across America. And we're going to be the first Democrat to win in Arizona in 24 years. We're going to be the first Democrat to win Georgia in 28 years. And we've rebuilt the blue wall in the middle of the country that crumbled just 4 years ago. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, the heartland of this nation. I know watching these vote tallies on TV moves very slow, and as slow as it goes, it can be numbing. But never forget, the tallies aren't just numbers. They represent votes and voters. Men and women who exercise their fundamental right to have their voice heard. And what's becoming clear each hour is that record number of Americans of all races, faiths, religions chose change over more of the same. They've given us a mandate for action on COVID, the economy, climate change, systemic racism. They made it clear they want the country to come together, not continue to pull apart. The people spoke, more than 74 million Americans, and they spoke loudly for our ticket. But while we're waiting for the final results, I want people to know we're not waiting to get the work done and start the process. Yesterday, Senator Harris and I held meetings with groups of experts on public health and the economic crisis this country is facing. The pandemic, as you also know, is getting more worrisome all across the country. Daily cases are skyrocketing, and it's now believed that we could see as many as 200,000 cases in a single day. The death toll is approaching 240,000 lives lost to this virus. That's 240,000 empty chairs, kitchen tables, and dining room tables all across America. We'll never be able to measure all that pain and the loss, the suffering that so many families have experienced. We know something about what it feels like to lose to someone. It feels like to lose someone. And I want them to know they're not alone. Our hearts break with you. I want everyone to know on day one, we're going to put our plan to control this virus into action. We can't save any of the lives lost, any of those who've been lost, but we can save a lot of lives in the months ahead. Senator Harris and I also heard yesterday about how this recovery is slowing because of the failure to get the pandemic under control. More than 20 million people are on unemployment. Millions are worried about making rent, putting food on the table. Our economic plan will put a focus on a path to a strong recovery. Look, we both know tensions are high. They can be high after a tough election, one like we've had. But we need to remember, we have to remain calm, patient. Let the process work out as we count all the votes. You know, we're proving again what we've proved for 244 years in this country. Democracy works. Your vote will be counted. I don't care how hard people try to stop it. I will not let it happen. People will be heard. Our journey is toward a more perfect union, and it keeps moving on. In America, we hold strong views. We have strong disagreements, and that's okay. Strong disagreements are inevitable in a democracy. Strong disagreements are healthy. They're a sign of a vigorous debate, of deeply held views. We have to remember the purpose of our politics isn't total, unrelenting, unending warfare. No. The purpose of our politics, the work of the nation, isn't to fan the flames of conflict, but to solve problems, to guarantee justice, to give everybody a fair shot, to improve the lives of our people. We may be opponents, but we're not enemies. We're Americans. No matter who you voted for, I'm certain of one thing. The vast majority of almost 150 million Americans who voted, they want to get the vitriol out of our politics. We're certainly not going to agree on a lot of issues. At least we can agree to be civil with one another. We have to put the anger and the demonization behind us. It's time for us to come together as a nation to heal. It's not going to be easy. We have to try. My responsibility as president will be to represent the whole nation. And I want you to know that I'll work as hard for those who voted against me as those who voted for me. That's the job. That's the job. It's called the duty of care for all Americans. We have serious problems to deal with. COVID, the economy, racial justice, climate change. We don't have any more time to waste on partisan warfare. You know, and more than that, we have such an incredible opportunity to build the future we want for our kids and our grandkids. I've said many, many times, I've never been more optimistic about the future of this nation. There is no reason we can't own the 21st century. We just need to remember who we are. This is the United States of America. There's never been anything we've been unable to do, unable to accomplish when we've done it together. I hope to be talking to you tomorrow. I want to thank you all. May God bless you. May God protect our. Good night.
Yeah, about that. Yeah, see, yeah, about that. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Leader of the free world. Yeah. Might be a little nervous, but can we even get a a solid 5 or 10 minute speech out without having to about that. Teleprompter cause a little problems, huh? Okay. Yeah, but you got them hands though, right? You got them hands though, right? You gonna let them hands fly, right? That's what it is. You just gonna lead with your hand, okay?
World full of busy bees working. I ain't never met a free person. I don't get along with these earthlings. I'm trying to seek purpose, fight for something I believe's worth it. Feel the curse, I'ma reverse it. I don't dream cause I sleep nervous. No, yet I keep flirting. Face death like a Steve Irwin. Whole heat, I'ma drink thermos. Tell the bartender keep serving. I'm trying to be perfect, using dirty shit to clean dirt with. Only happy when the weed burning. Traded oxygen to breathe herb in. Smoke till I see curtains, lungs fail and they cease working. Air is something that I need urgent, suffocating, trying to squeeze words in.
About that, yeah. See, yeah. Crowd erupted. Now they erupted. Soon as the people got to clapping, y'all know my homeboy was in the back, like, man, no, they didn't. Right? My homeboy in the back was like, no, they didn't. I need to speak to the manager. Where the manager at? Right? My homeboy in the back was like, man, where the manager at? I need to speak to the manager. I keeps it real. I keeps it real. Where the manager at? Somebody can answer for this. This guy can't even read the teleprompter. Where the manager at? I ain't leaving till I talk to the manager. No, don't try to silence me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't put your hands on me. I need to talk to the manager. There ain't nowhere in the world y'all finna take me off my post, and the guy y'all trying to replace me with can't even read off the teleprompter. Matter of fact, somebody needs to go check his depends right now. He might have messed on himself. I need to speak to the manager. right? And I ain't leaving till I talk to the manager. Go get him out the back, right? Somewhere Trump right now, yeah, it ain't looking too good for all my MAGA friends. That speech right there was pretty much everything close to the what? To just what? to a conciliatory, right? Speech like, hey, letting y'all know, hey, come first thing, Monday morning. Come first thing Monday morning, we're gonna be open for business. Right? Come Monday morning, we're gonna be open for business. All my MAGA fans and family out there, ooh boy. Yeah, about that. Right? Y'all finna wear that hat like T.I. cocked to the side now, but you put that MAGA hat on. They're gonna be wearing them MAGA hats now. Like before, they were wearing them hands like straight like a baseball player, straight and all formed the right way. Now people gonna be wearing them MAGA hats, right? Cocked to the side like T.I. be wearing his hats. Way on top of it, like one of my homeboys out of Philly or New York, when they wear that hat, that thing be barely hanging on their head. Like it be hanging on by one little hairstring. But MAGA fans gonna be all over the place. Them hats gonna be circulating all over the place. They're gonna be all in ditches. They're gonna have them hats all over the place. Right? Y'all already know what it is. Right now, they screaming right now. They ready to burn it down. They ready to burn it down. Of course, we hope they don't. Hope they don't run up in the wrong person environment talking about some burning down the country because your man done lost potentially. Potentially. Seems like he's pretty much on his way though, but seems like it's pretty much over at this point. Seems like it's pretty much over at this point. Now, here's the $1 million question. Right? Here's the $1 million question. Is the market going to rally Monday? If we get anything definitive between now, definitive, that is, of course, that speech sounded very what? Very, pretty much like they was pretty much, letting you know it's a wrap. It was orchestrated and written for that same particular scenario. Right? I'm just asking, right? Is the market going to rally Monday? Look how the market closed. Right? Look how the market closed. Right? People are ready to erupt tonight as if like the world just got a reprieve. Right? Like the world just caught a reprieve. Look at these people in Phoenix, Arizona right now. They're just waiting. They're waiting for the voter manager or the inspector general, that watches over the ballots and stuff. They're waiting for these people to come out and say, hey, we counted the last ballot. This is our tally. It shows anyone, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, anybody that comes out first and says, again, officially, we've counted the last meaningful ballot. The last meaningful ballot. Look at these people. They're ready to explode tonight. They're out there all, keep in mind, this, y'all see it. Let me just be quiet. Y'all see it. You guys see it. Right? Let me calm down a little bit, right? Getting all, this stuff is they're getting amped up the party because they're, they may have substance to why they feel the way they feel, of course, but a lot of it is feelings. So it's really a feeling. It's a lot of feelings. I guarantee if you went through the majority of the people that's in the crowd and asked them, what's the one policy that you're looking forward to under President Biden elect, if he come to office, what's the one policy that you're looking forward to? I'm just happy Trump ain't the president anymore. All right, go to the next guy. What's the one policy that you may be looking forward to, knowing that Kamala Harris and President, elect Joe Biden is going to be leading you? What's the number one thing you're looking to get out of his presidency for 4 years? Well, I'm just happy Trump ain't in office anymore. That's good enough for me. And maybe I think he's going to do a little better with the coronavirus than Trump did. Again, at least, we know at this point that, but the substance stuff, forget about it. Forget about it. Right? So, of course, we're sitting there saying like, okay, well, hey, I tell you what, I'm trying to figure out what this right here finna hit for and come Monday, right? Well, matter of fact, even Sunday, what is this gonna hit for, right? What this gonna hit for? What this gonna look like come Monday? Sunday futures market to be exact at 6 p.m. All eyes on deck. Look how it closed. It closed up. It closed this way. Don't mean it can't plummet. Don't mean it won't plummet. But somebody was still trying to buy this market regardless. They did it all week. They did it the entire week. This last little move right here, all this green right here, all that was doing the what? The election. This green move, all this green on this side was all the election. Everything on this side, the red side, was what? Before the election kicked off. They bidded the market down only to put themselves in position to what? Run it potentially higher. You got to understand the tricks of the trade. They did it over here. Look what they did here. They pulled it down, bidded it down, ran it higher. Bid it down right here. Look at the pattern. What is that pattern right there? We're trained for that. Sister Mo, I don't know if you can speak right now. I know you're on the Pound of Peace Power Property. Ilba, happy to have you here as always, right? The illustrious Miss Eva Monica Lamb in the house, right? What pattern do you see right here? You look at this pattern here on the daily chart.
Is that a head and shoulder?
Look at the bottom. Look at them bottoms right there. Look at them.
What? Those are lows. What higher low? Wait, hold on.
It's all right now. Take it down.
I know what that is.
No, I'm talking about the pattern more so too. So you see what? A trough. You see what?
Oh.
A bounce.
Oh,
it
yeah.
came back again. You got what? A double.
Oh, a double. That's go ahead. Tell me.
Double bottom.
Yeah, double bottom. Because when you see a double top, it goes down, a downtrend.
And a double bottom potentially is what? More of a what?
Uptrend.
And it's right back at almost like the neckline too, where it what? Started at. Right at that little area right there. All the way across. Could it be? Could it just be? Could it just be that they finna try to what? Reward Biden to spite Trump to prove that the market's not gonna crash like you said.
To prove that he don't run nothing.
Could it just be?
Because they respond opposite.
Could it just be? I'm just saying.
Uh-oh.
Are you there, Sister Mo? You there? You there? Sister Mo, you there?
I guess I went out.
No, it cuts off your mic when I hit that. It's programmed into the thing. It cuts your mic off automatically. And he's like, "What happened?" No, it puts everybody on mute when you hit one of those. When I hit one of my little things like that.
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, you back. This is like, what happened?
My bad.
No, it's all right. You learn together. What's going on, Oba Marquis? Crypto Kid in the building. Peace, Power, Profit. Oba, what's going on, fam?
Peace, Power, Profit. Peace, Power, Profit. What's going on, fam?
You got it, man. In here getting it in, man. You know how we do. Trying to share, again, turn 15 cents into $1, right? Trying to make $1 out of 15 cents, right? We'll let them go out there and party and get sweaty and get amped all up behind this election stuff. That's fine and dandy. That's their right? We're going to be trying to figure out how we can get paid, right? Get paid. You already know it. Forex market should be banging come Monday too, or Sunday to be exact. Sunday what? Futures market. And so I asked the same question to you, brother Marquise, right? What kind of pattern do you see right there?
Oh, that's your point on earlier, the double bottom?
Already look like it's what? Setting up.
Mm-hmm.
Not my scenario, but theirs. They presented it, not me. This not me making it. I just go off what I've been trained to look at.
Yep. And it's probably going to, take a little drawdown before, it does.
It's right back at the neckline, too, of that double bottom. It's either going to barbecue or mildew. And if they have anything to try to spike Trump on the way out, because, again, his words that the market's going to crash, They might just be getting ready to try to what? Stiff him. And like, no, bro, you out of here, bro. This money wagon gonna keep what? Keep printing. With or without you. They might just be getting ready to run it. I don't know. We'll see. Disclaimer. I got a put and I got a call going into money. You know your brother already on it. Tore him up a little bit this week. I'm going to try to hit him again Monday. If they finna use this big old soiree as a moment to get everybody fired up and they try to carry that same energy into the stock market, that's what the stock market doing. They try to see how the people feel about it. Y'all feel good about it? Okay, we'll make some money off of it then. That way we won't have to feel what? Bad about what? Robbing y'all. True story. True story.
Yep, I'll be ready.
They ready.
Facts. Be
Take
ready.
my little earnings for the day, and I'm gonna be ready.
Yeah.
I was excited about my little earnings. I was like, "Oh, Steph, I think I gotta increase my little goal."
Okay, you about to use that, about to compound that interest?
Yeah.
All day, every day. Just like what?
Already.
But it said on the Django, all day, every day. We're gonna work you. We're gonna work you. What his name was on the Django?
Yeah.
We're gonna work you. We're gonna work this money. We're gonna work this money all day, every day.
Yeah, that's facts. And you know, I just feel like, you know, there was, no matter who would have gotten, who gets elected, similar things is gonna be done, you know, as it pertains to, you know, the markets and, you know, stimulus, things like that. You know, the show don't stop, you know.
Hello.
People out there ready to turn up. The public ready to turn up. The public ready to turn up behind this election. They feel this way about it. Market sees this as, okay, they're excited. They happy with symbolism. This gives us more opportunity to what? To run this market up and take more money out of it. This is how they play. This is how they get down. They just want to make sure everybody happy and excited for trinkets while they go and extract the treasures away from the capital markets. Your stimulus check scenario did not improve.
Yeah, they showed enough. They showed enough string that thing out.
I mean, that carrot. Look at that carrot so rotten right now, and it was GMO from the beginning anyway. That carrot so rotten right now. Because they understand. That carrot so rotten right now, man. It just look like, seriously, like for real, yeah, for real, right?
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
Now I was gonna say, would it be safe to say that we're probably not going to see a stimulus until we see the market, you know, kind of start to drop or some signs of trouble? Do you think this stimulus is just going to, you know, come with the market going up, or you think they're still going to kind of string that out to use that as an opportunity?
That's leverage. Call it what it is. Leverage. Leverage for your loyalty. Leverage for your loyalty. That's a t-shirt moment. Leverage for your loyalty. Well, that's what it is. Let's be honest. That's how they got your vote. That's how they got your vote. That's how they got these state representatives and these Senate votes too. Leverage for your loyalty. Because who control the power to get you that stimulus check? Congress do. Not the president. Congress do. Let that marinate for a moment. Leverage for your what? Loyalty. And they put the Senate almost pretty much as the shoe in. The Senate going to be back in control. McConnell will be right there still blocking. They're going to string it out. And if the stock market still keep pumping and these numbers start to get a little bit better, because they obviously had better non-farm payroll numbers today, matter of fact. better than what it was the previous week. So even though we know the situation going to get a little crazy because the coronavirus started to ramp back up again, but they still that's still more time they got. They just buying time. Your bills cannot wait. We spoke about that. That moratorium, look at it. Vic went in on that for a reason, right? That's just the raw facts. Right? But see, that's the game they play. Of course, in our perspective, we're not going to sit here and convince ourselves that we're comfortable just waiting on the sideline for them to come up with something. There's blood in the streets. It's been blood in the streets. Poverty, despair, hunger, unemployment, all those things, and then some. But again, through it all, people find a way to turn up still. They again, that's just how this thing is designed. It needs this sector. It needs this certain sect of society to fall in lockstep to the what? To the pageantry of all this. Right? That element. Not that you can't, people can't feel good about their situation, and that's a personal thing. I get it. Not down in that. If people want to participate in those scenarios, so be it. But again, on a macro level, there's more important things to be worrying about right now. You can party all through the night, but the pandemic is still going to be right there with you. The poverty or despair or your lack thereof still going to be right there with you during that whole time. Right? Because again, these people that we're doing this for, so to speak, are home safe, nestled in, protected. And it's like, yeah, business as usual. Business as usual. Society. In 2020. At some point, somebody got to wake up and be the adult, right? People need opportunities. They don't need, they don't need the minstrel show. Some people feel like they need it, but they don't really need it. People need benefits, tangibles. Again, of course, that's, my position and how I come at it. But I think it's very relevant to have that conversation. If it could change somebody or fire somebody up to get serious about saying, let me try some other different endeavors, right? Let me try to find, build me a business or, or get into investing or do something, then hey, it's like you realize that you don't want to be stuck ever again in a position like this ever again. What do? You have to figure out a way to change it. You have to find a way to change it. Right? That comes from being diligent, though. You have to, put some things into play, put some sacrifice on the table, crack open some books, crack open some data, get your mind right to be able to receive this information, and then go out there and act on it. Right? Go actualize it, as they say. Activate it. So that, whatever. Right. So again, we're I think, for the most part, right, no matter what, because we're gonna stay doing what we've been doing, but I think next year gonna really, it has opened the eyes of a lot of people, and they're gonna start, really starting to kind of really probably double down on at trying to really take the government to task because of the fact that it got exposed this entire year. We'll see, but who knows? We'll see. Obviously, if they have a chance to get through to anybody, it might be undivided. It may not be. Again, Trump did try to present some kind of aspects of being, a negotiator. Of course, he was still a wild beast savage at it, right? But he did some stuff that was off the book that politicians haven't been able to do since they've been politicians. He challenged their own system. He challenged their system, their status quo. Broke it to a degree. He broke it. That way they can never go back to lying and saying they can't do this and can't do that. Trump came right in there and showed you what? We're going to do it. And he did it in a lot of ways for what he wanted to do. He did exactly what he wanted to do. They cannot go back to sleep now. They've been exposed. Government as a whole been exposed, right? Trump was a gift and a curse. That's just the reality, right? Trump was like, hey, I'll get in the bed with anybody if they just tell me they like me. Right? Yeah, I'll negotiate with you. Trump showed up looking at you just like this right here. Yeah, baby. Yeah, what you want, baby? What can Daddy do for you? What can I do for you, baby? Because that's how he presented himself, right? He wanted people to just like. He said, I want somebody just to like me. He like me. I'm right. Look, I got you. Right? What can I do for you, baby? So, but that just so we get it. We get it, guys. We get it. We get it. Or, excuse me. If not, we're going to get it. Right. So next week, interesting. Next week gonna be interesting. The market is again. Whew. I mean, we could run a little poll. We could run a quick little poll. If you think the market gonna rocket Monday, press 1 in the back chat. If you think the market gonna take off Monday and rocket, press 1. If you think it's gonna sell off, press 2. If you think the market gonna sell off Monday, not knowing that we may end up having a president call by the weekend, press 2. Right? Buy the rumor, sell the news. Right? Could be a buy the rumor, sell the news event. If it's gonna rocket, press 1. We'll see. Right? As they say, we shall see. Right? Because either way, we're going to be poised to take advantage of it one way or the other. If it's crashing, if it takes a precipitous drop, then chances are it's not going to be one of those quick drops and try to save it. No. It's going to be kind of what? Demonstrative. So you might can still buy a market order put and ride a little bit out and make your little money and get right on out of there. If they try to run it up, then it might be the same way. It may end up being the same way. You might could jump in on the market order, make your quick little bag, get your little point or two, whatever the case, make you a couple little $100, whatever, maybe even more, and, and ride on up out, get on up out of there. One way or the other, we're going to get paid. If they decide to say, well, we'll just keep the market going sideways, buy some more time, inch higher as we go into a potential idea of getting a stimulus check, so be it. So be it. That just means the broader market gonna have a chance to what? Try to catch up to the S&P. That's how that stuff works. Stuff that were laggards, that were lagging, they get a chance to kind of what? Get some feet underneath them, and not have to deal with the market crash and then lose more of their footing than they was trying to build back in the beginning anyway, as being a laggard stock or a laggard sector. Utilities, energy stocks like that got obviously, in this case, energy stocks really got hammered this week. Solar companies, they tried to catch a bounce today or bid today. We'll see if they handle, how they work themselves into an opportunity come next week, especially if we get again, the presidency obviously called in a way where we can say, okay, we already know this, these policies, these stocks favor this particular president. We shall see. We shall see. Like I said, we're poised one way or the other. So yeah, I'm excited. Again, either way, I'm excited. I'm excited again because I'm looking at, I'm just looking for the bag. I'm looking for the bag. Yeah, I might just be a little, I don't know. If that's all you talk about, brother Agriboy, man, look, bro, look. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Right? I'm trying to figure out, how them people that made $637 billion in 7 months, I'm trying to figure out what they did. All them billionaires. I'm trying to copy their move. And then take it in my own little direction. Steal from everybody, find your own niche. Steal from everybody, find your own niche. Steal from everybody and find your own way. But find your own way. That's what I'm trying to figure out. They were able to pull off $637 billion. And American people got a $1,200 stimulus check and an old GMO carrot dangling in their face every single day from that point on. Okay. I'm like, what them stocks gonna hit for come Monday? What this market gonna hit like come Monday? Sunday to be exact earlier, but definitely Monday what this market gonna hit for. Crypto, Forex, all of it. Bitcoin popping again. Look out, right? Market ain't stopping. Somebody buying something, right? Somebody spending some money somewhere. It becomes that kind of scenario, right? Somebody spending some money somewhere, right? I mean, clear as day. Look here, man. Let me pull this chart up real quick here. Let me pull this chart up here real quick here, right? Because see, When we see these things, we clearly know that there's a what? An imbalance, right? Meaning somebody's making more money, right? and somebody not making the money, or somebody losing money. That's the imbalance, clear as day. You got these kind of scenarios like this right here, that means somebody getting paid. I mean, look at that chart. Look where it came from on the March lows. The March lows was just as given to Bitcoin as it was what? The stock market. True story. And people are like, man, don't you invest in that stuff? That stuff is this, it's gambling. This, man, that Bitcoin stuff is a scam. It's this. They use it on the dark market. They be using child pornography. They give you all that there. Look what the thing was at before the coronavirus. It was sitting right at this little point here, about 10 grand. It sold off like everything sold off during the coronavirus when it hit. Everybody got gutted. Gold got gutted. Bitcoin got gutted. Forex market was all over the place. Equity was all over the place. Everybody got hit. Bitcoin fell too. It dropped too. Came down all the way around about $3,800. True story. $3,800 on that wick. Now it's sitting at 15 racks. In 7 months, it's sitting up here at $15,000. From $3,800, it went all the way to 15. What percentage gain is that? Almost 500%. This thing is up almost 500%. And people like, man, but see, yeah, that crypto stuff dope. Right? That crypto stuff dope. I don't know about all that, buddy. Okay. Charts pretty much telling you what's going on. Charts painting the picture. Charts then painted the picture. And we've been charting it every step of the way. Right? We've been doing what we typically do every step of the way. Money being made all across the free markets. Money being made. I'm just like, people running from that. They convinced that I don't know. I mean, sometimes I be up, I be thinking like, man, what possess people to really just keep trying to convince themselves that, you know, this is somewhat of an anomaly, or it's just, you know, outside of their wheelhouse, right? They're content with somewhat just waiting. You're already losing. So what else do you have to lose? And I don't mean in a way that you're just making a lot of bad decisions. I'm just saying wealth is not being created and generated, especially if you're laid off. You're already in a kind of what? Sticky situation. Why not learn something that puts yourself in a position where you don't have to be in such a position if it ever hits you again? You have at least a source that you can plug into, right? You have a source that you can tap into, right? You have, you know, tools at your disposal that you can use, right? That in itself should ignite your opportunity or your mindset to say, okay, well, at least, you know, let me see if I could, you know, tap into this source here as well. Let me learn it so I can earn it. Let me learn it so I can earn it. You against the markets. All I see is what? Charts that look like this. All I see is charts that look like that. Matter of fact, look down here at the very bottom. See this blue line down here? This blue line on this chart, on this same chart, this is Bitcoin up here, right? This is Bitcoin, right? That's a whole new different asset class. That's a different asset class than the equity stocks that we, you know, obviously use in the stock market. This is a whole new thing in itself. Now, look down here at the very bottom of this chart. This is a chart comparative chart, right? Compare, contrast, comparative chart. This is the S&P 500. This is the equities down here. These are stocks down here. Up here, these are tokens, right? Bitcoin, right? It's a token, right? Down here, stocks. This is the S&P 500 in the same time frame as Bitcoin up here in the real time. Look at those charts. Do they not look similar? Do they not look similar? So you mean Bitcoin went up and stocks went up at the same way? I thought Bitcoin was supposed to be a hedge against, equity markets. Well, it seems like both of them went up together. So what does that say? What is that really saying? People were looking for flight to what? Flight of opportunity. No matter what the asset was, they want to kind of what? Be prepared in any environment. Equity, gold, Bitcoin, whatever, growth values, money was being made regardless. People sitting around at home with all that free time in their hand, and they just saying, look, let me put this money to work. Couldn't make this stuff up, guys. The chart's sitting there showing you right now. The charts are sitting there showing you right now what people did during the pandemic and still during the pandemic. It ain't gone yet, but it's showing you right now what people were doing. True story. True story. It could be the same. If we pull up gold, all right, let's matter of fact, we'll do spider gold. We'll do the spider ticker, right? Right. Let's do the spider ticker for gold, right? Gold shares trust, right? Well, look at that chart. Look at this one. Even gold made money, right? March lows around this point here, right? Down here around about the March lows right here. It sold off too, like everything else sold off. True story. You see it right here. Clear as day. Gold sold off too. Crypto sold off. Equity sold off. Everybody got hit. Nobody got spared. Well, look what they turned around and did when they made what? New highs. Gold made an all-time high up here around August the 7th. And it's still what? In a bullish flag position. So you mean tell me gold, which is a hedge to equity stocks, also went up too? So everybody just went up, huh? Yeah, it seems like it to me. Seems like a lot of money was made. Numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. We bring people to the data. These charts are not lying. No matter what people telling you, and they're trying to convince you otherwise, and they're trying to tell you it's this and it's that, it's whatever, all I see is money. Gold, crypto, equities, Forex, all I saw, all I see, all I'm seeing is money. Let them keep talking, and these dollar bills gonna keep walking. Facts. Facts. Them charts are speaking to me right now. The charts are speaking to me right now. So I'm just saying, you get a little money, right? You gonna get a little money, and you gonna keep building, and you're gonna be looking at you all sideways. You like, man, I've been trying to show you, man. You like, give me 50 feet, man. Give me 50 feet, man. You got that. You might have that coronavirus. Right? Give me 6 feet though. Right? We like. Right? The joker ain't gonna understand what's going on there. Give me 60 feet, Joker. Give me 60 feet. Right? I'm trying to get the money. These charts are not lying. What's going on, fella? What's going on, fella? Born eternal Lord Allah. Peace by prophecy. What's going on over Rich Senior in the house? Right? Our family Rob's Rich Senior in the building. Peace by prophecy to you over. Happy to have you in the house. Right? Thank y'all for coming through. I know it's late again. We over here getting it in. We working like we always do. Right? We work. We just work. It's Friday night and we still working. Right? Friday night. Just got paid. Right? We still working. Right? All we're doing is trying to bring clarity. We're trying to bring truth to power as we know it to be. Again, truth to power. Knowledge brings power. Power brings what? Profit. Simple as that. It's a simple algorithm. Knowledge brings power. Right? Knowledge brings power. Power brings profit. That's the algorithm. The tools, these financial vehicles, these financial instruments, these assets, tokens, these equity stocks, these currency pairs, Forex market, right? You know, that's just what it is. That's why people look at us like, man, y'all always on that stock stuff. That's like when people look at you crazy, like, man, y'all always on that black power stuff. Like, is there something wrong with having pride in yourself, pride in your ancestors? Everybody else get to do it, but you can't. Seriously, you convinced of that? It's Hotep this and the Shea Butter this because you found proud in understanding your genetic ancestry and your lineage, and everybody else do it, and they dig up their homelands and their ancestors, and that's like, oh, that's so nice. You looking at them now, you smiling and dewy eyed and about to cry because somebody's repping they culture, but when your people do it, you got a problem with it. Seriously, where they do that at? What kind of? I'll leave it alone. Let me leave that alone. Moving on, brother. Moving on, brother. After move on. Right, move on, as they say. Right. Again, charts are just telling you everything. So crypto, gold, equity. I pulled up all of them. All of them look the same. I pulled it every last one of them. All of them look the same. All of them went up during the pandemic. Every last one of them went up during the pandemic. What else do you want me to say? Right? I'm just saying, what else you want me to say? What else you want me to do? I don't know what else to say, or I don't know what to say or do at this point. If it's not airing apparent at this point, what we've been talking about for years, literally years, we've been talking about this stuff, of course. Especially on the, again, on the Dagger Squad channel, right? Urban Economic Empowerment Show every Wednesday. We've been talking about this stuff for a long time. Especially, and of course, myself before I even got with Brother Garfield, Sister Monica, and the fam over there. This is just been my little lane. I just, hey, what you guys doing on that side of the house? Are you invested? We can go back, look at the charts back then. Numbers don't lie, right? 2017, gold. I mean, seriously, look at it. It'd be no different if we pull up the SPY. It'd be no different if we pulled up, crypto market. Same way, 2017, 2016, 2017. Look at the charts. That's up and to the right. That's up and to the right. Meaning from here, right, 2017 all the way up here, that's money. Even when it pulled back here, on the coronavirus, it still went up and made a new high. It took out the old high, made a new high. I know it's congested up there with all my stuff up there, but y'all see it. So what excuse can a person give you? What excuse can a person give you? Market gonna crash. Okay. So it crashed here, and what did it do? Got back its money. Right? Went up here, it crashed again on the pandemic, on the coronavirus. What did it do? Went back and made more money. Wait, what? If it crashed, it's supposed to keep crashing, right? If that's the question they typically want, that's what they're really trying to ask you. I mean, if it crashed, it's gonna keep crashing, or it's gonna crash and never recover. That's how they really trying to pose the question to when they try to come at you all kind of sideways and ask you that question. So, look, y'all get it. Preaching to the choir, I get it. Market seems to keep getting saved. The way I look at it, every time I look at it, it seems like somebody keeps saving it. Right? Seems like somebody keeps saving the market. Every time it's a pullback and it looks like it's about to crash or whatever, seems like somebody steps in and saves it. Right? Kind of like this right here. Right? Every time we get ready to drop, the people that come in. So if somebody ain't gonna let their money not make money, if somebody got the wherewithal and the mindset to not let their money not make money and save it all the time, then chances are, if the consensus is that same kind of energy, anytime the market pulls back at any kind of value that seems to be more than the average, somebody gonna come right in behind it and what? Buy it. Look at the historical charts. Look at the data. Look at the data. That's saying a whole lot. It's saying a whole lot. You know, so once you, again, when you bring the data out, when you bring the charts out, you bring the guns out, people can't sit there and try to talk you down. People can't sit there and talk in circles about things that they don't understand. And it's not that you're trying to make them out to be wrong or a lie. It's just that, no, this is what we've been trying to explain to people and share with you. I mean, we can go back. Look at 2009, right? Even after the subprime lending crash that happened, right? With the mortgages and all that stuff, the market did what? Recovered, right? That was a crash, wasn't it? They attributed it as being a crash. It crashed and then what? It recovered and went up and made what? Newer highs. True story. Look at it, right? I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up. 1994, what you want? Look at what was y'all doing in 1994? Right? What was you doing in 1994? Look here. Look what happened since 1994. It went from here to way up here. Seemed like growth to me. Seemed like growth to me. Yeah. So about that, about all that growth. But the market crashed, right? Oh, it's gonna crash. No, it's healthy. It's called a healthy pullback. It's called a healthy, rebalancing. Recycle out some of that frothy money and bring in some new money. Give new people a chance to come in so they can make some money. It's how you value and view things. That's what separates winners from losers. Half empty, half full. How you look at the glass. If you overly pessimistic about everything that you look at is gonna come with a warning label, to the point where you never gonna actualize taking a chance on good actionable intel and data at that too. We talking about actionable intel data. You still gonna look at it as like, no, man, I look at it, but man, look, bro. And people gonna be in there, made some money, and you still gonna be like, what? But yeah. It's mentality. Condition it, build it, right? Seriously, these charts are telling you what look. All right, it's late. I know it. Let me just stop. All right, let me just stop. Right, because we understand, and sometimes it takes a little bit, whatever. Brother Marquis, Sister Monica, y'all want to build? Y'all, the floors, y'all got charts y'all want to show. You want to go over some key killer trades y'all been taking. I know y'all been tearing up, taking names. Look, the floor is the floor is open. Floor is open. I'm sorry. I mean, all over. I can't be the only one parent. I know I'm not, but I got to say it that way sometimes. A lot of people just don't understand how everybody around us is just, making it happen. Everybody around us making it happen. We find opportunity in places where other people are scared of, or they're intimidated. I'm not necessarily scared; they're just intimidated by it, slightly intimidated. Hey, we're here to kind of help you overtake those fears. Those charts showed you everything that you need to know. But of course, that you learn how to be a value shopper. The same way you learn how to be a value investor. Buy low, sell high. Understand how to read that. How to look for the low, right? How to look for that value stock or opportunity. That's where the training comes in at. How to shop. Same way you have to learn how to shop to do what you do now for your everyday life. Well, the market is the same way. That's why it's called the market, right? There's different products on the shelf. There's Apple, there's Google, there's Netflix, there's Nvidia, there's Tesla, there's AMD, right? It's Microchip, right? There's Intel, there's Zoom, there's Roku, right? We can go on for days. United Health, right? United Rentals, Caterpillar, John Deere, Home Depot. We're going for days. I'll be here all night trying to name all these publicly traded companies. Right? There's marijuana stocks, Chronos, CGC, Tilray, Hexo, ACB, Aurora, right? Which is Aurora in that case. AUPH, right? Right? GW Pharmaceuticals, Cara. I mean, there's so many Organogram, right? One of my favorites, right? A little penny play. Right? We traded that stock from 14 cents all the way to 12, it went like $14. Remember that trade like yesterday? We crushed it. It went from like 14 cents all the way up to like what, $14. Right? I'm like, man, look. And marijuana starts getting ready to pop off again because what? All the legalization. 4 new states, what? Legalized this what? This election cycle. 4 new states just legalized. 4 new states just legalized marijuana. New Jersey being one of them, recreational and medicinal. New Jersey finna turn up. Everybody in East Orange, Camden, Newark, right? All over the Jersey City, the townships, Morristown, all that, all the way out to Atlantic City, they finna turn up in New Jersey. It's recreational and medicinal. They are finna turn up in New Jersey. Jersey town, man, look, Jersey City, they finna turn up. From the boardwalk to the what? Right? To the boardroom. They are about to turn up. Marijuana is now legal in the state of Jersey. 100%. They're about to turn up. The signs are all around us. There's money to be made. Let's get it. Right? Let's get it. Sister Monica, over Marquis, y'all there? I know y'all late. It's late. It's about 12 o'clock. Joker trying to chill a little bit. I get it. But, again, we're here for that, for the growth and for the learning and for the sharing and the, all of that. Hang out with us. Just keep hanging out with us. Keep hanging out with us. Keep hanging out with us. That's all I'm going to say. When we go live, we coming to work. That's all I'm going to say. When we go live, we're coming to work. We're here to, add a little flavor and perspective to it. We coming to work, though. Best believe that. We're coming to work. If I fire this YouTube channel up, I'm coming to work. Just know that. I'm coming to work.
Yeah, I was just over here cooking some food up.
No, you good? I'm about to do the same. I ain't ate dinner yet. That's why I was like, man, I need a break. I'm about to rub it.
But it just comes to what's happening, in the markets right now. It just makes me think of how, like, when you print that much money, when you print more money than the value of money that's even out there, all the other assets are gonna, increase in value. And I think that's what we're just seeing, across the markets. And when we have the added, factor of the Fed just coming, like you said, saving the market and, expanding the, money supply and lowering interest rates, it's orchestrated, it's routine, if you understand the patterns, and it's just, what's going to happen, it's going to ride out for a little minute. They're going to keep, propping up as much as they can, and eventually, which is what they're saying, is probably going to be a little bit more time down. They're going to have to raise those interest rates and then, contract their economy. And, as long as you understand that and you have that in mind when you're making your investments, you're going to have the upper hand.
Right. It's as simple as learning how to read the tea leaves, as they say, right? That's what they say, read them tea leaves, right? Understand where the money's at. Follow the money. That's what they always say, follow the money. That's, again, their words. Again, they always say follow the money. And so if they continuously keep telling us to do that, then at some point we got to what? Take them up on their word, right? Right? At some point we're going to have to take them up on their word. And so, again, they ain't going to short themselves purposely. If they have anything to do with it, they're going to try to make some money. And if it ain't going the way that they want, they're going to just turn around and what? Short the market, right? They're going to short the existence of it because there's money to be made, what? Up and down.
Facts.
And they can care less at the end of the day. Although they would love to see it go up and to the right. Of course, that's how markets are structured, to go up and to the right, right? Markets are by default supposed to go up. By default, they're supposed to go up. But, excuse me, in moments when they're lagging, they still will try to find a way to what? Make money off that too. True story. Right. So again, we prepare for it one way or the other. Simple as that. One way or the other, we are prepared for it. We are prepared. Trump said, where them ballots at? We turn around and say, man, where them stocks at? Where them currencies at? Where that gold at? Where that Bitcoin at? Right? That's how we look at it. And where them tokens at? You see what I'm saying? Where them dollars at? Basically, all that translates into where them dollars at.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy, yo, when crypto be on his PayPal, man. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Big deciding, big inflow shift with the, now PayPal coming to market and adopting it now. Open up
Yeah,
a floodgate, so to speak.
that was just like gave it like years worth of growth just instantly.
Overnight. And it also did something else. What else did it do, Open Chris? Open Marquise. It brought what?
Where about some stability or
Yep, in another form of what? Credibility.
yep.
People like PayPal had it. They wouldn't get into this, right? A reputable company like that, they wouldn't get into this if they feel like it was what? Some craziness or some bullshit.
Now it's two of them,
Well,
them and Square. So now these other companies, they're gonna have to do the same thing because then people gonna be like, hey, well, I'm gonna go over here because they do this and y'all don't do this. So
Missing out.
especially after they made them lenders too. They made them authorized lenders.
Thanks.
They gave all of those different components because a lot of people do business strictly from those companies.
Fintech. We talked about
When the
fintech
bank,
a long time ago too.
right?
Mhm.
When the banks cut them off, when the banks cut off small businesses from the COVID money, they, I guess somebody lobbied on behalf of them and they made them lenders, and then boom, it opens up all kind of gates.
That's crazy.
Facts. Fintech is the new what? Money. That's why they came hard at IPO. They shut it down temporarily. It was just that big. It was that much of a conglomerate. They had to shut it down before it came to market. True story.
Yes, I was looking for it.
They were that intimidated by it because it was going to open up a funnel like crazy in the Asian and European Indian market and even parts of Africa. A lot of people was intimidated by that. They was like, no one company should have all that power.
Unless they get a piece of the pie.
Suspended it. It was that big.
Unless they get the piece of the pie.
And that's what it was. They sent them back to the drawing board so they could figure out how can they get more out of them because apparently they wrote themselves a bad deal.
Mm-hmm.
It's the biggest IPO, biggest valuation ever for a company to come to market, and the greedy people are like, well, we didn't write in enough for what the money off of this that we can make off of it. So now let's halt it for a second so we can get more out of it. Simple as that. Greed begets greed.
Yeah, and these fintech companies, man, they're really disrupting, these traditional markets. I've seen a trend with a lot of these companies coming out, like basically like offering credit, but credit that's based on your banking habits, not your credit score. Like they just have like they link you to this like plaid like it basically you basically log in through there and it goes to your like banking transactions, your history, different factors. It can determine how much to give you on credit based on that, your cash flow.
Exactly what PayPal do in a lot of ways. A lot of the other fintechs, they understand that performance always beats what all this kind of prestigious value, what they feel like the credit value would obviously give you in the debt market. The debt market right now is garbage because of the COVID. So of course that can't be the only deciding factor. What they feel like, because people want your business, they want to see that you making moves. You can get your credit together later. Right now, we just see that you have a track record of making consistent moves. I can work with that. That's how they're looking at it now. Banks are scared of that.
Yep. And that's why I'm trying to give people That's
Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to get people to shift money to their accounts. Learn how to shift. Shift it through. It's still your money. You just need to show
Mhm.
that you got revenue hitting the account, and that's what they're looking for. Like if you can't make no money, how am I gonna give you some money? You gotta
Facts.
make something.
It's as simple as that.
And how do you usually accomplish that? Like doing like payrolls? Like how do you,
I do.
you know?
I just send a. I split my direct. I s- you. I split my direct deposit, or you can have your bank account send it straight. So when I was in the military, we had allotments, and that's where I got the concept from because I would have the funds allotted out. I had to come out my check prior to, but then when I got out, of course, regular companies don't have that option. So what I did was I split. We have the capabilities to do two accounts, and so I split my check. But before when I was working for the state, I didn't have the option. So I took one account and I just did a deposit to the other account. So when I got paid, half of the money would go to the other account, and so it would show a consistent flow of the revenue hitting the account every month. But now, the way I get paid, because I do payroll, we got two. You could do two direct deposits. So I split my little hustle part-time job money. I split half of it goes to my business account and half comes to me. And so to have that goes to the business account, I let it grow unless I'm getting ready to do something for business, and I use that card so that if I have to take advantage of any of these opportunities out there, I have actual transactions versus trying to uh, doctor up the financial statements. It's real information. I didn't have to go
Yeah,
make. Yeah, so it's owners. It goes in your owner's equity. And then if you withdraw, if I just do a cash withdrawal or something, I just put it on the balance sheet as an owner's withdrawal. But it's all, and so they know that most of your money, a lot of your money, unless you're doing big business already, is going to come from personal, your personal money. So just put the money into the accounts. They just want to see that you flowing revenue. Now, if you don't have any money going in at all, like sometimes there were people, they don't have money, they don't do any of that. They just leave the account just empty. I'm like, how you going to expect to get some favor? You can't even show that you're making money. You making money on the ground, but you want them to give you a loan or some kind of favor, in reference to your business. You got to, and that's what's weaning our people out a lot. I'm gonna tell you, that's like the biggest issue that I see, that people that could not take advantage of that care money is
yeah.
because
Not being able to qualify.
I done went way over here. I'm sorry. I thought I was on. I'm so silly. I thought I was on my phone. I was talking to the phone like I was on the phone. Oh my goodness. My bad. I moved away from the laptop like I was on my phone.
No, we
Yeah.
can hear you. We can hear you. No, we still can hear you. It's
Y'all
fine.
Yeah,
heard me?
we,
Yeah, we still
yeah, we
Oh,
good.
heard
okay.
you. Yeah, and you're definitely right. You was talking about, the fact that people can't really qualify because they can't show that they have any, income coming in into their accounts.
Right. And so I was telling the owner tonight, it's like we was buying some company shirts and they was trying to get a cheap deal. I said, man, if you don't spend that money on that cheap shirt, you're gonna be looking for that transaction when you have to try to support that money you just got. And he started laughing. I said, you don't try to backpedal on real business expenses. You want that to hit your account. You want things like your website or maybe like for me it was the Zoom subscription. I didn't want to pay for it, but I paid, and I'm glad I did pay for it because when the grant came down, I was trying to figure out what expenses that's going, because with the pandemic, it justifies itself. You can't go on the ground and do lectures, so you have to do them virtually. So the Zoom expense pays for itself, so they don't have to wonder, was that a business expense or was that a personal expense? Make sense? And so I was trying
Mm.
to explain it to some people, like some of your business expenses that you need to justify on these documents is simple. You just not doing it. You're spending the cash, but you want the business opportunity. it's not going to work.
Yeah, it takes some discipline. Like you have to, set up a system and follow through with that system.
Yeah. And it has to come, especially if you're going to deal with their system, it has to come from your account. Because if it don't, you know, you're gonna look suspect, right? And so trying to take advantage of these different roles. So like right now, based on any administration, I was like, okay, where these opportunities is gonna come from, right? And how can we justify and get them? How get us to get moving, get in them or whatnot? Because I want it. And then at the end of the day, after I seen how this last application came, I was like, oh, they ain't even asking you for a technical write-up. They just want to see your financials. Oh, heck yeah, I got this in the bag. This is easy right here. But guess what? A lot of people didn't. Because they just making money, spending money, making money, spending money. No rhyme, no reason, no order to things, anything. And then they're like, oh, they won't help us. You gotta help yourself first. People go hard in the paint on the job, 40, 60,
I'm telling you.
70 hours.
I need my little time and a half, child. I need my little time and a half.
Yeah,
I'm like,
but won't
what?
even spend 2 extra minutes. Oh, I ain't got time.
Exactly. That kills me when, you know, they'll follow whatever orders, do some crazy stuff, for their job. But when it comes to, them doing some stuff on their own time that can benefit them, it's just like they just can't find that extra motivation. They just only can find the most convenient excuse.
Yep.
And
Yep. And then, tax season coming up. I was like, I already put the memo out. Do not call me. I'm not. I'm not putting no receipts in order. I'm not filing no returns. Nope. Because I already know y'all didn't do nothing with that money. You gonna want somebody to be making. I'm not doing none of it. Don't call me. I'm not doing it.
yeah. Oof.
I'm gonna do one live, show you where to win at, and that's a wrap. You better get up, get your own little apps and get it, get it in. Because
Game,
I'm
coach.
already, huh?
It's just like you tell people, get in the game, coach. Get in the game. Get in the game.
Yeah, I
I
done
mean,
already seen some of the forms, and I'm like, "Ooh, this gonna be nice and tricky right here."
Yeah. And your key is you got to start that stuff like now. I remember my teacher used to tell me, proper preparation prevents poor performance, right?
Yes.
And you just have to, prepare for, like, you have to understand these things and prepare for them, when the year starts off, just so it'll be so much easier on you if you got all this stuff organized and so beneficial for you.
Yep. And it's an app for everything. I don't know how many computer programmers we got out there, but boy, I sure wish that some of our computer programmers would be creating apps that we could subscribe to them and use. You know?
Mm.
Go ahead,
facts.
brother. Emporium, I see you got the map up.
No, I was just having it playing in the background while we were talking because I mean we could. That's visual. We just keeping up with these little stats. They still live over there talking about it, so that's just the stats. What we talking
Oh,
about more
okay.
important.
And you know what? Even looking at this, even looking at this map and the way, it came down, I can almost tell you the programs that's gonna come out that's gonna have the dollars. just by the demographics of the states that were selected in favor of Biden or whatnot. And so with that being said, like, that when because if they pass a stimulus and they give out it's gonna, if they pass a stimulus and some of the money come back towards small businesses, or we even just have a fraction of it in the opportunity, it's like you got a chance right now to do whatever you need. If you're not gonna get in the market and you want to play the game that they play, then you're gonna have to get your record keeping in order. Because what they're gonna add, they're gonna February, where they say February is the next conversation about the stimulus. That's when they come back. February, when after I think it's February, right?
Inaugural. They can kind of talk about it now, but obviously being able to get it done on an executive order. Of
Yes.
course, you have to now wait to what the new president or the incumbent president takes seat again, because in this kind of gestation period, you can't do anything. Now, of course, if Trump get reelected, then of course they can get something done because he's still already
He's
in
already
place.
there.
But
Right.
if it's Biden,
So January
after
January
January
21st. After
late,
January 21st.
just say late January, basically. They can, like I said, they can put it in, mental motion now, meaning to get, danging that carrot course, but they still gonna have to wait for the formality, when all the stuff takes precedence and all that.
Right. Yeah. So if they mimic or make it similar in nature, with the exception, I'm just thinking just add money here or there or switching it around a little bit. The criteria is gonna be the same. That's not gonna change. So, if you're out there, you waiting for that, then that bank account you should be trying to get your documents, your financials picture in order, because that's what's going to determine. And they're probably going to be looking at those 2020 tax return. They comparing the 2019 with the 2020. And so they done got tricky now. SBA is asking for a business license, and that is to wean out the dates, because each one of them have a specific date they want you to be in business by. And so it's kind of like what you say in reference to the market. If you had started in March, when you knew, even though you couldn't get it, if you had started in March, then you had all this time to be ready for whatever they're going to offer in 2021, because we already know pandemic is not, they already said 2022 before we get back to any kind of semi-normalcy.
Right.
So they're gonna have to shift down money. It's just a matter if you could actually benefit, and they're not cutting no chases on payroll, utilities, and PPE. PPE. So you gotta find a way how to get involved. Otherwise, guess where that money gonna fall? What is that big old article you did earlier in the show? Back in corporate hand.
Corporate hands. They made
Hmm.
637 billion in that little bit of time. They can't wait to make an additional, maybe another third of that in the next, 5 or 6 months.
Yeah.
If not, and then longer from that point on, of course, as if this thing drags out, they're like, "Yep, getting paid, young blood, getting paid."
Right. So if the banks got the bailout like Vic says, and then they got a percentage from the government to be used as a vehicle to get it to you, and then they charge you another 5% to get it. Man.
Hustler,
The best person, like,
hustler.
yeah,
They took that Rick Ross song to heart, boy. They figured out how to get it.
yeah. Hey, the bank
Yeah.
has got it the best. Bank has got it the best, man.
Yes. I remember being in the master's program, and this girl, she was a loan officer and or some capacity of the bank, and she used to say, "Man, I can't wait till I get my bonus," and I'm thinking like 1,500, 750, something like that. And because she's like, "Because I'm gonna buy a car with it, I'm gonna just pay it out cash." I'm like, "What kind of bonuses you getting?" And man, she was like 30,000. I work at the bank. I'm like, "What the hell? What? I chose the wrong industry."
Right. Hey, look, what's going on over here?
This is like 2000,
Man,
and this was in the housing bubble. This was 2000. I got my master's in 2008. I think it's like 2007, the latter part of 2007. I was
that's
like,
why right there.
yes, we have to build up a tolerance for these areas, and even, we trading or whatnot. I was super scared to, I set my goal so low because I was super scared that I would even think about it. I could make a little bit more. But then when I did it, I was like, woo, okay. I'd have been okay. Okay, Mo,
But
I see the shine.
you did it the right way. I've been saying, and we've been saying for long. Get used to making 2 to 3%.
Yes.
Figure out how to
Yes.
get on base first. If you
Yep.
can do that consistently, the bigger money will come. See, that's
Yes.
that part of the game. See, that's why I'm a stickler for what? discipline, due diligence,
Yeah.
and I don't cut that corner, and I'm not gonna never cut that corner, no matter whatever. I know people have their own styles, but you got to realize the majority of people who coming in this that are new, these people are just like childlike in that aspect of trying to figure out how to get through this, right? You don't take a child that don't know how to walk and get them, some Timberlands that are out the gate, like jump on out there, man. Look, you got
Feet
to
be all messed up.
fine, right? Exactly. So again, you set the goal so what? So
Yeah,
low.
attainable.
There you go. That way you'll strive to not mess up to make sure you can hit that goal, because you realize even though that could be sometimes a little tricky, right?
Yeah.
But you're just trying to figure out how to take care of all the all that that stuff that hidden stuff that you're still coming into your own and learning, and so you'll how to better strategize, right? How to better make better executive decisions, because that's basically what we do every day. We make executive decisions without money. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Right? An executive, so it matters, right? Think small, it'll grow. Think small, it'll grow.
It does, and I was sharing on my live today on Facebook. I was like, I can remember last year this time getting ready to make the decision in January to really start paying attention to it. And so what, 9, 8, 10 months, 10 months in, and I've exceeded the goal. I was like, shoot, it's on and popping. Like, what are y'all waiting for? I ain't even come in with a whole lot of it. I just barely tipped the surface. Like, it's a true testament to anybody who really want to learn. And so, it's a choice. You're gonna be able to. I think somebody posted about because Marquise just mentioned cash flow. I think Chris posted in the back chat. I think somebody made a comment about stop running after this credit, because you're gonna find yourself in debt. You have more debt and you won't have no cash flow, so you can't make certain decisions. And I think that some people, instead of taking advantage on the upside of the credit to make more money, they did the credit and they abuse it, and then now they're really sitting on the liability of it. And then of course you're gonna be like Trump and filing Chapter 13. you know. But I mean, I know that is a good thing in a way, but in the sense, you gotta, if you're gonna get it, make sure you can leverage it to get more, or to help with your resources so that you can be more. And I never forget, Chris is like, and we got that when I made my first couple dollars, he was like, can you get another laptop now? It's like, wait a minute, I just made some money.
That money. Yeah.
Let it go, Mom. Buy the Apple. I was like, man, I'm not buying no Apple when I can go get this $200. But then I had to think about it, like, okay, you gonna invest in yourself, or you gonna go spend that money? I bet in
exactly.
a couple of years that money gonna be gone. And man, I was like, whew, I'm trying to look. I'm trying to upgrade and give me one of them desktops. I'm gonna make my stimulus by the end of the year. I'm buying that desktop. As far as like, you just buying out of spite. I was like, nah, it's a tax write-off. Don't worry about it. It's business.
Hey, that's love. That's love. That's that financial literacy for you. You know.
You gotta, hey,
And when
you
it
gotta get it.
comes to when it comes to that debt, man, you just have to have a plan. You can't just be, getting, you can't just be getting this stuff and not have a plan and just use it to spend on stuff that you can't afford. This definitely gonna put you in the wrong situation. But if you got a plan and a tried and tested system, then hey, it's just give you that money to invest and then scale up. A lot of people use credit to scale up. Same way you was talking
Yes.
about with your trading. You get your confidence from, hey, I know I can make a certain amount. These are my margins. This is how much I got to pay for it. This is how much I can make. This is how much I can sell of this, whatever. And then you go and you get some credit maybe and make your business better. That's what these businesses supposed to be doing out here, like investing back into their business, but they just be buying their own stock over and over again. They have the same bad habits.
Right. Corporate buyback. That's it.
Recycle. Recycle whatnot. Yeah, it's funny how that kind of works. I thought was interesting about my own little experience was the fact that I saved money easier by investing it than I did if I was just putting it in the savings. And I guess because I just easy access to it or something. But I mean, even though I
Mhm.
got access to the fintech account, I still it just seemed like it was just easier access. um than putting it over there and just and but then I also found joy in watching it grow because you hear people say it all the time, watching money grow. It's until you actually sit there and watch it grow and using the 3% rule or 3 to 8 or whatever, it just to see it happen, you're like, well, I was anyway. I was like, whoa, okay, this is what they mean. All right, because when you work on a job, you don't get to watch. Well, you can, but you get your statements. Your 401k statements come in the mail, or your retirement. Depending on where you at, your little retirement statement come in the mail like every quarter, and you see it there. And it's not often you actually get to see that online in real time. You don't get to see it move up and down in real time. Well, at least I didn't, anyways. And so to see that happen, it's like, oh man, this is so cool. I know I sound corny as all get out, but that's how.
Nah, I feel you 100%. I feel you
Hey,
100%. It's just like you get happy because you understand too. You made this off of your own intellect. You looked at something, you saw value in
yes,
something, you examined it. You took a chance, and you've been doing it on a consistent basis, and it's like you get confidence in yourself, and your ability to do this, and realize all along, like, dang, I could have did this all along. You know what I'm saying? I ain't have to wait for somebody else to. It just let you know too how much they really making off of you, because they doing the same
yeah.
thing with it.
And what's cool is when you see the people in the chat, and they'll just be starting to, and they starting to share. They starting to share the tickers with you. Like, look at this, look at that, and it's like a proud moment. But after the Emporium definitely should have a proud moment. It's like a proud moment. Be like, look at my little children, they growing.
They look at the business growing.
That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now the converse, even if you can't have like a mega conversation, you could say something now, even if it's just posting an article. My first stock buy was the article you posted on Moderna. I never forget the date when you posted that in the back chat. Then we ain't see you again. Come on. Oh, you went and hiding. Where Angie went? She posting. Where'd she go? She was it. Oh, but African Emporium. She may be trying to get back in. He gonna let you back in or whatnot. But yeah, I thought it was so cool. Let me see. Thanks to Mo for introducing me to Acorn. I saved 5,000 in a year. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's where I'm at. I'm like a little over 5 right now, and it ain't even been a whole year. And so I just thought that being able to, I mean, with you all sharing and taking the time, because that's important. It's not many people that will take their time with you and spend time with you for you to understand or comprehend. Most people they'll spend time with you for dramatic conversations, but for training, intense, they don't do that.
You know.
You know, they be thinking that we could. As a matter of fact, I was at the VA today and no, yesterday, and this one guy, he always come and help me when I go. And so I was like, I have to tell him myself, I don't think I never asked him about stuff. So I said, hey, because I know he's a contractor, he's not a federal employee. And I said, are you started investing yet? And he was like, nah, I want to learn. He's like 23. It's like, nah, I want to learn or whatever. And I was like, do you have any brokerage accounts on? He's like, no, I don't know what that is. I said, okay, every time I come, because I got to go for the next 6 weeks, twice a week. See, every time I come, we get a little crash course. By the time you push me from my car to the front door, I'm gonna give you a crash course, and we're gonna start with this app. So I give him this app, and he was
Yeah.
excited. I said, and you, when I come back next week, you better had already made a deposit into that app. So we can get someone to do it. And then I said, when I teach you, you're gonna teach your homeboys or whatever. He was like, that's what's up, right? He's like, I said, you got a retirement plan? Do they give y'all any 401k matching or anything like that? He was like, no, we just regular. And so he's like, the money ain't the problem. I got money. I just, I just don't know what to do. How to do it. So I was like, okay, cool. We're gonna do a little small crash course every time I come. I'm gonna just give you something else to look at, something else to think about, something else to go with, or whatever. So when I came back out of my appointment, I came back. Hey, he knows he's the only person that helps me. I don't let the motherfucker touch me. And he's like, asking me a couple questions. He had to look at the app, whatever. So I was like, that's what I'm talking about right there. So by the time I finish with my therapy, you should be good and ready to do something or whatnot, and just take it from a payroll deduction, a little bit at a time until you start learning your way around. And you look again, you better save some money because I know you ain't saving no money. He was like, no, I just spent it. It's like that's what we need to be. And then think about it, you don't got no kids, so by the time you have kids, you have a little cushion and be walking around here talking about, I ain't got nothing to get my kids or to fall back on, you know? So, yeah. What's up, Angie? Oh, look at Brandon in the building.
Hey.
Everybody in the building now. Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
What's
Yeah,
up?
it's nice
Yep.
to hear you
Peace,
talking.
peace.
I keep missing you. I'm so mad. I'm glad that I got on. I'm glad that y'all is still on tonight.
Yeah. I was up. Yeah. Well, everybody get busy a little time. We decided we got a little book that we're gonna do for Wednesdays. About 8 chapters. We're gonna do 8 weeks of it. So we get some learning, some foundational, some more learning in.
Good.
Contrarian thinker wanted us to do. So I was like, what perfect way to end the year?
Hmm.
You know, get some substance in and go into 2020 banging or whatnot.
Oh,
But
what
like
book?
I think Brother, it's you were in the chat, Marquise. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get
Yeah, I
it.
think I came in late. I
You
heard
got
y'all
that
talking
link
about it,
though.
but I didn't know which. Yeah, I didn't know which book y'all had decided on.
You can you can be a stock genius by Joel Greenblatt. I think that's
Oh,
you
okay.
got that one? You read that one? It's
Nah,
only
I
eight
haven't. I think
chapters.
I read that one. Yeah,
He had started talking about the tea leaves, things that Brother African were talking about a lot, being familiar with them, being able to read them. So that book has some of that in there. The PDF I
yeah.
seen, I'll see the PDF. So we got it free off a
Okay,
PDF
cool.
drive.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
I
So,
think.
get a little bit more in. Go ahead.
Yeah. Nah, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying, get a little because some people, we know there's other people out there doing similar nature what we're doing, but some people we don't want to get sloppy because like Brother Emporium said, we pride ourselves on due diligence, do your research, gain a methodology, listen to everybody, but take what you could and make your little way, create your own little guide, and so add a little value by probably just taking this stuff and just bringing it live. And since the audience is listening in and they're making some pretty good, making some pretty good moves, but we definitely want them. You want to make sure that you get some reading in too, because a lot of people it's like this then this era people don't want to read, so we're gonna
Mhm.
help bring some of that to the forefront. So end the year with it, and possibly I don't know, I'm gonna go through the archives that Brother African Emporium send and pull out some of that stuff too, and probably take the Wednesdays into more of a literacy and learning, and then talk about the charts afterwards, bring in
Yeah,
some study.
I love it. I love it. That's what's up. Like that's definitely something that's a part of it. If you're gonna be a successful, trader and investor, you're gonna have to read. There ain't no way around it.
Mhm.
You just gotta have to,
Yeah.
you have to, get into those books and study. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, definitely. I got some suggestions too. I'm definitely with it.
Yeah, send them to me. We could just, man, we could just work them out back to back to back. However we want to do it, and make it work. And like I told someone before, I was like, even if ain't nobody watching, we teach ourselves. But it's be an example to many that you gotta get in the game somehow. You gotta create. You gotta that cliche that says be the change you want to see. So maybe
Mm.
most people don't know how to do that. So we're gonna show you how to do it. We'll do it live. Show you how to. She's gonna show you how to be the change. You want to do better. You want to increase your network. You want to change your community. You want financial literacy to hit your front step. Then we're gonna show you how to do that. And there's only one way to do that, and that's getting a study. And then practice, and then implement, and then follow up. Many people don't follow up well at all. They just do it, and if they miss the mark, then it's like, oh, I do something else. No, go analyze what you done so you can make a
Mm.
better decision next time. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, what's going on, family? How y'all doing?
Good. Your stock
Well,
went. Your stock did some things, man.
Oh, which one was that?
A look, I said
See,
A,
told you, told you.
A,
It's all in that tech
and
sector.
yep, and waste management at some point in the day anyway. It started off very good,
Well, for those two,
but
those are
that
my long-term stocks right now. I'm looking into getting into some more long-term stocks. I got a couple few I'm looking at right now, but I don't know if it's going to pan out this way. Um, with Trump still being in office technically, so I got to watch it a little bit more before I give it to you guys.
oh, however you want to do it. However you want to do it. That one stock that Sawa gave, that Infi, that one you seen how that one ran?
Yeah, I seen that one. I was like, man, I should get into that one.
Yes, it it went from, what was that? It went from, it did like 142 all the way to 157 high. That was the high on that. I got in it. I actually put end up when I had looked it up, I actually ended up putting it in the on my well, I bought an actual share, one of my long term. I put it in my long term because it had been trending, and I was like, okay, it may pull back a little bit though, maybe to fill some gaps, that because that was a big gap between the 124 and the 136. So when then it went all the way up, I'm like, ooh, but I sure benefited. I was taking all my profits today, even from Bitcoin.
You was playing no games today.
Yeah, because I was like, they ain't about to play with me. I don't know what's gonna happen on Monday. I ain't gonna be crazy like last time. I took off. I made sure I didn't do no day trading because I was ready. I was gonna take all my little profits and then come back in them, and then I'll wait.
Mm.
I'll wait.
Was that an option or was that a just an equity trade?
Wait, oh, that's the uptrend. Oh, you talking about for the Infi?
Yeah.
Oh, I just bought a share, but that's an uptrend.
Oh, okay.
It shot up. It went from, where is it at? Hold on. It did it, and I said, "Oh, he was right on that." Let me look at the It was at 147. So it did 10, what did it, 6? Yeah, it did $10. When the market opened, it did $10. It went up $10, but then it had It was on an uptrend from the day before, so it went from 142 to 157. That went actually, I think that was Wednesday. He had told us about that stock. Let me see.
If you want,
Yeah.
you can share your chart if you want something, Lord. I'm trying to get me a little late. Forgive me, guys, but if you want to share it, you guys have the floor to share charts and stuff, so forth. So, sorry.
Let me see. I have to figure out a StreamYard. Let's see. What am I on? Okay. Let me let's see if I can bring it up. Eating late dinner.
You already know I'm turning into a gremlin on there. Every night I eat after 12 o'clock. I'll be turning into like a little gremlin. What's going on over Brandon? What's going on, Ilba? Angie as well. I know you guys just came in, so forgive me. I'm trying to grab a little quick dinner, so forgive me. Being rude.
Hey.
Okay.
All is well, thanks.
Let me see if I
Today
can
I
share.
had all
What's going on over in
appointments.
Emporium?
I got the fire department to my house.
I'm sorry, Angie. Go ahead.
It's okay. Go ahead. No. I was just saying I had a lot of appointments today, so I wasn't even on the trade. And yesterday I did a little with Square and something else. That was it. But it's nice. I'm just here. Still half asleep. You guys can talk.
You said you still half asleep,
I'm
working
still
too
half
hard.
asleep. Today I was out all day with appointments with the kids and everything. Had them out of school today, but just following up on all the health stuff and watching Biden take this office. I wasn't even online or really on the computer, so I didn't see anything. I just read the news that I think that I don't know if you call it one, I don't know what it is going on. So, and I'm late on this call, so I'm really behind, so I'm here to catch up. What happened?
I can sum it up to you in about maybe 2 minutes while Mo get her chart together real quick.
Okay.
I wrote a song about like to hear it.
Hey, all right.
Sister Mo that blew a computer up. I thought you were getting her chart together. She done blew the computer up and kicked it off. So you're getting right. Sister Mo getting right. She'll come back on in a minute here.
The sound is getting better.
Yeah, I was trying to play that till while she getting her chart again. I looked down there, she had got kicked off. I was like, God dog it. She'll come back on in a second. I'll run it back again. I guess she'll come back on in a second. 1 second.
All right. Where are you guys? I see that Biden got this right here. Trump is tripping. He's a fighter. He doesn't give up. Yeesh.
Sorry, I'm doing the same thing Oba's doing, grabbing something to eat.
Okay. Oh, damn. I'm not. I don't even know what to say. I'm just the first time I'm looking at the results, and I'm like, okay. Yo, Trump's recounts. Oh my God, this man is beast. They had some funny memes out today, though. Oh.
So Samoan came back yet by chance? I'm sorry, I ran upstairs real fast. Good night, family, brother Snotball. Thank you for coming through this evening as well. Eastbound Property, Snotball.
Peace,
So,
power, and profit.
now, I think she might have restarted her computer. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's what. Is that what you're doing, Sister Monica? You restarted your computer? She's probably getting it together. Yeah, you're right, Sister Angie. Yeah, Trump. Yeah, the memes are going crazy all over Twitter and everywhere else. They going in. You know, they couldn't wait to go in. Trump trolled the entire world for four years. They can't wait to troll him now.
Yeah.
They trolling him hard, boy.
I missed it.
They're gonna be lighting him up all weekend. I already see it. Oh, little Trump.
Did y'all talk about other current events earlier?
Yeah, we hit a little bit of everything. I kind of went, with these, parameters, especially, with all the money that was generated. And, of course, under the pandemic and, with or without a president elect, bill's still going to be there. People's issues still going to be there. And what are you doing to kind of make sure, you not be so dependent upon an elected official, letting having that much leverage over your life in terms of you put that into existence. That's just not the way to be living at this point. And, after seeing so many people make all this money, it's just not plausible to take that kind of stance ever again. They robbed you and they got richer. taxpayers bailed them out and they got richer. You didn't actually bail them out. You actually gave them a bail up. You bailed them up. They got richer. Corporations, everybody got a lot of money. Typical Main Street got pretty much got crumbed, scraps, if that. Definitely one scenario.
I saw what you posted about, what's his name, the guy from BET.
Yeah, Bob Johnson. Yeah.
Bob Johnson, and that was basically just said, same thing, and it's where we see how we viewing ourselves as a part of, what's actually making this wheel turn. We have to start seeing ourselves from a different perspective and from another angle. Teaming up with the Democrats, it might feel it pacifies. It might feel like everyone is pacified or would passive. They're pacifists. Period. But we have to know how to take advantage of what we can right now. Like, and I see, and I've heard other news today. Another friend of mine was talking about how how Farrakhan was being lauded as the second coming of the Christ. You know what I'm saying? So I said, this is not a new thing. This is a regular thing. And, they're going on each icon or each quote unquote idol, I mean, Kobe Bryant was one, Bill Cosby was one, anybody that they can take down. This is like an old CIA type of trip, torture type of thing. But they'll go through for any leader that can be that model, to make a certain impact on our community, to show, to keep it broken. But we have to stop seeing one person as, an icon. We have a true Messiah complex. And I said, once we think in more in a unified way, and each of us can be that, is that we need that solidarity for each of us to have that. Each of us has that power, but we have to learn it's not just always going to be in the form of one person, to do something, to help something along. Like Monica was saying, a lot of people are not going to go in these into training classes because they're always looking for one person to take your hand and take you all the way. But we have to know that we each have a responsibility to do our part, to play our part, or not. So if you want to feel like any type of control or any kind of quote unquote satisfaction, you're either on the giving or the receiving end. And that's it.
Your point. I mean, as they say, you're no spring chicken, so you know what's going on out there in the yard.
Yeah, I'm old.
Yard of America, as they like to call it. Of course, it's really hard to realize, again, their playing field, how it's pretty much set up in their rules or whatever, if you want to say that. But yeah,
It's
we
really
kind of
our
talked about that
playing
tonight
field.
too.
It was usurped. Remember, it's like a whole imposter thing going on, and things
Yeah,
set in reverse for us to see. These images are all reversed. It's our playing field that's being played on us, kind of. You know what I'm saying? We taught them there's a whole system, but and that's what it is. Like right now, yes, they running whatever they're running, but time is also is just a construct. So it's how we see. It's you said it earlier. It's just how we see time, how we are conditioned to see time, and how we treat time. And Monica was saying, you could have this tomorrow. You can have your success once you own it. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't take any time. It just takes you acknowledging it and knowing it, and to just taking what you have and owning it. But we have the condition and going through these rituals and this brainwashing that allows people to just keep letting things go and being complacent. the way we think about how time is. You know, I procrastinate a lot. I know I fall into my own rituals also, you know, but you know, it just takes a little waking up.
Recipe of success. It's to first realize that what? You've been sleep at the wheel. It's time to wake up and get active. You have to get active. You have to become proactive. There's the other way around. You have to become progressive. You know, that's how opportunity rewards those who are what? Diligent, right? And of course, like anything, it's a value of trial and error with a lot of things that you walk into. Of course, there's always an inherent slight, you know, slight little apprehension. I'm not even really call it fear. It's just a slight apprehension because apparently somebody else done it and been able to prove that business model to come back, you know, fruitful. Then, you know, there's some groundwork there. There's a, you know, timeline or a blueprint there. Everything else is just you being able to personalize it to your liking. And so, but that's it. So, you know, of course, you know, that's why these moments exist, these channels exist, these groups exist, these mindsets that are need to be elevated. Of course, all of us, you know, we may not. I'm not saying that it can't happen, it won't happen, but you know, our circles are, like I said earlier, you know, it's a potent, you know, a potent bunch. It's a potent group of people from all walks of life, but the commonality is basic and universal, right? Self-preservation, uh, especially in this system, it's about being able to, you know, maintain and function, and you know, you be, you know, more so in control of your existence best you know how, if you can, uh, and you know, and being able to sustain and pass up more and help others because you know it's already, again, like I said, stock people like the stock market is rigged. It's rigged against you. Well, the government is rigged against you. Taxes is rigged against you. Debt is rigged against you. Working for somebody else is rigged against you. You're away from your kids, your family, your spouse, 8, 9, 10, 12 hours a day. You can tell me that's normal? What part what part of the animal kingdom does that? Right? But you have learned to accept that as normal. 12, 13, 16 hours away from your family and loved one, the kids, and you convinced that's normal. Well, they told you that it's normal. They worked you into a frenzy to accept that that's normal. And so, you know, that's, I mean, it's a headache. It's a headache when you think about it, but yeah, we got to wake up.
It's true. It's funny. I'm looking at this video about the Buddha, right? And you know, the most, I would say the most spiritual people are, you know, the seers, the people who, like the prophets, the seers. They usually they live in the most adverse conditions. I don't. You saw Doctor Strange. It kind of shows that, right? So they show in, you know, with these Buddhas, you know, they would bind themselves up. They would do these things like forms of self-torture. Like the things that we do to hold ourselves back, this procrastination, it's all this self-torture, but it's a condition that we've been brainwashed. It's a repetitive and perpetual condition that we have learned to do through religion and through these studies, like to constantly torture ourselves, because it's all, the end result is always supposed to bring out this this energy, or this creativeness that comes out, what they say comes out with a whole bunch of, you know, down you know, like beaten down and breaking. This creativity comes out.
It was a
This is
case study.
something that they know psychologically, and this is what the whole system depends on. This is what the system depends on, our creativity. So it's important that we turn it around and we use it to feed ourselves. You know what I mean? We don't need to be the Buddha and die in a statue to get something special. You know, it's just a mindset that we're on right now. This mindset. You know, what is a reward, and what do we see as reward? And you know, and and what belongs to us, or what is ours, what are we entitled to. All of that stuff is all a set of, set preset conditions that we have the power to change these things.
As we say, not rocket science, simple logic, simple animal nature, simple self-preservation. It's a simple schematic. Sometimes it takes people a lifetime to understand it. They run from it their entire life until they're faced to deal with it. When that happens, that's when the biggest change ever will come. But it's not, as I said earlier, there's no such thing as bearing a cross, right? There's no such thing as that. That's not how life works in that perspective. You should not have to suffer to appreciate what is already given to you innately through birth. You should be able to enjoy the spoils from adolescent, a baby, adolescent, all the way up to adult to old age. That's how life is supposed to be, lived, so to speak. But far too often it comes at the latter part for most people in their life when they realize it. The greater years that they had before them are gone. Can't do too much when you kind of, at the end, right? Don't take that long to realize it. Get, your portion of this planet now. Get it early, right? It reminds me of because I'm always kind of finding these sages. I call them sages, but George Washington Carver, I have him on my page. One of his famous quotes, right? Of course, y'all know he was a genius, right? Multi-genius, right? He was the Imhotep in a lot of ways in this, in his time. George Washington Carver, he pretty much laid it out in a way where we're talking this how we should live, basically, right? The way we should be carrying ourselves and existing, understanding our place in society, not just any society, not just of course America and all that. No, just the planet, right, as a whole, right? The planet as a whole is yours, right? This is just as much as yours as it is anybody else's. So you got to take from it, take the portion of it that's owed to you as well. Extract from it. Don't be greedy, of course, but you have just as much as a right. Of course, there's people out there will have you thinking different to tell you that you do not or whatever. But come on, of course, we know better. But it's hard to get people excited about that, right? It's hard to get people excited about the ideal of that. It comes with a whole lot of pushback. So, matter of fact, let me just show you this here. This is just pretty much a very, demonstrative value here. Again, 8 rules, right? He had 8 rules. Right? Be clean both inside and out. Of course, we know what he mean by that. Need to look up to the rich or look down to the what? To the poor. Makes sense. Right? Basic stuff. Lose if need be without squilling. Of course, Trump could take a page out of that book. Right? Win without bragging. Right? Always be considerate to what? Of women, children, and older people. Obviously makes sense. They seem to be sometimes the most vulnerable. Not always the case, but typically. Right? Be too brave to lie. Very important. Be too generous to cheat. Right? Take your share of the world and let others take theirs. Really profound values there. So we kind of carry a lot of that same energy and mentality even into these markets, because the markets will humble you. Of course, they will definitely humble you if you come in acting like too wide open, so to speak. It will humble you. So by having certain ideologies and virtues, but also the ability to to tell yourself not to quit and give up, that's what'll carry you, right? Those things will carry you. In the long run, they'll carry you. So I'm a believer of it myself personally, but everybody's different. Everybody's different. Animal been trying to eat, so forgive me too. So when I go silent, come back on. I'm trying to eat without being rude.
That's okay. Just absorbing what you said and like and just making plans. Playing with Facebook.
Yeah, those were some, some really dope quotes, man. Like, definitely. Like, I had never heard those from him before. Like, I've done some research on him, and I remember, reading a lot about him and how much of a genius he was, and a lot of the contributions that he gave with plants in general, his love for plants. Um, but yeah, it just seems to me like he just saying, like, be humble, just regulate your emotions so that you can see, you know, the success that you're trying to get. That's what all those things echoed to me.
Facts, facts.
You see what he went through. I mean, we can see him in the victim standpoint, or we could in the subjective standpoint, or what he went through, getting castrated, all of this, being a slave, being a servant, blah blah blah. And
Yeah,
he can, and it's the same psychology that, the same, like I said, the same methodology goes through making who we see as quote unquote our heroes. You understand? It all repeats. The history does repeat itself because the same system is being implemented. So, but what he said, he was pushed into that corner, and he had that vision. We don't have to be pushed into the corner to get that vision. We have to be able to accept who we are, to tell you the truth, and to be all right, to see the vision that we have within us. We don't need to be punished, we don't need to be castrated, we don't need to be lynched, we don't need to be seeing it, and having those images repeating to us to keep us in that mindset before we access the things that are going to make us be quote unquote successful in anybody's eyes.
yeah, I feel you, and it's just like I learned like it's really like two types of people. Some people they can listen to something and heed somebody a person's wisdom. They can heed and listen, but some people they just have to they be having to interact in order to to see.
Yeah, to identify with it. Like what we see as truth is basically what we have from within us already, what we've experienced. So if we can connect with it and identify with it, which we can identify with the pain he went through, basically, we can follow that example. He is an amazing person. All of the work that he did and the studying that he did is just I love that. I love that image. I love that person.
Yep. And it's just good to have some type of standards or a code that you live by, so that when you're getting outside of that. When you're slacking off. You know what you set out to do. You know what your goals are. You know what your morals are. You know what your purpose is. And you whenever you start veering away from that, you can it's a reminder to yourself that you need to get back you know to your best self.
Exactly.
Even if it gets crazy, even if you have losses and things like that, you still have to remember what your goals are.
Yeah. True.
See, that's why all y'all gonna be best-selling authors. That's why you already best-selling authors.
Thank you. I'm receiving that. Thanks.
Yeah, definitely, because but we know like most of this is really all really psychological. trading the markets or investing is really about yourself, you know, and having that discipline yourself and being able to see manipulation, you know, and knowing what's up, knowing someone's trying to, you know, knowing someone's trying to manipulate your emotions and get you to take a bad deal.
Exactly.
1000% facts. It's already known that we move, you know, under the energy of, you know, again, CEOs and executives anyway, because, like I said earlier, that's what we're doing. We're making executive decisions with our money, right? We're brokering deals that best suits us, you know, in a position where we can what get a good outcome. Sometimes you take an L here and there, just like any businessman or businesswoman does, right? But that L comes with what? Lessons. It comes with, you know, a plan of action to correct it at some point, you know, to minimize those moments. And of course, if you work for somebody, there's just it's you know, it's like, well, you only have too many times to mess up before they let you go, right? That's a nice way of saying it, right? Before they fire you.
Yeah,
right. Well, in this endeavor, you can't fire yourself, right? You can blow a count up here and there. As long as you get some more money, you right back in business, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your overhead didn't necessarily change to that regard. You lose a job, you got to go through all the process again. Spending money to try to be in a position where you can make a little money. In this case, resumes, haircuts, suits, and all that, driving and whatever. Here you just sit at the house and what? Think about it, reformulate, get right back in there. Good opportunity. It really is.
Yep. There was some options. I had all these options, and I definitely was getting hooked on that whole emotional, you know, up and down of it. And I realized that you said before, like sometimes you gotta like pause and just let it, you know, take a break, do some fishing, do something, get out, you know, get away from the screen, and then come back to it, and then see other things. So as soon as I took a little break, came back, and then I was able to do a couple of, you know, sell on time, or I was able to see the change and the time that it changed, and be able to make a little move to get them my little extra, my little ice cream money, I call it, you know, at that right time. And I said, okay, you know, it's always about controlling those emotions, checking them at the door, like Brandon said. That was Brandon, right? I always get y'all mixed up. I'm so sorry. I think you were saying the emotions.
I'm sorry, what happened?
That was, you were mentioning about the emotions, you know, keeping them in check, right?
I mean, I believe I said it before in the past. I mean, always, yeah.
Mm. So
Like,
like,
especially when you play the market, you really got to check your emotions at the door, because your emotions can actually empty your brokerage account real quick.
mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
You know,
yes.
real quick. And that happens to everybody. You know, it happens to me several times. But I don't give up. You know, I get back in it. Yeah, it hurts because I got to deposit X amount of dollars into my brokerage account. But again, like Ova says, you don't lose. You just learn. That's it when it comes to this.
Yeah, that's facts. And the thing about it, even if you know you have a setback or you don't reach your goal, you still gain equity, like in the form of wisdom. And
Right.
it's certain things that you learn from experience that's the only way you're gonna learn that. You know, that's the upper hand or that people have when they have mentors. Like when you have mentors and people who've taken the step you're trying to take, they can give you that insight that's just not on this commercialized, mass marketing, you
Mm-hmm.
know, trading world. You know, that's not what little things aren't being pushed, because, you know, a lot of these people they're not really successful traders. They're successful marketers. You
Right.
know,
Right.
so it's
Also,
really important.
it's not even being like teach. You know, when you go on YouTube and you see these people saying, "Hey, you can make $1,000 in the market." Well, yeah, that's possible, but you don't know what the downturn is. You know, you can lose $1,000 in the market as well too. This is not what these people on the YouTube is telling you. So, I mean, you really have to take it upon yourself to jump into the market and do it yourself and find like-minded people.
You want to know something that's funny that I realized? Like, I feel like if you do the exact opposite of what these gurus tell you to do, you will come out better than if you listen to them. If you just did whatever you learn from them and whatever they teach you and you thinking, and you just take that trade. If you took the opposite trade, you will win more often.
No, that's funny because it's actually true in the same sense. Because when they tell you don't sell here, sell here, because when you think about it, they could be pumping the market themselves. You know, what company was that? I think I don't know if you guys ever heard of was it Online Academy Trading?
Yeah, I think I've heard about people who did that. Like, it has some initials or something like IMF or IM something.
Yep, I went to one of their like their opening seminars things. They wanted to charge me, $2,000 to come into the program, and they want me to fund their account or their brokerage account with 15,000. I was like, no. And they were just teaching you basic stuff like what's
Yeah,
a call, what's a sale, I'm like, dude, you can get all this information from the internet. I don't need you guys. And there was people in this classroom really contemplating on this stuff. And like before everybody left, I just said, like, you know what, I can learn all this, online. And I said it in a way where everybody could hear me in the room. And, give a hint to a lot of people like, yo, you can learn this stuff on the interweb.
yeah,
The internet is the best teacher of all time. You just got to be hungry enough to look for the information yourself and make a change for yourself and look this stuff up.
yeah. I've been in a lot of those different types of groups and situations, and that's why I really love, like, this trading community and a few others that I'm in, because it's really easy for you to tell where real traders are and where, a whole bunch of sheep getting ready for the slaughter is at. When it comes to a lot of these different, like, multi-level marketing places and things like that. If a whole bunch of people doing it, then it's probably, something you probably shouldn't be doing too. That's my general rule that I've
Right,
learned through trying to learn, how to trade.
right,
I remember the most I probably spent like $2,000 on this whole trading package and this software, and also came with, some like monthly fees, all kind of stuff, man. It didn't work.
yeah, same here. Yep, I spent $2,000 on a course that
Yeah,
really didn't make any sense.
it didn't work, but they had good marketing, but needless to say, I was like, I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna check this out, I'm gonna try, and it just wasn't accurate. You can have a couple wins, it's gonna come with it, but the consistency that you want, that's not where it was at.
Right,
So you really have to, really read a nice amount of material and just really, or find, somewhere, some traders that or somebody's successful at, as opposed to just trying to find the most popular person. That's
right.
that's one thing I've learned.
What the biggest lesson I learned is you got to find somebody who shows the receipts the wins and also the losses. The loss is a big thing for me. If you're not showing me any of your losses, I think you're a scam. 100%. Because like if you like, come
Right.
on now, you win it all the time. Nah.
Yeah, that's facts. You gotta get somebody who, shows you what it is.
So you can tell them veterans in the house. I always tell people, experience is the best teacher in any form of entrepreneur endeavorship. When you go through, you have a bigger, stronger, and more potent message. To obviously, in this case, we say warn the newbies that's coming in. They call them the newbies here in this case, but experience is always the best teacher, and the market is a proving ground for a reason. It's a proving ground. You can't talk your way into success in the market. You have to perform. And by that token, I love that too, because again, if everything was in life performance based, if people's lives and position was based on performance based, it'd be a lot of people out there disenfranchised right now because they couldn't necessarily use a lot of their marketing as opposed to their making moves to signify who they are. Same with politicians. If performance based, they would not have their jobs. A lot of them probably would. And so, I already know, people who are cut from a different cloth in this case, when I'm saying that those who are entrepreneur, opportunists in that perspective, in terms of who look at the market as a tool, a pool of opportunity. Once you jump in this lane and you really exhaust, yourself in a way to learn all that you can. Of course, it comes with lumps and bruises like anything. It's like a tuition. We call it tuition. You pay a little tuition when you're trying to get outside yourself and don't be disciplined like you're supposed to. But ultimately, you have a pool where you're never wet, short of having opportunity at your feet. Any given day could be a money making day, and a big money making day at that. Right? It could be literally however you choose it to be, based upon what you're willing to understand as far as mitigating your risk and what you have to offer up in the opportunity to get it. Right? As you see, the will of success, right? We talk about the will of success. Well, it comes with 3 basic ingredients, right? Content, mechanics, and discipline. Basically, what we talk about a lot, right? Basically, the same stuff we talk about. Content consists of external, internal market information, right? That traders utilize, right? Of course, that's self-explanatory, right? Mechanics, basis how you access the market, right? Your methodology, right? That you employ, enter, exit, trades, whatever. Again, I use the what, why, where, when, pillars. This is pretty much the same reality. And then lastly, the main ingredient is discipline, right? There's no finite value of again, human emotion, the human value as alone is always wavering in a lot of ways, right? We're always trying to fight back our emotions, right? Right? It makes us look strong sometimes it makes us look a little weak, right? But ultimately you're trying to put it in the context. So when you learn how to master enough of your discipline, enough, not all of it, because you never can master all of it, right? You master enough of it, especially when it comes to a profession. In this case, trading, which is a disciplinary aspect where you need to be emotionless. That puts you ahead of the game. That puts you way ahead of the game. That tells you to take $20 as opposed to trying to always wait for 100. Bird in the hand beat one in the bush. It tells you to take that $20, $30, $50 loss as opposed to before it turned into a $100 loss. Right? That means you go back in, you get a chance to make it up on the next one. But ultimately, that's basically what you're dealing with. Yeah, if you're in the sales world or sales performance environment, you have to move your feet to eat. You may have a person whooping you on sales, right? You knocking on the same doors they knocking on, but they end up getting the sales and you don't. You're like, well, how is that possible? Maybe their charisma a little bit better. Maybe their customer service a little bit better. Maybe their discipline is a little bit better. Right? Maybe their appearance is a little bit more neater. Again, you're always marketing yourself, of course, to the world in a lot of ways. But when it comes to the market, right, what you're marketing at that point is just your skills, right? Your ability to be able to interpret the data. Because that's all the market is caring about at that moment. Price action and data and technicals. Everything else doesn't matter. It gets exciting. It's exciting. And you can start small like anybody else. That's why we're always saying you put in that work. It'll pay off. Learn it. I mean, people that made a lot of money during the pandemic, some people lucked up, but you say to yourself, is it real luck? Maybe they're just in the right place at the right time in the way that they're supposed to be, right? They just was ready to submit. So technically, it wasn't necessarily luck because the market gonna do what it's gonna do. It needs participants, right? It just say, hey, you ready? You got enough? What you feel like is enough to get you going, and there's some people like, yeah, let's ride. That's based on how Tesla looked at people when it was at $300 and some change. Disruptive technology, Elon Musk, blah, 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 right? You can lay the groundwork of what you may think it's going to do because of the technology. Stock was like, yeah, right now I'm prime. And then sure enough, it was prime. So that's what this, again, this thing is something awesome. You have to put it in, again, put it in the context though, but it's awesome. So yeah, this is a good PDF here. I love this one here too. I had this actually printed out, in my old office, and I used to really, kind of, read into it a lot, throughout certain aspects of trading. But it really puts it in, again, puts a lot of things into perspective, right? The market pays you to be disciplined. I don't think nobody would disagree with that, right? All right. Be disciplined every day, in every trade, right? And the market rewards you, but you don't claim to be disciplined if you are not 100% of the time, right? It says don't claim to be disciplined if you're not 100% of the time. Meaning you can't talk, talk as if you are, and then necessarily, your results are not showing. I think Brother Brandon was just speaking on that. Right. Number 3, always lower your trading size when you're trading poorly. Of course, that makes sense. We saw Ross Cameron go through that. Maybe he was getting beat up a lot. He was getting hit hard one time. He had to learn how to lower his size. Sister Monica's learning how to increase her size. How about that? She's figuring out how to do a lot of some things really well. So now she has the ability to now she can increase her size just a little bit, just enough to make sure she feels comfortable, but with that, increasing your size brings in more profit. Never turn a winner into a loser. Secure the bag. Secure the bag. I repeat, secure the bag. Right? That 20 is more than you had before you got started. Everybody wants a home run trade, or they'll see, the idea that somebody else might be making a little money. They want, man, take that bag, take that money off the table. Right? There'll be other opportunities where you can get it again. Piecemeal it together. You can piecemeal the bag together. Trust me when I say that. You can piecemeal a bag together. It don't have to be one big bag, one big haul all at once. Of course, I would never tell a person to go off that route anyway, because it's just not logical. Never swing for the fences. You'll strike out more than you hit. It adds up, right? The strikeout adds up mentally, right, and financially. It mess your mind up and it mess your pockets up. So don't do it. Right? Your biggest loser can't exceed your biggest winner. Right? My biggest loser was about what was it? I lost. I still got the receipt. I pulled it up on one of the live streams. It was a big one. I mean, partial of it was my fault to a degree, but the most part of it wasn't my fault. That was when at that time trading, they used to have all them ugly glitches. And boy, did they, man, I got caught in one of them, the bad ones, and I was being greedy at the same time. That loss was about 27 racks. like what was it, like 27,000. I said, man, never again.
Ooh, that's that hurt.
That's that hurt. The only thing that made it okay was I was already up like about 35 though. I was on a tear. I was up like about 35,000 in about, actually it was about 3 or 4 days. That was like I caught. Man, I remember the trade. Like, yes, I got them all documented. But I mean, I shared it with the family a long time. I shared it back. That's when we used to be in the Discord room, right? Sal all over there. And I shared the trades at that time. And but yeah, that I got caught. I was like, man, it wiped out like 27,000. And I was, at that point, I was still up, at that point, roughly, a little bit, had a little something to fight back with, not more than what I lost, though, of course, but I fought back, and gained a good little portion of that back. But that hurt. It hurt, right? Because, I could have had it easily as protected that just by having a stop loss. That's the part of the game, right? Those small little things like that. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I took that. I said, man, I'll screenshot this and put this in on a frame and hang it on the wall, right? What not to do. Right?
I think that's something that most people. I think that's probably something every trader has done.
It's a part of the business, right? That's the good thing about it, and the bad thing about it. But again, it's tuition. Right? It was tuition paid, so it's supposed to me, having a 35,000. Happy moment. I was able to kind of, take my little $7,000 and change. You know what I'm saying, or whatever, whatever, and going about my business. My little $8,000 or whatever, going about my business. But I turned around and grew it. Fought back a little bit. Still came back around about 12, 13, 14,000 within that time span. I mean, within that month. Pay. Trading that payout rate, they pay out monthly basically. That was just one wild swing. So ever since then, I'm like, okay, I got you. But that's basically what that means. So, So again, number 6, develop a methodology and stick with it. Don't change methodologies from day to day. You adjust your skill from day to day. Meaning, if you level up or level down in terms of how you, add size and things of that nature. But the methodology, meaning your discipline, your rules of procedure, right? You kind of keep those things in play, and you just adjust to the market, right? That's important. Number 7, obviously, be yourself, right? Don't try to be someone else. Well, of course, when you hear people say, the guru traders out there, a lot of people trying to emulate these guys. Nothing wrong with that, but you got to understand this is a personal endeavor. You have to learn how to find your own way in this market. As I always say, steal from everybody, find your own niche, your own niche. Seriously, simple as that. Right? Simple as that. That's what's going to carry you, because you're the only one that's trading the market when you're by yourself. Right? Simple. Right? You always want to be able to come back and play the next day. Well, how do you make sure you do that? By following the rules. Right? The market will humble you one way or the other if you don't. Simple as that. Right? So earn the right to trade bigger. That's self-explanatory. Base hits. Right? Learn how to turn small things into big things and do it consistently. That's how you'll learn how to scale it eventually, and make bigger trades. Right? It's important. Right? Get out of your losers. Right? Life's like that sometimes. It throw you curve balls. Take that little L, come back fighting the next day, or whenever you're ready. Right? The first loss is the best loss. Sure it is. It sure is. Everybody remember their first loss. It's like, one of the things you just don't forget what it felt like, the emotions behind it, right? The idea that you wasn't in control at that moment. You didn't have no control. At least you would think so in a lot of ways, right? But it messed you up mentally. Basically, it built you up in ways that you was getting ready to, understand that you was going to get better, going forward from that point on, if you learned from that lesson, right? So, of course, that's the greatest thing about the market as well. Don't hope and don't pray, right? If you do, you will lose, right? That's logic. That's logic 101, right? Chris, logic, right? You in the house, right? Logic 101. Anybody that has the ability to reason thoroughly, right, from an unbiased, right, bipartisan position, that's just the reality of things, right? This is not hoping. This is not hopium game. It's not a hopium game, right? Not hopium. This is obviously real tangible skill sets that you're putting into play. God will not, if you believe in such a value, that's not going to be a deciding factor. If that's the case, you can just put all your money to the stock market and say, God, I'm hoping you take this little penny stock and run it to $12, $13 today. I'm put everything I got into this stock right now, my life savings. And that penny stock do what a penny stock do. What it do? As soon as it 9:30 hit, it what? It dump. It's either gonna dump or it's gonna ride. Right? In some cases, so don't even chance it. Right? You gonna be like, buddy, about them Apple calls, right? Them see when the Apple puts in the earnings. Boy, that joker went with what, 100x leverage. That joker was feeling good about himself that day. He was feeling himself. He had some hair on his chest. That joker was sitting up in that little car. I'm finna make a bag today. Boy, that joker opened up on the earnings. The Apple went to skyrocketing. Boy, that joker looked down that P&L and took a go for Jesus. Go, ooh, boy, what just happened? That joker went down about 48,000 before you know it. That kind of sick. That's that hopium. Don't do that, right? Not that guy. Don't want to be that guy. Right? So never take big loss. Only a big loss can hurt you, right? Right? Just all self-explanatory, right? Make a little bit every day. Dig your ditches. Don't fill it. What? Don't fill them in. Right? Of course, self-explanatory too. Right? Basics again. Right? A little bit at a time. Right? I've been seeing a lot of people, you guys have been able to perform in that perspective a lot lately. It's starting to happen where you're seeing the fruit of your labor come through the consistencies that you've been through in watching the market in so many different, aspects, and having your somewhat ups and downs in some cases, but ultimately. And the great thing about this too, because keep in mind, when we read these things like this, people are like, man, this trading stuff is gonna be crazy. I don't know if I can handle. This is day trading. These things are more relegated for people who are doing this on a day-to-day basis. The market swings day to day. Your game might be more composed in the long term. You saw the long term stuff. I showed y'all that. The long term, the market's what? Wins every time. The long game wins every time. This stop and go traffic, stop and go traffic that we're trading. That's where you have to just be a little bit more what? Defined and precise with your precision. It's a simple scenario. It's not that complicated. It really isn't. But you need to hear all this hard stuff, see all this hard stuff. That way it should scare you into not being what? Crazy and jumping all out there. Because 9 times out of 10, once you formulate a thesis or a methodology and you stick to it enough and go through some practices and learn how to, put it into play, paper trade and all that stuff, eventually you'll learn how to what? Get paid. Right? Well, eventually you'll learn how to turn it into money. Right? So it's important that we basically that we realize that. Right? So I think I skipped this down here. So yeah, if your trade is not going anywhere in a given time frame, it's time to exit. That's important, right? That's day trade stuff. Right? Number 15, love to lose money. Like what? What do you mean love to lose money? Yeah, love to lose money. Be indifferent to it. It's a tool, it's a resource. Right? You'll work hard to make sure you don't lose it. That's the whole point. Right? But be understanding that you can and will lose money investing in trading, especially more so trading. Your goal is to make sure that you don't. That becomes the question, right? Simple as that. Don't speculate. If you do, you will lose, right? Have a game plan, basically. Right? Don't worry about news. It's history. Buy the rumor, sell the news. It has its place for a imminent catalyst at the time when it comes out. Of course, a lot of people already front loaded the stock sometime, most time before it even come out. whatever move that happens that day of it, you'll be lucky to obviously benefit if it's still has more room to run, if they haven't already ran up into earnings or ran up into some news events or whatever. So you gotta learn how to chase again, read the tea leaves. Right? Consistency builds confidence and control. Simple. Consistency builds confidence and control. Self-explanatory. Right? Learn to sweat out what? And scale out what? Scale out your winners. Right? That's one of my biggest things now. I learned that by default. Right? There have been days I've been up in day trade, especially, again, using a lot of leverage on trading that scenario. I'd be up, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, right? Catching a banger. And then I'll sit around and say, you know what? This thing gonna keep printing. The easiest thing for me to do, and this is early on too, especially early on when I was using them. Easiest thing would have been for me to do is what? Scale out at that point. Okay, I take a third off the table, or at least half off, and let the rest keep running. I had convinced myself that it's better to leave all the shares in there because it'll give me a better profit value with the more the stocks turn over in my favor. Right? I have more soldiers on the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
And then they came through with that napalm. they came through that napalm. It was like, whoa, what just happened? Right? That thing hard reversed and came back the other way. Like, bro, what y'all just did? Y'all done wiped out my entire battalion. Right? Reduced them that $6,000 all the way back down to around about $700-800. You take them kind of scenarios like that, you'll get serious eventually and learn how to scale out. And that's basically what taught me how to learn how to scale out very well. The market taught me, right? A valuable lesson. Right? So it's important to understand that. Make the same type of trades over and over again. Be a bricklayer. Sister Monica has a very methodical approach. People like, man, you add more shares to that thing. Sister Monica like, look, I just need to get $20 a day. How consistent was she in doing that? Very. Sister Angie, a lot of her trades, y'all see the stuff going on. Y'all do it yourselves, of course. You got to that point to realize that you had to get serious about learning how to get on base. Consistency in that case. Small wins are a win. Any way you look at it, it's a win. Right? Eventually they'll get bigger. Don't overanalyze, right? Don't procrastinate, don't hesitate. If you do, you will lose. The market's sitting there waiting on you. It's waiting. All traders are created equal in the eye of the market. Simple as that. I'm always saying that. Market don't care who you are, where you are, what you did, where you've been. If you're successful in life, if you're not, if you're whatever, they don't care about none of that. Market looking at you like, and who are you? You got some money to put up? Okay, let's go. Let's see if we can help you grow that. If not, then we'll take it from you and give it to somebody else. That's that Warren Buffett thesis, right? The market set up to take money away from impatient people and give it to who? Patient people, right? We're going to be that, constant patient person. Because somebody out there just gambling, right? There's some little kid that got a parent that got, all this money and there's an unlimited tap to him. And to him, it's a game, right? He purely think this is a slot machine. She give him 5,000, he blow that up, he come back and get 2,000. You blow that up, go to dad give him 3,000. You blow that up, granddaddy give him 10. You blow that up, grandma give him about 3. He just going around everybody in the house giving money. They got it like that though. He don't care. Eventually it sets in like, man, I lost a lot of money. Eventually he'll take it serious at some point. Them L's will correct this mentality at some point. It'll humble you at some point. Of course, we're not gonna be that, right? We ain't gonna be losing all like that, but that's what the market does. So all that should scare you into not want to take this lightly. But realize it is a fruitful environment in the same breath. It's a fruitful environment in the same breath. Right? So that's the part of the game where, that's where we come in. Right? That's why these training videos and we breaking down stuff, and that's where we come in, because everything we've been speaking about up until even me just breaking this stuff down, it's a part of the daily regimen. It's conditioning, psychologically and also technically. Right? That's part of the game. That's how you sustain in this game. You'll never feel like you're, again, ever subjected to way on somebody else, having power over you once you feel like you know how to access and leverage this market. But it comes with rules like anything else. Just like a job comes with rules. It's no different. Here you just have more freedom, right? You have more liberty to make, some real powerhouse moves. Right? It's always exciting, when you move from that perspective. It's definitely really good information, guys. Some really good information. Right? Really good information. So we got these books, man, for days. If you guys want these PDFs, these books, we got tons of them. Right? We got tons of them, literally. As you heard Sister Monica say, starting a book club, right? Reading out some books and stuff. That's powerful. People learn better in workshop environments sometimes than they do individually, because it seems like it holds them accountable when you have your peers, right there to kind of help you out, boost your morale up at least in this case. But the data is worth it. So it's the same reason why we up at 1:30 on the live stream. Of course, we got families, friends, whatever, free time. Of course, it's edifying, it's information, but that's why it's kind of, it's invigorating to the senses, right? It's that unknown, so to speak. Right? I actually can go into this marketplace that they call a market, utilize these different, financial vehicles, these stocks, whatever, currency pairs, crypto, forex, whatever. And if I, take the position where I can learn how to dumb this stuff down, make it make sense, dollars and cents. Look at these charts, look at this, these patterns, these trends, this price action, this money coming in and out, and get a somewhat of a rudimentary understanding how this stuff is working. Then I can just learn how to duplicate that when I need it most. And if I can do it consistent, and guess what? That's all I'll be on my way. I'll be on my way. Because again, the one thing about this, again, you will get better with time. You will get better with time. You will get better. Because the market is there to always keep you in check. It's always going to be there to keep you in check. So that's basically what how this what this is all about. Follow the rules. Follow the rules. Follow the rules. Money will come. Right? It's exciting. It's very exciting.
Yeah, that was a beautiful presentation. Laid it out for you. That's it. And no matter how much you trade, that's always a good refresher. Like you always have to refresh on the methodology and the rules, and that's always useful no matter what level you're on.
1,000% facts. Y'all know we ain't nowhere where we need to be. And I say we're nowhere where we're going to be. Let me say it that way. We're nowhere where we're going to be. And I always say this here. And people are always like, man, what do you mean by that? I was like, man, that should scare you. That should scare each and every one of you. Even people who knew haven't even got started yet. In terms of just learning how to invest your money. Now, not even just think about day trading. Of course, that's a whole new different animal, right? Day trading is a different animal. Of course it is. All right, you're dealing with large sums of money being thrown around on a second, right? A nanosecond, dang near. Literally on the time clock. There's people all around the world thinking and doing the same thing you're trying to do at the same time. Everybody's jockeying for position to get paid. So, of course, it's volatile. That's why all the rules that this thing just kind of outlined in that perspective is designed for that kind of mindset. You're dealing with a massive environment, And there's trillions of dollars that's being moved around the world on a daily basis. Trillions. And so I used to say this thing, well, how much of it are you getting? Right? Because that's literally, that's the name of the game. Let's go to work. If you don't move your feet, you don't eat. Well, sometimes, you can also be successful just being able to what? Monitor trades in the observatory perspective. Sometimes the best trade is the one not taken physically, but it's the one that's observed. Your goal is to try to what? Study all the moves. Like when you watch somebody dance, you're like, how that joker hit them moves like that? That joker hit on he on beat, he hit every move, every tick, and you sit there and what? You just observe, you just watch him. Right? You learn better when you sit still. You always learn better when you're patient and you're sitting still. That way all your senses are what? Focused. That's how you learn the market too. That's why paper trading is like larger than life. Go through those trends, go through those habits, see what it feels like. Take that paper trade as if it was real money. Sometimes it's still hard to do that, convince yourself that, but that's the greatness of the market. You got to learn how to convince yourself that you're in control of the situation and not it being in control of you. Right, so again, these markets are popping one way or the other. Money's being money. Money's being made basically. One way or the other, it's going to be somebody's going to make some money. Better it be you than than anything. Of course, you want to make sure that you're in the fold of being able to get your portion. As that folks said with our ancestor, Dr. George Washington Carver, right? Take your share. Right? Take your share. Right? Take your share of the world, let others take theirs. You can't make all the money in the market. You can't. Right? And you can't be the only one losing. Meaning, you going against the market trend all the time, contrarian trader. Everybody else riding the biscuit wheels, right? You like, no. Sometimes you just got to understand the game. Right. Yeah, this stuff is awesome. I tell you, it really is. I look back and I say, man, this is awesome. Today, every day it seems like still like a kid in the candy store. I have the same level of, euphoric anxiety in a good way. Of course, I use it for energy. I'm still disciplined, but I have that same feeling like it's Christmas every single day when I know the market's getting ready to open up, especially on the weekends. It's like, man, okay, I got to go have a real life now, right? I got to have a life, right? On the weekend when you can't necessarily, tap it. Of course, I can crypto trade, but in terms of the equity market, right? That's my main hub, right? It's my main hub. And so it's like, man, I can't wait for Sunday's future market to see that. I starting off, and then Monday, 4 a.m., it's like Christmas all over again. Who I'm going to hit today, right? That's how I'm thinking, like, who I'm going to get today? Which one of you tickers are going to be that money producer today? Today, for me, it was I hit like 2 trades. I didn't really do a whole lot because I was doing other stuff too. But again, that's the great thing about it. The opportunity is there, right? The opportunities are there. And so again, I spoke about literally the day before, prior to get ready for some of these stocks that deal with these policies, right? These presidential policies get ready to come out. So I spoke about the marijuana sector, right? Well, what did ACB do today? What did Tilray do today? They banged today. They banged out today. I hit ACB at $8, and I was in ACB around my $8.20. No, what the 7? Let me see, what was it? I got in around. I think I got in the first trade. ACB around. Gosh, I want to say like 7.80, somewhere around there. And then I added some into the $8 range. I think I ended up with an average about $8.28 on ACB. All that was happening during the pre-market course, as you can see here, clear as day. After that, it just ran out. You know, it opened up. It did that minor little pull, but I could typically do when the market opens up. Dipped about 826, 816. And after that, that stock rolled out. I rolled ACB all the way up here to around about $12 and change. Sold up in this $11 range. Some of it, most of it, obviously, I should say. And I kept some shares going into Monday. They got earnings this Monday. Now, the earnings could probably be a dub. Who knows? But the sector's on fire because of what? Legalization. Right? If you go back historically, look at the the previous chart. Look what the stock had been before. It was time for a breakout. You're sitting there playing around these $3 or $4 level for quite a while. But before that, you see it was up here, what, $19, $14. Right? Stock ready to break out. Right? Look at that chart. So again, it has very much, the move, the energy, I should say, to make a big move. We'll see what the earnings does for it. But of course, I got my little bag and, left a couple of them in there just to test the water, see if they can pull out some earnings. I mean, I looked at some of the fundamentals. They're a producer at least, right? They're not like a holding company. They are actually a producer, a roller. Right? So that means they actually got product. They ain't the middleman. So we'll see what they can do. CGC as well. They just, matter of fact, two of them actually got put up pretty decent news, right? They got the new cannabis beverage drinks. Those actually starting to come, finally come to market. Finally, they were talking about them things since 2017. They finally coming to market with these little cannabis beverage drinks, right? Mixing in with these little beer companies. Y'all remember, Anheuser-Busch, the whole deal with that, right? They're trying to give Anheuser-Busch to kind of see if they can produce a drink. That was the whole thing with Tilray. And others was able to do it on some other little private companies. They, of course, CGC is trying to do it, right? They're owned by a liquor company. Well, meaning I say that because Constellation Brands, they own Modelo, right? Modelo and Corona, right? Corona beers. They got a lot of money, of course, so they can afford to see how they can put that together eventually. But that's where we're going. Of course, everybody knows that they're trying to get this cannabis infused and all these little mixed drinks and all that. It's coming. Right? It's coming. So yeah, ACB was a banger today, right? ACB was a banger today for the family. Definitely enjoyed that trade. It was a good one. It was a good one. So again, just enjoying the opportunities when they present themselves. Of course, then I hit SPY calls, right? Off that massive pullback that it had when Nancy Pelosi began to talk. She dumped the market. I came right in and bought me a little scalp call, right? I bought the 351 call, and man, that was a nice little payout. Small but potent. So yeah, typical business, right? Typical day in the life. It's all relevant though. It's all relevant. So we'll keep sharing. We'll keep building. We'll keep opening these doors. We'll keep, studying. We'll keep training. Because again, no one can keep you from this, right? Nobody can keep you from this. That's the part of the game. No one can keep you from this. You got to get excited for that, boy. These people can't stop you. They can't block you. It's all literally on you. It's on you. So I feel like that, that in itself, that's revolutionary. As I'm always saying, that's revolutionary. Financial literacy as a whole is revolutionary. That means you find a way to make your own way in life for it if someone else is, attaching you to their existence. They're somewhat genius, right? We're in a position where we can do our own. Right? We're in a position where we can actually do our own. So I'm always, it'd be remiss of me not to act like, after coming from that, going into this and this level like this in this area, of work, it's like, man, look, I always, kick myself every day, like, man, why did it take me this long? why did it take me this long to really get fully acclimated in this? But we're here now. Like I said, it's never too late. Marathon, not a sprint. Marathon, not a sprint. Exciting, guys. So we're gonna keep doing what we do. Of course, we're a humble crew, right? Apparently, right? We just read out some of the reasons why we humble, right? Because the market puts us in keeps us in perspective where we can't get ahead of ourselves. So we move with that kind of mindset that we want to be, but all ears and eyes on deck, all senses on deck. Pay attention to every little thing that we possibly can, because it can determine, what your P&L will look like. If it's not a tangible benefit that day, what it will do to your mental P&L, because there's a repository in that manner too. Because again, how you observe the market, how you observe others in around the market, you're learning, you're taking in, large, swaths of data. You're observing people, markets, all this other stuff that's happening, and the liquidities, and you're just taking in a lot of data every day, all day. You're gonna get that. I mean, that's all useful too. Keep in mind, that's useful intel, very useful intel, and there's actionable intel. We're gonna be ready to rock and roll. Okay, no matter who's president, we ready. We've been ready. We'll let everybody fight over the, who they want to pimp them with, whatever. You want Don one, or you want what? Pimping Ken. Which one you want? That's basically what you're getting out of the election. Pimping Ken or Don one. That's that old, play the game of the election game, as they call it. So that's it, guys. So y'all guys got anything else? I know we've been getting in late about 2 a.m.
Just vibing. Just vibing.
Vibing. I got you. See, that's what I'm talking about. Getting paid, young blood, getting paid. So you guys are proving it day to day. You guys are definitely proving it.
Thank you. It is so important to at this time of the morning to check those trades that, like I noticed that I put in a couple of, I guess twice, both the times I posted in our group. I looked after, between 12 and 4 in the morning, and I placed the trade to close, so that by the time the morning came, then it might close, which it did. And I think if I waited longer, it would have just went down, and I might have lost a little bit. But so this time is such a special. This time is a good time, definitely, to look at the charts, look at those trades, and see how they move. It's really good. And you know what? To tell you the funniest truth, I shouldn't even be worried about time, because this is only for America. This time, our time. But at this time of just our sleep pattern, this is the time when our minds are really the most open and alert. So again, it's a good time to look at the market. Yeah, when it's quiet.
For the most part, the world's at a standstill. People sleep. It's quiet. Right? You can focus for a change. Ain't anybody bugging. Right? So for us, again, of course, if you're an entrepreneur, these are the times people make them what? Put their plans together, right? Strategizing, right? As they say, the proverbial scenario where people, someone's in the basement, right? Putting together $1 million, $1 billion what? Plan, right? That's when the real work is done. For us, this is our basement moment. We have media to kind of share it with people now, but technically, this is exactly where we get it in at. If it's not in the Discord room or whatever, that's how we've always, somewhat, sharpen our skill sets through that perspective. Having other people go through the progression, breaking down charts, breaking down data, going over some of the stuff I just went over in terms of the disciplinary thing. It's a concerted effort, literally by everybody. Of course, you could do it on your own, but it's always good to have peers you can bounce these ideas off of too. I'm always humbled that we have such an opportunity in the village of mindset and groups of people who value it. So we burned the midnight oil, and I was weird. It's not our endeavor to keep people up this late, but that's just how we're wired. That we just work. We don't think about it. We don't think twice about it sometimes, and it becomes like a natural progression, right? It's just regimen. Typically, that's just what it is, regimen. So it's all love, and we'll continue to share it as long as we can. Right, as long as we can. I think all the fireworks is pretty much lit up for the night. We got everything we probably gonna get out of the election for the night, according to they was out there partying in these little cities. They didn't get what they wanted, I guess, but they got most of what they feel like they were gonna get probably tomorrow or Sunday. And them going ahead and calling, it unofficial, official, Biden win. Like I say, he all but said tonight that he got this in the bag, right? It was pretty much all but said tonight that he got this at this point. So that's that, right? So for us, the only thing we're waiting to see is how the market responds to it. Again, on the way out the door, what did the market do? It closed on at the high. Well, not what was the high today? Matter of fact, the high today was like what was the high of the day? It was right around about 352 and some change, right? So I take it back. Right? No, it wasn't. It got close to it. It got like the 351.80, something like that. Right? But we closed up at 351 after pulling back. Right, again, after Nancy Pelosi was speaking, right, kind of reprimanding Trump behind. She was going in on it, dumped, all the way from 351.82 near 352 all the way down to 347, and the market bought that dip up like gangbusters. Right, said nah, y'all mistaken if y'all think we're gonna drop this great run that we didn't have in the past 3-4 days. Right, the market's always about what building on itself. It doesn't want to be pulling back if they don't have to be pulling back. Right? That's what people got to start to realize too. Market is always wanting to go up. It always wants to go up, regardless. Overbought, not overbought, it don't care. They just say, can we go higher today? Y'all got any of that cheap money? That's how I be looking at everybody. Y'all got some of that cheap money? And that's basically what happened. So the market did what today? They just climbed the wall of worry. It climbed the wall of worry. Clear as day. Clear as day. All it is went right back to the place where it fell from the night before for the futures market. It's some clutter up in here, which is this congestion, as we call it, or it's a resistance, whatever. So it's going to try to chew that up come next week, potentially, one way or the other. It's always trying to find new ground. We're not that far from the all-time high. The markets, again, this is a hypothetical. The market may just reward Biden with what? A new all-time high to solidify, hey, this is your what? Inauguration. Welcome in, welcome back. Right? They used to Biden, right? He was what, vice president, but the market stupid high under Biden and Trump. Obama, right? And Biden.
Biden.
I've been saying that for a lot. Like, I've been seeing it all over Twitter, man. Everybody like, Biden, right? Obama and Biden. Right? That's why I stick it in my head. Creatures of habit. No, but seriously, the market was under, President Obama and Joe Biden for 8 years, and the market did what? It produced over 200% in 8 years. 200% in 8 years. Accommodated Fed, a lot of quantitative easing, a lot of structured programs where they're dumping money into corporate businesses, helicopter money, bailing out everybody. They bail out everybody. Auto industry, remember they bailed out the auto industry? They were just throwing money around like left and right. Of course, they had inherited what? A dusty economy. George Bush II had ran the economy into the dumpster. And they turned around and set it on fire on the way out. So of course he got inherited what? A plague almost, an economic plague. Right? So all it is that, again, when you go over that data, the data says that typically markets do better underneath a Democratic president. I'm not going to fight against that. I wouldn't fight against it anyway because I'm always going to follow the trend best I know how anyway. Correction. Obama put up 138% in 8 years on the Dow, and he put up 166% on the S&P, close to it. Clinton put up 200%, excuse me. George Clinton. President Clinton, William Clinton, Bill Clinton put up 225 on the Dow and 209 on the S&P. Barack put up 138 on the Dow and 166 on the S&P in 8 years. That is a great average. Democrats, of course, I'm neither. I'm just saying, who's gonna cut them dollars and get this market popping? Right? I'm with that guy. Right? Meaning that action, not necessarily the person, but the action. We'll see. Monday, we'll see. They're gonna gap it or they're gonna what? Crack it. Right? For lack of better words, one way or the other, it's gonna dump or it's gonna go up. So if the chart is any indication what they might want to do or trying to do, of course, they just saved the market all day today. They saved it every single time the market wanted to act like a pullback. They just came in and saved it. They saved it here. They saved it here. They saved it here. They saved it here. They saved it down here. You couldn't make this stuff up. Somebody has a vested interest. Look at all this volume. Look at all this volume. Look at this. It's crazy. That's somebody setting this thing up for something. All-time high is at 358. That's all I'm saying, right? It's at 358, right? And you go back to this chart on the biggest time frame up here, right? Way where it's up 358, like back over here, right? So I have to go back a little further, right? Go to the daily, it's in itself, of course. So right here, up in this 359 area, that ain't too far fetched. You're talking about 9 points. The market put up this week 22 points, somewhere around there, 20 some odd points. From 322, 30 some actually. From 322 all the way up here to 350. Almost 30 points this week. And you finna tell me that they'll be timid at running the market to try to get 9 to make a new all-time high, and they put up 30 in this week? That's like LeBron, right? Like basketball fans out there. You know he's good for 30 if he's playing against mediocre team. Even good teams, but of course a mediocre team, you know you're gonna put up 30 quickly, right? Quickly. They can't check it. The markets are not gonna be hesitating to try to get that all-time high. 9 little points. 8 to be exact, 8 and change, but we'll just say 9. Plus tax, we owe you one. So of course, we'll see. That might just be their reward for buying. Not ready for the downside too. Already. Already. Got them puts on ice. Waiting to seething to get after this money. They drop it. Let them drop it. I wish they would. It's that kind of scenario. So that's about it, guys. So, man, this stuff is awesome. This stuff is awesome. So go and shut it down. I know we going in. Y'all got it. If y'all got some charts and stuff y'all want to go again, of course y'all know me. Hey, my household sleep and I'm chilling down, in my office, whatever. But for the most part, I'm always just going over data. This time of night, if I am up, I'm either reading the book, going through documentaries, basically studying. Looking at some charts, replaying some old ideas. You know, that's pretty much my scenario. And I'm trying to eat at 2 a.m. in the morning. I should wake up looking like a gremlin, no doubt. Wake up hurt.
I'm probably about to do the same thing. Probably just watch some educational, material before I, knock out and get ready to do the same thing tomorrow with a couple other things too. But I definitely do more studying on the weekends, more concentrated studying.
It says you forced by default. Market got you on standstill.
Yeah, and then just as far as crypto market, it's running right now. So my long term investment, that's fun to look at. But you know, that's about it. I'm not doing no short term trading in this circumstance. One thing I realized about myself, my favorite market condition to trade in is in consolidation uh, markets.
Makes sense. It makes sense. Make a lot of sense.
Yeah. I mean, of course, I can, trade, different scenarios, if it's expanding or retracing and things like that. But I just, as far as my my most comfortable condition, I love me a consolidated market. It's very technical and everything lines up the way I like it to line up.
Thanks. It's
So,
always
so
a
we
lesson learned.
go ahead. Over.
No, I'm just saying it's always a good lesson, a lesson to be learned, and not so much from a corrective position, but just what it does in terms of being able to formulate a plan when you watch the market in so many different scenarios, right? And how they typically, perform there afterwards. Of course, consolidation, accumulation obviously tells you one thing for sure. We getting ready to have what? A big move, up or down.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, right? It's gonna be like a pressure cooker effect.
Mm-hmm. And you know what used to get me all the time, and expansion markets when it's expanding like that, and sometimes when it just shoots up and just prints up like that, it just you look down and you be like, man, I can make so much money on that retracement, like it don't went up that much, and you trying to call the top, and I used to get tore up in that circumstance, the top or the reverse. With the market just going lower and just trying to catch this top or bottom of the market.
Yep. In there. Oh man.
And
Yeah,
then,
but that's just more of when we say positioning, of course, being able to kind of slow it down a little bit, make it kind of bend to your will a little bit. You'll get
yeah,
it eventually. It'll align itself.
yeah, that's facts, and it just made me realize over time, just like, man, and those scenarios just go with market. I like to just base my trades around going with the flow of the market.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to call, this top or this bottom, I'd rather just get confirmation of some lower low or higher highs, a couple of those in a row, to then change my bias to that other direction.
Facts. That's literally again how again you cage the market up. It's kind of like you're trying, it's a wild beast. You're trying to tame it, right? Best you can at least, because it's a wild one. They say that's a wild one, right? But that's the market. So, but when you're able to kind of slow it down a little bit to kind of put it in its place, that's how you make your money, right? Put it in its proper place for that moment, and then you turn it loose again. Let it go Let it go wild. Let it go do what it's gonna do. You'll revisit it later. Come back a little bit later and check you out again later. See what you're doing the next day or the next day after that, so forth. So it's always exciting to see it, unfold and things of that nature. It's exciting. What's going on, brother Chaos? I see him slipped in the back door. He up late too, burning the midnight oil. Getting it in the time of night. Going on over. Probably busy too. Yeah, man. The market, like I said, the market is lit up like a Christmas tree with this election. Y'all got a chance to witness it during an election. For some of people that's new, seeing how it's responding. Typically, that's how markets react actually during election time. You go back and look at any previous chart history. The month in itself is typically always typically up because the October effect of October, September markets are typically down, or they're setting up for a bigger closing of the year, right? The Christmas effect, markets always have a Christmas rally, Thanksgiving scenario, something like that. A lot of people always trade the market, so markets typically always get a good bump up. So, a lot of ways to look at the market. A lot of ways.
Hey, but did you see the stock I posted in the back chat?
On the group?
Yeah. Oh no, on YouTube.
Oh, hold up. I'm sorry. I'm looking at this. I'm going through a couple of let me see.
That's cool. It's VRTU. This is the one I was talking about with Monica, Sister Monica.
Let me pull it up. Give me. Sorry about that. I got a small listener. Change the weather. I got all the right stuff for it. I know it got me because I was well, the reason why, because I do a lot of health stuff anyway. I get kayak about that, but I got hold of that bleach, some bleach. You know how bleach, I don't care what you do. I don't care how strong you get that bleach in your system. You inhale it out, yeah, boy, it's gonna pull all that mucus up. Even the mucus that you think you didn't have, it's gonna make some new mucus in come up. I ain't trying to gross y'all out, but yeah, man. I'll be good tomorrow though. What's this mess on up?
Nah, man.
Yeah. VRT, you got it over there, You wanna break it down a little bit?
Just basically what you guys just previously said or stated, like that consolidation right there. It's planning to do something big versus going up versus going down. I think this company's a cloud-based computer company. And I remember early on in the stream that you was talking about, which way you think the market is going to go. I mean, to me, I think it's going to go down. Reason being is you still got Trump in office for a little bit, and you don't know what kind of petty things he's going to play to the market.
Good point. There was all the saying he might try that too. I was actually on some message boards earlier today. Because it's weird too, because when Nancy Pelosi began to speak at 10:30 today, what did the market do? Right, it started to pull back. Right, the usual suspect. Right, because they've been the ones that's been more vocal in markets a lot lately when the algo's been really trained to them. Right, what Trump been doing, but it's been trying to wean itself off of Trump tweets a lot. You can tell they've been trying to do that, right? Wall Street been preempted the market to not deal with him if he was to lose, right? Before that, in a little small tweet, that's crazy something. I mean, the market just was it just ride out. Now it's like, yeah, bro, yeah. Kryptonite, your little mojo ain't working, right? Your little rabbit foot ain't working. And he got that jug on the wraps a little bit, so. he pretty much already said that. If he don't get reelected, the market's going to crash. People 401k. Okay, in context, we already had a massive crash, the pandemic, a notable crash.
Right.
You getting up out of here is to some people that may seem like it's the magnitude of the same, right? It's like, yeah, because you killed a lot of people, right? You know, under the pandemic, right? They're gonna hold them accountable for it regardless. That's just how people look at it, right? But technically, you know, yeah, the market is always trying to figure out how to make new money. So it literally does care less. It does care less. And so in it is giving it a chance to what? Consume itself. The market is a cannibal. I use these analogies for a reason. It is very cannibalistic. It will eat up itself. It will eat up other companies. It will eat up anything it can to continuously what? Just to grow. All it cares about is wanting to grow. The people who are behind it, who are feeding it, are very liberal, right?
Right.
Accommodator Fed, a zero interest rate, trillions of dollars printed, and it went strictly more so to the market, mortgage-backed lending loans, muni fund, junk bond, debt instrument. It bought in and everything, liquid upon liquid. ETFs, about many people were, I mean, literally, just like, okay, we got all this cash. What you gonna do with it? We're gonna buy the stock market. Literally, that's how they probably like, we're gonna buy the stock market. If it's a singular entity, right? But it's just how a lot of their mindset is set in play, in motion. Right? Even the stock you talking about this one here, Vert USA. I mean, like you said, yeah, flat top breakout all day long.
Right.
Why would I say flat top breakout? Well, it has more of the energy for the breakout than the breakdown, unless they would have something that would cause it to what? Lose its somewhat its mojo. They had earnings on the 3rd, and what the stock did? It went nowhere.
Right.
Stay to burn. People that tried to buy options, either way, stay to burn. But Iron Condor, you won. Right? But typically, somebody waiting on something. Right? It held this trend, 20-day moving average. But interesting enough, look where it's at in relation to the regression band. It's sitting right over here at the gun line. Right?
He's hugging that gun line.
Yeah, you see what it did here? It gap all the way down here, up here. Right? So down here to up here. Massive gap up there. From 40 all the way up to what? 50. $10 gap up. Whatever that catalyst was on that day was sub-series. I think it looked like somebody bought him out. Was it the buyout? Wasn't the buyout, was it?
I think it was a merger, I think.
Merger, yeah. I already know the merger deals. That's why they go sideways. Yep. You see it like that? Like, it must be a merger or something, maybe. Possibly. Or they got some good news coming out. They just trying to hold price action from plummeting. So, yeah. So if the deal is not completely final quite yet, it's still, the ink ain't dry yet. So they're just trying to maintain the price value, what they feel like they will get for it. It's going to bump up probably a little higher, depending on what that number is. But at this point, it's still a safe trade. Of course, like I say, Iron Condor was, this is Iron Condor type trade.
Right. Yeah, that's one of those option strategies. Yeah.
But looks good. Again, of course, but I say, we say all that, but if the market catch that Joe Biden bump, if they're giving one, right? It's gonna move. It don't have no choice because everything gonna be what? All the algos gonna be firing. Every algo gonna be firing. So this one here may get a little, especially if it's inside of any of those ETFs. They all catch a bid if they're inside of an ETF. So that would be interesting. Look and see if there's any kind of weighted ETF that may cause it to catch a bid. In the event you have a rally, right? I already been playing. Like I said, I got puts and calls for the S&P. Right? They're gonna dud out, or they're gonna what? they're gonna bag or bang out in that case. Come Monday. feeling pretty much somewhat pretty solid and thinking that they're gonna have us again the unofficial official calling of this, race, because again, Biden only needs with just one state, right? For them to go ahead and say, yeah, okay, we're going ahead and give them Nevada or Pennsylvania at this point. It's pretty obvious at this point, even though they already done that to a degree already tonight, but they're trying to do what's in decorum. They're trying not to upset Trump, like you said, for him to do nothing crazy and push the nuclear buttons and blow the, send a atomic bomb in there or something. I don't know. He crazy, he unstable.
Right.
That joker, you'll tell him. Trying to keep him from sabotaging what they done built.
Right.
The market is trying to tell us in a lot of ways too that what they already ready. They ready. They ready to bang. So that's why I was saying, man, come Monday, the way that they closed it out. I mean, of course, you got a double bottom there. Of course, Thursday around 320, 319, whatever. We expected it thus far. If they wanted to ramp it, they're going to have all the special ingredients to do so. All-time high is not that far off by 8 points and change. 8 points and some change. They would have took out that high. Things that, break out when they make all-time highs. As they say, things that get strong tend to get stronger. So if they make an all-time high, it's definitely going to go try to do something different, a little higher. Of course, instantly at that point, $4 marks become the target, 360. From that point on. So they mentioned around pull one of them kind of moves Monday. I'm like, hey, getting paid. Hey, get paid, young blood, get paid. That's exactly where to go after. I am ready. So I've been tearing these Mondays up a lot lately. I've been killing the market every Monday. I've just been, get some good readouts. Yeah. Today is weird too because this one is the only time I actually did, to be honest, where I did a hedge. I actually did hedge it this week. I bought put and call. I did a little stranger thing, so to speak. Because of the fact that we came to that 11th hour. Trump threw everything he could with lawsuits, and all of them got rejected except one. And it was just a mild case where they just said, okay, we'll let you be, 6 feet away and watch them count the ballots that's supposed to 10. It didn't stop anything. So all his lawsuits got thrown out, all of them except that one. So somewhere I know he was like crying like a little baby, like, what? Y'all help give me my, yeah, bro. You're on your way out, fam. It is what it is. So they setting it up. I think they really are trying to say, you know what, we enough is enough. Whether you for them or not, of course, like I said, I don't care for either, but I really do believe that they're they just want something different at this point.
Right. Now, with your hedging, your prices normally close together or far apart?
Spy wise, I try to stay close to have a pretty decent delta.
Okay.
Of course, when you think about the Greeks, in terms of delta, of course, it's just kind of like when they say intrinsic value and extrinsic value.
Mm-hmm.
The tense value of the intrinsic value obviously gives you a better opportunity to have a more applicable delta. So as they say, in the money or deep in the money, deeper you are in the money, the more stronger your intrinsic value is.
Right.
So of course, in that case, when they say that in the options, if the stock moves up 50 cents to $1, then you're going to be sure to get that full point value, right? Of course, in this case, if you go up $1 in the options market, that's equivalent of 1 times 100 shares. So if say for instance, of course, I got I bought the 350. Which one I bought? Hold up. I bought the 350. Is it 352s or 353? One I bought. Which one? Let me see real quick. I'm sorry. It's weird too. Cause like you should know this stuff, but sometimes when you take so many trades so much, man, you get burnt out value. You forget where you even put your money, but you just know it's working. It's out there working. It's somewhere.
No, that's a great thing to have though. That's a great feeling to forget that you got money somewhere placed and
Yeah,
it's working in your favor. Like, oh, I didn't know I had 200 shares on Tesla. Where was this at?
yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's good. That's a good problem.
Right.
Yes, I bought the 353. That's what it was. I bought one 353, and I got a 353, and I got a 357. So basically, you see, I'm trying to play that $3 buffer, right,
Gotcha.
up or down, because again, of course, the market lately with this expansive value of the this ATR, it's been moving, you know, in that kind of energy, right? But it's been also winding up in the same breath. I mean, it seems like it's getting ready for some kind of bigger move, right? That combination at this point here would be a great time to now hedge it, because if they do go ahead and decide to do this whole kind of buy and dump thing just on GP because he's gonna be like this course market, then but they rewarded the market all week though.
Right.
You know, so it's like money was already made. They dumped it down, go for it. Right? I'm like, go for it. Matter of fact, take it all the way back down where it came from, 322. Right? Of course, I would love that. Right? That's easy, about what, 27 points. I take that. Take that with 322. What the 350 somewhere around there? Yeah, somewhere around there. Something like that. 26, 27, something like that. It's late, but of course, again, having such a, even though it's extrinsic because it's a little further out, not that far off, but it's close to being in the money, but not that not in the money. Right? My delta would still be at least about a 0.5 as opposed to a 0.1. So once I clear at least a minimum of let's say 347 is the strike, 348. Excuse me, not 348, 346. Excuse me, 346.50 or 346.60. Everything from that point on would definitely, without doubt, be what a positive one delta. So every point from that point on will be 100 shares, no doubt, right? Minimum. Even though I still make that going into, if it gap up into it, it held the premium, I'll still be able to capture, at least, a good portion of those, that money from 350 into 347, number one, and then everything into money from that point on down into that, hypothetical 322. So it ended up being, of course, when you think about it point for point, do the math, 350 to 322, I'll end up settling around somewhere around hypothetically $2,500, something like that. If it fell that low, of course.
Right.
And the same if it gaps up and running, let's say 356, that takes out the all high, right? Of course, you're gonna have more money there because I think it's more call weighted going into the next week than it is put rate weighted. Matter of fact, of course, we don't guess and speculate over here, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go bar chart right now.
Yep. Already on it. See, I love it. I love our little fam. We will put in that work. Working. Yeah, man. That's what we do, bro. Getting paid. Getting paid. Yeah, so Thursday here for next week, right? Well, even if you say the 9th, right? Because the Monday's got spy calls, right?
Right.
But those contracts alone, somebody playing for a big move, right? You see all the puts in there, right? That pressure cooker, right? Those are people who rolled their puts in there this week because they got what? Demolished this week.
Right.
They revenge trading. It happens. It was a lot of people revenge trading this week. They got ran over this entire week. The market gonna dump, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. It went up. The market gonna pull back. It gotta pull back now. It went up. Man, this thing overbought, man. It gotta. It went up. Man, they rigged, man. They rigging the market, man. They manipulation. It went up. This is just nuts, right? They give them this. It's all called it nuts. This is nuts. But all they just keep buying what? They just kept buying more. Well, no, more puts. The more they kept buying more puts, what happened to the market? They kept squeezing higher. So it chewed up all the put, obviously consumed all those. It caused it to be the fuel for it to go higher.
Right.
Whatever little bit they tried to capture in terms of the premium and save, that caused the short squeeze to kind of continue on, you know, the energy. So all they did is say, you know what, it got to fall next week. And I'm thinking Monday gonna be it. Now, even though we, you know, Friday or today's are not closed out quite yet, let me show you what it looks like. Look at this here. You see that? Look at the put open interest and the put volume.
That's crazy.
You see that, bruh?
Million open interest on puts.
1,000,000 contracts. That's a $350 ticket. And then people had that value in terms of open interest this week.
What's good, guys?
Hey, what's going on, brother? What's going on?
I know. I'm good.
What's going on, man?
I'm good.
We're grinding out in the midnight hour.
Mm-hmm. What they call the graveyard shift.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where the money's made, right? This is when people do a
Yeah.
little something strange for a little piece of change, and then the next day be smiling and grinning, right?
Mm-hmm.
When the old players, they had them creasing their pants, shine shoe, yeah, boy, it working. Right? Yeah. All this money here, got, literally all these puts here got chewed up for the most part. People that didn't capture that little 349 when they pulled back that one time at 348, that was about all the market was going to give you. It was very stingy on puts. It typically is stingy against puts anyway, unless it just really breaks formation and the outflow come in. But yeah, so if you had that many contrarian traders, like I was talking about earlier, trading against the market, and all of them got overran by these little small contracts here on the call side, what is that really saying? They're saying that there was other bigger forces out there at hand.
Right.
Well, let me see who's up here on the panel.
Yeah.
Is that Mo?
Dark pool stuff.
You know she went straight to sleep.
Yeah, that's it, dark pool. Yeah, she probably sleep over chaos. Yeah, long day. Sister made us some money too. Yeah, she's sleeping good at night.
But you know, let's keep it real African porn. It doesn't matter who's in office, Democrat, Republican. The market's gonna move as a coin. It's gonna go up and down, up and down, up and down. It should be a Cherokee song. Up and down, up and down. That's what black people should know. Keep it like that. So I'm gonna say, is Republican, the market's gonna still move the same way. If it's Democrat running, the market's gonna run the same way. Doesn't matter. Money's gonna flow. That's how you're gonna get this money. You need like $3,000 right now to throw in the markets, man.
That's I mean, no, you would, but that's literally how they again. Well, of course, we know it. We're in around it, studying it every day. You see it in a way where we'll just speak about that too. Before you even came on, just the idea of how this stuff is set up. It's already somewhat what they call like like a preset, right? It's a preset.
Mm-hmm.
Like on a radio, FM dial, you got these little presets. You can go take it to your little favorite little thing. But that's how they look at the market. They just say that the preset scenarios are just the levels that they're looking to obtain, right? They're always trying to overachieve itself. It's still running on a lot of funny money right now. It's a recycled money that came from the printing press. These people are very liberal with that because they didn't come out of their own pocket, so to speak. They're paying on house money, right?
Mm-hmm.
And typically, if it's, of course, by design, it's designed to go up, but when you got that kind of level of firepower at your disposal, accommodating a Fed, of course, keep going over that and saying that for a reason, but you do have a very liberal market right now. As much as it has conservative value, it loves liberal cash. It loves liberal money, right? Which makes sense because they want to steal everything they can steal and hoard it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's just how the market works. So the figurehead in terms of the president is just that. He has no direct value on the market, especially within the first at least 3 months after election, because he or she has to go through all the formalities before they even take over. So the market just say, okay, we'll play it, do what we want to do up until that time, right? Until it's time to what? To come in the house and face this way, right? This you know this entity, so to speak. So the market is always going to try to figure out how to price it in, and so given that it may have a 2 or 3 month handicap before that president takes office, they get a chance to go through all their policies, this, that, and third. They already know how to deal with this person once it's time to get down to business. They try to what? Price it in, as they say. The market priced it in. Right. They're always going to say that. But they do know, like you were alluding to as well, markets always do better under a Democratic president than it does a Republican. As odd as that may sound, that's just the facts. One of them is more what? Regulatory nature. The other one is deregulation. Conservatives are typically on a more what? Deregulation perspective. They like to have ample opportunity for markets to expand and grow. Let these banks go. Let these companies go. Let these scenarios, corporations expand because that makes us more money.
Mm-hmm.
Democrats says no, we got to put a lid on this, right? Because they killing all the what? The mom and pops. They keeping everybody from being able to have basic equality in terms of being able to share the wealth of the nation. They're paying for it, but they're not benefiting off of it through the taxation, right? Now, technically, when I say people vote against their own interests, it's obvious, right? Because they will say, well, no, that's just a part of doing business in America. You got to pay your fair share, this, that, and the third. No, we don't want to do socialists. We don't want to do no socialist bailouts, right? For the American people. Keep in mind, they don't want to do socialist bailout for the American people, but they're fine doing it for who? AT&T, American Airlines, Southwest, GM, Ford. These people got billions and billions and $1 trillion worth of what credited, value that they can tap into. But they convince you that you should what? Feel comfortable and patriotic and bailing them out during bad economic downturns. And you will neglect yourself, go hungry, your kids will go hungry, your bills will go unpaid, and you'll convince yourself you're doing the work of your what? Of the nation, your portion. Now, what part of the game is that? And when that's happening, while all that is happening, what is Wall Street doing? Let that marinate for a moment. What is Wall Street doing? Going up. No matter what, it's always what? Trying to be on the incline. So in actuality, it makes money twice. It gets paid twice. All the new money discovered that's gonna make from the stock going up, and all the money is pulling in from taxpayers that bailed it out to go into the markets to help function this value from that perspective. So it's getting paid twice. The market is getting paid twice. This again, it does seem like this is borderline criminal. But that's just the rules of the game. So of course these presidents are just like I said, they're just figureheads. They're there to, be basically, hey, that's the guy to blame. Because if they go wrong, blame. But it typically trickles downhill. Of course, it's Congress, it's Republicans, Democrats, it's House, Senate, all these different bodies. Then, of course, because all the power technically is in the hand of the states. States are not private entities, right? Mm-hmm. They have corporations that come in and out of them for a reason. That's why they're always trying to attract businesses to them, right? Because it increases their GDP, their ability to grow, right? But again, the greater part of the country, of course, on average, it's just still trying to figure out how can we bring everybody up to a place where they can compete, right? Who wants to bring a big industry to South Dakota, right? Ain't nothing up there but prairie weeds and dingoes and whatever. Just doesn't make sense. The populace doesn't demand it, so to speak, in that area. So there lies, of course, why the country is so I don't know, mashed all up in that perspective, how they look at it on the economic scenario in terms of why you would think a scenario where South Dakota don't necessarily have the ability to pull in the kind of money like a Las Vegas would or something like that. Of course, that it wouldn't be in their best interest to try to take everything that came out of the government and use it, right? Even on the citizen aspect, you paying taxes into it, right? But they ain't cutting that check, right?
They cut my check. God damn it.
Yeah, that's how you look at it. But see, that's the difference.
Give my money.
Yeah, they demand it. They'll have to get right eventually. Power is supposed to be in the hands of people. It sounds good in theory. In theory, these people are career crooks. They know exactly.
Hey, oh, but you know these people still ain't open up my tax returns yet.
Oh, come on. For what was that? For you said, see, they open up your tax return.
Yeah, I paper filed my tax returns, right? And they so backed up, they still haven't opened it. Like I haven't even received a stimulus or anything like that.
Oh, you for real?
Well, nope, they haven't opened up. They've been backed up. Everybody who paper filed, they've pretty much been backed up. Like they haven't even opened up the mail for people's taxes.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I know it's still on that side, but they still, I was thinking, the online portal where you can just do the virtual file, right? Just to get in the system to get the check.
But I had a pin though. They had gave me a pin. But I think somebody tried to like file my taxes or something like that. So I had a pin, but I couldn't get my pin, so I had to paper file.
Oh man, yeah, because that virtual file was like, man, that was like a lot of people. That was just like, yeah, but
Yeah, I still haven't got anything for it because they haven't even opened up. They can't give it to me until they get my tax return.
Shucks, man. Yeah, that's crazy. But that goes to show you, man. They drag their feet when it comes to taking. Giving. But they be first one in line when it comes to take from you. Like, man, y'all just showed up ready when it came for y'all to come get this money. When I gotta come chase y'all for it, man, they out to lunch. They ain't even hearing it. The phone off the hook. People again, they run a serious sweatshop. That's America's, greatest hustle. It's kind of you say that a lot in the military, right? We had to say in the military, they say, everything that's military derived is about hurry up and wait. Right? Their whole mandate is to make you hurry up just to sit around and wait, right? And of course, in doing so, they got you locked and loaded employees, and you can't break ranks in that moment. They got you where they need you if they need to access you, right? And of course, the government has that same kind of model. They will dangle that carrot and make you hurry up and think you finna get paid, but technically you finna wait to get paid. I mean, he's slick with it, but that's how they get down. And so I'm like, like I've said many times, of course, you need me to tell you guys this, but man, I don't know why we sitting around here trying to convince ourselves that that is, I don't know, it's sustainable, it's substantial, to give that much power and credence to these people in terms of existence. When there's other tools out there you can access to backstop your situation, right? To bring income in. That's what most people they got money, they think money. That's what they're trying to do. They're always trying to bring in money, and they're trying to use other money to attract other money, right? That's just how the system is set up. You have to be a player. You have to be a shaker and a mover in America. You have to be basically an entrepreneur. Even on a job or somebody clock, sometimes you still got to be an entrepreneur. That's just a financier help you finance your other endeavors. That's what it should be. A lot of people being the one all be all for it. So of course, the market is like, hey, bring on whoever you got. We don't care. We're gonna get paid. The other institutions that are out there, of course, and the IRS and all this stuff in terms of tax and all this stuff. course, they just, they're there to run the interference like they always do. They're there to run the interference, hold you up, and all this stuff. Pull from you, but hold you up when it comes to giving you what you need. So I think we pretty much, poised again going into the future where we just stay where we are. I mean, they're diligent. That is, I think we weathered all kind of. We weathered. Man, ain't nothing that they can throw out at this point to stop this. The level of the growth that's coming. Not just the market, but I mean us individually. It's all right. No doubt. So yeah, but they end up cutting that another check before you get that one. So you already know. Well, at least you be back paid.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, that's why I love, being in the markets, man. Because I'm not waiting on them. I'm not waiting on them to send that check. When they come, It's gonna be good. It's gonna be whatever. But I ain't waiting on them. And that's what's great about it. Because they like that bad boss that don't act like they don't really need you. Like they can fire you tomorrow. Like act like they don't really need you. So you got to go in business for yourself.
Facts. We call that in the marketing world indifference, right? Okay, they call that good cop, bad cop there, but it's a marketing term. We actually call it indifference. When people act indifferent towards a person, it typically makes the person who, on the bad end of that, want to try to, garner the attention of the people that's what? Kind of shoving them off a little bit, brushing them off, right? It's a human nature, right? It's kind of like borderline, they chomping you off a little bit, right? So you're like, whoa, hold up now. Somebody now, you ain't just be doing me like that. It's kind of scary, right?
Yeah.
So that's how they play. They play that game a lot, with people, right? And benefits and stuff like that, and so they have you thinking, well, they got your money now. The key mind is your money too. But they got you feeling like, you got to be the one that's what? Thankful to get your money. I earned this. What you talking about? I hit that clock, right? You know what I'm saying? I got them hours in, bro. Cut my check. Run that money. Run them dollars. Why I keep saying, man, Jump around here getting empowered, boy. Jump around here getting empowered. We giving bosses pink slips these days. You got 2 weeks, Joe. You gotta use me good, because after that, I'm gonna do my own thing.
Yeah, I realized early, I had to figure out a way to fire my boss. I'm just not really structured for it. Like I could do it, but I'm just,
It's a quiet moment. It's hard in a lot of ways, but we were groomed for this. Meaning we were groomed to feel the mandate of system, right? Status quo, worker being parents groomed you, right? Society groomed you, school groomed you. They want you to be a happy worker. That shifts when people who got, some serious business acumen or good, the understanding to say, hey, no, let's teach you how to not be a worker. Let's teach you how to take advantage of opportunity. Starting your own or just whatever, markets, whatever. That's the answer. That's the way. There's no other way, excuse me, in my opinion, knowing what I know now, of course, but still, than that. That's pretty much it for me. I know everybody on this live tonight, just knowing a lot of our personality, it seems like, you would tell you, we're just not cut from that cloth, right? That, having to kind of work with somebody else happily. Of course, we'll do it. Some of us still do it, whatever, but still. A lot of our greatest strength lies in the ability that we can be given a set of data points or some information, then let us go out there and what? Make our own way. Or let us go to work, essentially. It takes a special kind of mind to understand that.
Yeah, I remember even when I worked like fast food when I was like 16, and I'm working at the cash register, and I'm just looking at how much money my time and effort is making this restaurant. You know, like I'm over here like in an hour bringing in $300. You know what I'm saying? And they over here, I get a paycheck and it's like $200. Like, and just you realize that if you put that much effort on yourself, you can maximize.
A heck of a lot more than what they can give you. They can't pay your worth anyway. We just reduce ourselves down to the idea of thinking it's necessary only because the system again tells you that that's how you only way you can come up. And you get excited, and you should be excited and grateful because they always say, "What somebody else can have your position, be grateful." It's like, dude, seriously, coming at me with that weak sauce.
Yeah, that scarcity mindset.
Yeah, that's how they hustle you though. They beat you down mentally. Again, they browbeat you into what submission based upon what they feel like your need is. Right? You had a need to get that job for a reason, and so. And I'm not saying that's every job, every policy. Technically, the overall system is set up that way for a reason. For they, it's a bigger, it's a bigger plan. It's to take care of those who are in a position to employ others, because America looks at those people are as what assets. Right? You're an asset when you can come up with a business model where it can be duplicated, or you can make large swaths of money off of it, where you got people happy to come work. America loves stuff like that, right? Again, it's still the vestiges of slavery, right? That whole ideology. It's not so much you just want everybody to become entrepreneurs to be greater for the economy, ultimately because everybody will be savvy and trying to grow their wealth, right? They'll be coming up with more ways to try to outdo the next person. In this case, those who got money, the 1%, ain't got to do all that fighting and clawing. They would take advantage of all the what? The other 300 and what? 50 some odd percent, right? 1% of what? How many people in America? 300 and how many people? 350 something million people. What's 1% of 350 million? Let that marinate for a moment. That 1% pretty much is in control of everybody else. Man, look, where them people stay at? What's their address? Right? If people really understood, but of course they'll say, well, they earned their way. They earned the ability to be in that position. Did they really? Really? They earned it, huh? Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's mostly false. That's old money right there. Something they great grandparents did.
It's money and a system that's that's dovish.
Right.
Like the Fed, it's a dovish system for their at leisure to mess up and still have more ways to be successful than you are on a master's degree, PhD, and all that. You still can't even. Yeah. It's the game, boy. One would say, of course, don't hate the player, hate the game, but that ain't even synonymous with the situation that we in. No, man, bump the game and bump the player. I finna burn it all down. Ultimately, but you say, okay, well, I figured out a way to strategize, uh, do my own thing, work myself into opportunities here. I just don't want to feel like I'm back on the plantation in 2020, right? So you say, well, what can I do to try to change that? So even if you are still on the clock, you're still going to move with a whole new different energy, right? I'm just a partner. You know, I'm on the cloud, but I'm a partner. But I still have options, right? Not just subjected to this. But one thing for sure, majority of people who are supposed to look like us definitely know down, you know, deep down inside that they're owed something, you know, something exorbitantly higher than what and how society is treating us, and trying to particularly, you know, punk us down from feeling confident in getting that old debt. So they're trying to make you, you know, bottom of the barrel fish and humble you into, you know, into submission with peanuts. And so them data points, like we just read tonight, there's no reason, you know, you got unemployment at that many million people, and the majority of them, you know, of course, are black people. Like, why is it like always the worst? And when it comes to surpluses, we're always at the what? At the least. Like, seriously, a lot of people still fight with that. They just, you know, they don't want to accept that. And no, that's not true. Like, what it is, everything that's bad, we're number one at it. All the good stuff, the surpluses and the getting and the grants and all that, we're what? We're released in those environments purposely. So economics is it's a false reality that has a very lucid you know, it's man, it's shoved and marketed to us in more ways than none. They just need believers. We just choose to break ranks and do our own thing. It's as simple as that. It's paying off for a lot of people. That's the good thing about it. It's actually paying off. Like I said, we poised. We'll see how this thing unfolds. We ready. I feel like we are. Meaning, we've gotten thus far, and we are still, you know, bringing more, you know, people online. We're just again, we're speaking more truth to power than ever before. I mean, that's across the campus too. A lot of, you know, family out there that's into this, in a movement where they know financial literacy is much more important than a lot of other stuff out there. It was seemingly to be our new frontier. Now it's just becoming, you know, or I should say this: what I would love it to become is just a part of, just like a benchmark, where it's like, yeah, we got that, we got that. You definitely do some things where you can get your own money. That's it. Yeah, guys. So, and we just hit 3. Woo wee! Getting it tonight. It is 3 a.m. Family. Got some soldiers still out there getting it in, man. Soldiers still in the back check getting it in. Thank y'all, man. Again, you guys, the MVPs and the VIPs and all that. I tell you that. We moving, right? I just say we're just growing, and you know, mentally in a lot of ways. So it's cool. It's all love. Thank you to everyone, of course. We'll be right back at it, of course. So I'm gonna give way to consensus of knowing that we worked tonight. We brought out some good information for us, and we got ammunition. That's what it's all about. Loading up our Tommy guns and all that, and loading up these drones, right, with the ammunition. We're not looking back. That for sure. We try to come get everything out there that's not nailed down. We coming to get it. Get excited for that. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna get ready to shut it down. You know, quick little wink eye in here. We'll see. Yeah, if I'm fortunate to go lucky, go live again tomorrow. Hopefully, battle this little bleach induced snivels here. I'll be battling that. So get that under control a little bit in the AM hours. Maybe get a chance to come back on tomorrow afternoon. We'll say, hopefully things work out. Not Sunday. Yeah, something will work out. All right, guys. So get ready to shut it down. Peace, power, profit, of course, to the fam, to everybody in the back chat that held it down as well. Shout out to they call it the late night, late night crew. We'll be back at this thing again. Again, building bridges. That's the name of the game. Let's build bridges. So, shout out to the family. So in closing, you guys got any last words on the way out the door? We'll be right back at it again, of course.
No.
So it's you guys.
No.
So again, like I said, whatever they do with this election, don't matter to us one way or the other. It matters somewhat indirectly, but directly it does not matter.
Money's gonna be made regardless.
There you go. We're gonna be folding it. We'll let Trump fight for them ballots. Let him go through all that. Let Biden, try to put them hands on Trump. Matter of fact, we'll close out like we're supposed to close out. Let's just close out doing what we do best. Bring out that beautiful beam footage, right? On the way out the door, let's get it, Biden.
World full of busy bees working. I ain't never met a free person. I don't get along with these earthlings. I'm trying to seek purpose, fight for something I believe's worth it. Feel the curse, I'ma reverse it. I don't dream cause I sleep nervous. Yet I keep flirting, face death like a Steve Irwin. Whole heat, I'ma drink thermos. Tell the bartender keep serving. I'm trying to be perfect, using dirty shit to clean dirt with. Only happy when the weed burning. Traded oxygen to breathe herping. Till I see curtains, lungs fail and they cease working. Error something that I need urgent, suffocating trying to squeeze words in.
Next generation metal roofing system. Watch this.
What they're saying. If you go online right now and look at the history of the word redneck,
Look at that, see? Closing out the door, right? Love it, guys. So we'll close out, have a little fun. So peace, power, profit to that. Let Trump take us all out. Where them ballots at? Right, that'll do it, guys. Peace, power, profit to the fam. The family on the panel tonight. Everybody in the back chat. Look forward to the next bill. Next live. Stay hungry. and stay humble. And the rest will definitely be in our case, history. Republican or Democrat, we're gonna get paid, right? Getting paid. All right, family. See you guys on the next one. Peace, power, profit, everybody.
All right, peace over.
Peace, family. Peace over. Peace, everybody. Peace.
Peace.